California's people, our future, our financial resources lawfully. And it is the president that needs to put a mirror up to himself and realize that the unlawful actor here is him and his administration, not Governor Newsom.
Thank you. And has this lawsuit been filed yet, or are you planning to file it today?
We're on the verge of filing it. It is not currently on file. It will be on file by early this afternoon.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next question comes from Jose. You are now unmuted.
Hi there. AG, your office and other state AGs are fighting the White House's attempt to rewrite the Constitution by eliminating birthright citizenship. And we've also seen nonprofit groups fighting the administration, ignoring judicial orders when it sends people to El Salvador. My question is, does this current fight have the makings of yet another constitutional crisis? And can you give us your read on this?
Those federal authorities have been way more aggressive than we are ever used to seeing in the past, even as recently as the 2020 disturbances in the wake of the George Floyd murder. It was nothing like that. We did not have federal officials, especially National Guard, in our area until way later, just to keep the peace at that point. They did have the National Guard confronting protesters in live action up in Seattle and other parts of the country. I believe in Portland that was taking place as well. But we did not see that here. And by the time the National Guard got here, it was already way after the violence had taken place. So now we see the National Guard coming in quickly this weekend to help defend this federal property. And what we are kind of noticing is that as much as they can, it appears that the LAPD has been trying to create a buffer between the protest zone and the federal officials. If they can keep some distance between protesters and federal authorities, that will help alleviate some of the violence that we have seen, because the anger is not placed at the LAPD. This is a somewhat unique situation where most of the anger and destruction was really until last night, where things got out of control and we did see lots of vandalism and pandemonium. For the most part, the anger amongst the protesters is aimed squarely at the federal government, not local authorities, not private citizens, not private property. All of the anger is focused on the ICE actions that have been taking place here in Southern California.
And the protests today the peaceful protests began at Grand Park, Gloria Molina Grand Park, at 12 noon today, and they were gathered to protest the arrest and detainment of civil rights and labor leader David Huerta. We now know he was in federal custody. He was in a detention center, but we now know he has been released, and he spoke out earlier today.
And part of his conditions, he has to stay away from federal officers and operations on his $50,000 bail, and he was released this afternoon. He spoke within the last hour. We just had some of his interview during Eyewitness News at 3 p.m. So his storyline is something that we will continue to follow. He did say our best days are still ahead. And Chris, pretty interesting as far as the response here is what is to come. Of course, we've had the federal agents, we've had local law enforcement, LAPD and LA County Sheriff's deputies involved in all of this now for the past 4 days, along with the addition of the California National Guard. And our reporting that we will now add to coming up for Eyewitness News at 4 p.m. is the Pentagon formally deploying 700 Marines from 29 Palms to assist in Los Angeles. Chris, this is unprecedented. Any expectations from you on what that may look like? I know we don't have all the answers, but 700 Marines, that is something that we have never seen before, for them to be added into this mix and potentially to raise escalations once again.
I mean, exactly. The question is, what are they going to do when they get here? What will their responsibilities be? And I learned just this morning that they do not have rules of engagement on domestic territory. There is no precedent for this, as you mentioned. There are rules of force, which is a modest difference between rules of engagement and rules of force. And the difference is beyond my pay grade. But as you mentioned, the National Guard here defending the federal property, they are armed, but those weapons are, we understand, empty. They are not loaded. I imagine with the Marines when they arrive, I think my presumption is this is all a show of force as opposed to anything else. We can only hope that that's the case. Law enforcement has real responsibility to keep the peace. Our local law enforcement, LAPD, LA County Sheriff, California Highway Patrol, they have real responsibilities on their jurisdiction to keep the peace on city streets. The military, by all accounts, has no jurisdiction to engage in law enforcement activity on American streets. But it's complicated and it's unprecedented. So what we're going to see is going to be, something we haven't seen since
if we
the
take him westbound
1960s.
Caesar Chavez.
And, we can only hope that things are as peaceful as we can imagine.
Absolutely. And to that point, we do have new reaction coming in from LAPD Chief Jim McDonnell on this topic of the Marines coming in. Again, their arrival in the next 24 hours or so from the 29 Palms base. Chief Jim McDonnell saying the department has not been given any formal notification about the Marines being deployed. However, he says, quote, the possible arrival of federal military forces in LA, absent clear coordination, he says presents a significant logistical and operational challenge for those of us charged with safeguarding our city. McDonnell says the LAPD, alongside our mutual aid partners, have decades of experience managing large-scale public demonstrations. So the response from the LAPD, this is not something that they have asked for. McDonnell saying it is not something that is needed at this point.
Again,
okay,
we've been
guys,
saying this over and over.
just cutting in here. I just got to cut in to tell you guys what's going on. So Los Angeles, Seattle, Tampa Bay, Florida, Bakersfield, California, Fresno, California. Major protest happening all across the state. It's now spreading. Manhattan.
who feel that they do have the resources to manage this situation. It's still a local situation, at least in their minds.
Yeah, it's difficult to balance everything that's happening right now between the federal authorities and local authorities working to keep Los Angeles safe. And Chris, to be fully transparent, we are coming up on our 4 p.m. newscast. Not sure if you're going to need to depart the area.
All right, guys, it's definitely going down. So let's just tune in and I'll tap into the main video when something happens. We'll cut to it. We'll go strictly to that one feed. But right now, we're just kind of monitoring everything right now.
The LAPD is now on tactical alert, citywide tactical alert. They have asked everybody, by the way, earlier this weekend to suspend their vacations and make themselves available for whatever is going to transpire. So we have all the resources that you can imagine available at the disposal of the LAPD. But to your point there about McDonnell's statement there, he really hits the nail on the head, because it's the inclusion of more federal militarized authorities really meant to alleviate. They are here for one purpose, and we know what that is. Local law enforcement is really trying to mitigate that, to try and mitigate the political disaster from what's happening on our city streets. So it's all so tenuous, and it's just something that we just are not used to seeing, at least in our city.
Yeah, indeed, Chris. And just for those who might just be joining us, point out exactly where this crowd is gathered. This is not Grand Park, right?
This is not Grand Park. A portion of this crowd did start the day over at Grand Park. City Hall is 1 block over. You can see City Hall right there on the bottom right-hand corner of your screen. There were several protests earlier in the day, and now in the last hour and a half, all of those groups have converged on the steps of the federal building on the 700 block of Los Angeles Street right there. They are blocking at least the southbound side now. Earlier they were blocking the entire street, but it looks like some of that southbound, or I should say, they're blocking the northbound side. The southbound traffic is starting to squeeze through there. But the closest protesters are at the bottom of the steps there. At the top of the steps are the line of National Guard troops there. There's about seven steps between the protesters and those guardsmen. So about 8 or 9 feet distance at the front of the building between the protesters who are protesting peacefully and those guardsmen at the top of the steps. It's a little bit of a different situation here at the handicap ramp because about a few dozen have made their way up that ramp to the side of that front entrance and are much closer to those National Guardsmen who are dressed in riot gear with their shields and doing everything they can to resist any kind of a confrontation. They are standing like mannequins, but they are being taunted by a small group of agitators on the side of that entrance.
And Chris, just to be clear, this is the federal building at 300 North Los Angeles, correct?
Is it 300 or
It's Los Angeles Street, though.
You're right. The 300 block.
Okay, great, great. So this is not
300 North Los Angeles.
Right. So this is not the detention center where the Friday night protesters.
We've got some more breaking news, guys. Breaking news here in just a second. Here, hold tight. Share this feed everywhere you can. Major breaking news unfolding right now, and we're gonna just give you guys the heads up on the 411 and the 911. It's definitely going down. So share the feed everywhere you can, everywhere you can. This is very important. U.S. Northcom statement on additional military personnel in the Los Angeles area. U.S. Northern Command Public Affairs has activated Marine Infantry Battalion that was placed in an active alert status over the weekend. Approximately 700 Marines with the 2nd Battalion, 7th Marines, 1st Marine Division will seamlessly integrate with the Title 10 forces under Task Force 51, who are protecting federal personnel and federal property. And it says in the greater Los Angeles area, the activation of the Marines is intended to provide Task Force 51 with adequate numbers of forces to provide continuous coverage of the area in support of the lead federal agency. Task Force 51 is U.S. Army North's contingency command post, which provides a rapidly deployable capability to partner with civil authorities and DoD entities in response to a Homeland Defense and Homeland Security operations. There's more.
Sort of the concrete awning there. We've seen them before. You can see them there at the top of the steps there. And Chris is back with us. And Chris, I wanted to ask you, I don't know if you missed the question.
Okay, there are videos now circulating of Black Hawk. No, these are Apache helicopters. These are military helicopters inside of Los Angeles. This is Jade Helm right here. Jade Helm. Look at this. Los Angeles, California. Here we go. Look at this. This is a Marine Corps gunship. I believe that's an Apache or something of that sort. And does it have, is it mounted with weapons? I'm sure it does. That is in downtown Los Angeles. Downtown Los Angeles, happening right now, guys. Downtown Los Angeles. Get this feed out everywhere you can. There's more updates. Big time, huge, massive, earth-shaking updates on what's about to happen in the Los Angeles area as well as abroad. It's happening in many cities right now. Fresno, California, Bakersfield, California, Tampa Bay, downtown Los Angeles. Let's see. I saw Manhattan, New York. Is it day 4? It's day 4, right? Did I say day 3? I meant day 4. Los Angeles, Seattle. Day 4. I put day 3. Okay, here we go. All right, what happened? What happened to our feed? Oh, our feed went out. Okay, there we go. All right, so right here we have feeds coming in from Los Angeles. There is obviously we've got Fresno, California. We've got that one right there. I think is Fresno. There's a lot of migrants in Central California, so you're going to see lots of activity in the areas of Fresno, Visalia. I was just talking about that today. Is that weird on the feed? I was talking about Fresno, Visalia, Bakersfield, and even going up into Sacramento, the capital of California. So it's going to be a lot of chaos going down. There are like LA feeds here. Let's see. We're going to get you some more feeds too, so just hold tight. For those that didn't see, this is downtown Los Angeles right here. And it looks to me to be, that's an Apache, right? That's a Marine Corps helicopter flying through the high rises of Los Angeles, California. What do you guys make of that? Huh? Is that crazy news or what? All right, just give me a minute to pull up a few other feeds here. These are live feeds right now. This is Los Angeles here. This is so you gotta get a feel for how many people are out right now. Now this is just the beginning of the afternoon. I'm sure this is going to increase in number as it did yesterday. These rallies, riots, protests, whatever you want to call them, are only going to increase over time if they don't stop them quickly. These are very large protests with lots of things happening concurrently under the surface that a lot of people in America don't know what's really happening. They don't really see the big picture. Unfortunately, there's not a lot of big picture commentary here. I've been seeing flags from all over the world. I saw Russian flags with the communist hammer and sickle, Mexico flags, South American flags. I mean, you've got all these different countries now that are here representing what they believe is the takedown of America, that are in the midst of this takedown. What they say is that they're here to take things down. Look at all the police down there. They're massing again on the bridges. Last time that bridge was used as a battering ram. They were throwing things down onto the highway. The highway was taken over by the protesters. And will the protesters once again stop traffic on the 101? If you look underneath the building's edge there, you'll see all those National Guard standing underneath there. Those are all National Guard. You see where my cursor is right there? That's right there, right there. Those are National Guard underneath there. It's all National Guard troops protecting the federal building. It looks like something's going on over here where they're pointing guns at somebody or some kind of pepper spray or something. It looked like they had pepper spray guns pointed at somebody, it looked like. Hey, thumbs up the video, guys. Thumbs it up, share it everywhere you can. Are you guys seeing this feed on your are you seeing our video on your feeds? Just questioning those who are on YouTube. Do you see our video pop up on your feed? When we go live, do you see it pop up? Do you get an alert? Just want to know if you guys are all getting the alerts. And I'm talking about YouTube alerts, not just alerts, because yours, you may have enabled the alerts through Telegram, Locals, Patreon, or Twitter. But I'm asking you, do you get alerts through YouTube? Or is YouTube letting you know when? Okay, so Barbara says yes. Ann says yes. No alerts on YouTube? Okay, so how many of you are also seeing alerts on YouTube? Do you get a feed alert? Just wanting to make sure you're getting your feed alerts. Okay, you do. Okay, Troy says yes. Prepare Now says yes. Okay. God First, you have to go enable the instant notification on YouTube. And that's by going over the subscribe button area and then enabling the all or every notification by hitting the bell. And also make sure you're subscribed to our Telegram page. We alert everybody right there in real time whenever we go live. If you're not familiar with how our Telegram page works, just go download the app. It's a very important app for people's phones. If anything ever happens, you'll still have internet through your phone data, and you'll still be able to find out what's going on in the world. If for some reason, your power goes out or your internet in your local area goes out, you can still access information via your phone. And having that app is a very crucial part of finding out, connecting the dots and subscribing to channels that are going to put all that information like ours right out there in nutshell form. We're at Cliff Notes. You come over here and you find all the daily major news stories in Cliff Note form, so you don't have to sit there and watch the news 24/7 like we do. We'll just break it down for you and give you the highlights and the most important things that you need to know, and not to mention making sense of it all, explaining why, what, how, where, when, and also who is the one behind it all. And I'm not talking about Trump. Trump is just a puppet of the Most High. He's being used, even though he doesn't understand that he's being used for the ultimate purpose and goal and plan of God Most High. It is his story, this is his story. History is in the story of God himself. He's writing it. And I'm going to tell you what, guys, things are not looking good for the United States of America, let alone the whole world, because we are and have been the stabilizing currency, the world reserve currency for the global economy. And now that the global economy is making a great reset, America's dollar is falling, America's power is waning, and some would say, no, it's just now getting stronger, it's just now getting brighter, and the future is looking more golden. No, well, I would say the one that yells the loudest, that boasts the most, is usually the guy that doesn't know what he's doing. How many of you guys have heard that saying? The one that's the loudest, the quiet ones are the ones you got to watch out for. Places like China. Yeah, the Chinese, you need to watch out for China. Okay, it's not the boasting and the blusterous and the threatening and the one that's the loudest. Those are the ones that usually don't know how to fight. They're the ones that are going to be knocked right on their keister before they know it. Prideful, arrogant, and boastful, they take a great fall. What does the Bible say? Pride becomes before a fall, and a haughty spirit before destruction. Pride comes before a fall, and a haughty spirit before destruction. So if we are in the category of a haughty spirit, as we have someone that oversees our country that has great pride and great ego, albeit he's cloaking it with an altruistic motive. It's only for your benefit that I do these things. I'm taking the slings and the arrows for you. This is all because I'm your protector. I'm your savior. I'm the one that's going to bring peace to the world. He even said that he is peace. He didn't say I'll bring peace. He said I am peace. I am the embodiment of peace. And they say he's the Prince of Peace, the mighty God. He looks up and he says, I am the chosen. But anyways, you guys got to really look at what's going on here. Trump is the chaos candidate, according to your own, evangelical 7 Mountain Mandate preacher, Lance Walnew. He wrote the book called The Chaos President, and that's exactly, and he's a supporter and he's a big backer. He's talking about how Trump is a chaos, but he thrives in the environment of chaos. And it's because he's doing what they call chaos magic. And that's why all the occultists look up to Trump as a great enlightener, one that's bringing enlightenment to the world, that he's awakening the world to the new age. This is what they believe Trump is. Many are hoisting up Trump in the occult world as a great illumination to the whole planet, that he's bringing about an awakening. And he's the one that's bringing this about. Can you now see the hidden hand behind the occult hidden hand now behind the scenes, orchestrating, as he says, the whole world? He didn't say he runs America. He says he runs the world. He said that himself. In his own words, he says, I run the world. He didn't just say, he said, I run America, but he also says, I also run the world, right? This is his great boasts. He's a little Trump, or a little horn, as the Bible calls it, that makes great boasts. And is always talking about America the Great, or Babylon the Great, the Babylon the Great, America the Great, the revived Roman Empire. This is it. And it's going to be here for a little while, but what comes, according to biblical prophecy, what happens to Babylon the Great, you remember what happens? It's not good. And who is this false prophet that speaks and that gives life and breath to the image? The image that you have on your computer, it's called a computer image. And that image now takes on life. It becomes sentient. It begins to speak. And then it causes all, both bond and free, great and poor, great and small, rich and poor, to take a mark, a tracking, and a device that calculates, that is able to cause you to not buy or sell, because it tracks every aspect of every person's life on the planet. It's literally in your physical body, in your temple. This image is being set up in the temple, the holy temple, which is you, right? This is what mRNA is. It is the image that is being empowered by the AI that is connected to your cerebral cortex through injections Yes, this is what Elon says. We don't have to do a surgery on your brain. We just inject it through your veins and arteries. And these little nanobots, as Boris Johnson, the former president of Ukraine, UK, had said, these are like an armada of Star Wars nanobots swimming through your veins and swimming through your blood, picking off cancers and destroying things that are causing you to be unhealthy. These are little nanobots that'll ultimately flow into your cerebral cortex and self-assemble a interface so that you become the Internet of Bodies. Your physical body now becomes a node of the internet. You're literally going to become a node, sending and receiving information and having the mind of the AI, because there will be artificial intelligence wed with your being. This is what they're looking to do. This is what they're doing. You just ask Elon about this. This is all legitimate technologies that are being exploited right now. This is the image of the beast that is causing all to bow down and receive this mark. And this mark is technology that alters your DNA. It is literally genome splicing, where they can create anything in your physical body they want. And they can also edit you and affect your thoughts. They literally have it now where your thoughts can actually move cursors and speak. And if you're a paraplegic, you get this technology, and now you can use your brain to do things. All right, so let's continue to listen here. This one has no sound. It's just a helicopter cam. This is the sound one. Let's turn it up and see what they're saying. This has no sound either. What in the world is going on there? Make sure you share this feed everywhere you can. Thumbs up the video and comment on other posts. If you're in a chat room, you're in a forum, you're on Reddit, you're on YouTube, Facebook, Twitter, make a reference, post the link, share it, share the information, share the love, and let everybody know what they need to know about what's about to take place. Right here on Blazing Press channel, we're breaking it down, explaining all the 411 and the 911. We're also sounding the alarm, making sure everybody's prepared before it actually happens, giving you a heads up in real time. One thing that we do is we let you know before things happen. Many times we give you guys a heads up. Isn't that worth something? Isn't that worth something? It's worth a thumbs up. It's worth a share. Amen. How many of you guys out there are believers, by the way? How many of you guys actually believe the Bible is true? And it even has become much more clear to you that prophecy of Scripture, whether it's Daniel, Revelation, Jesus himself, the apostles, everything they said would come in the days in the future is actually happening right now. How many of you guys can say you agree and believe this with your whole heart? Type 1. And if you're of the opinion that this could be something else, maybe it's a book that, it's a great book, but you don't really esteem it as something that came from the very breath and the mouth of God, and that's okay. You can have your belief. I'm not in any way against anybody that has a different belief system, but I will definitely try to convince you. I will definitely try to bring that information to you, because I think it's going to be a matter of life and death, not just physical, but spiritual life and death. And I pray and hope that God makes that clear to you, not just me telling you, but that you know it by direct or divine revelation, right? It says that we can become partakers of the divine nature, escaping the corruption in this world caused by lust. So we can actually get past our fallen nature and come into a divine relationship that has the benefits of a direct divine nature that is imparted. So you become a part of the divine nature of God himself. Amen. How many of you guys want that? Everybody. I don't see why anybody wouldn't want that. I mean, that's what we were created for in the first place. There's a God-shaped vacuum. Have you ever heard that saying? There's a God-shaped vacuum in everyone's heart, and only God himself can fill it. Nothing else can fill it. It doesn't matter what you do, who you are, the people that you know, the fame and the fortune or whatever that you gained in this world will never compare to having that void filled with God himself. What does it profit a man or a woman if they gain the whole world and yet lose their soul? If your soul is lost, it's lost for eternity. If you gain the whole world, you only gain it for a period, if at best, if you're lucky, 100 years. That's it. And that's a breath. That's like a speck of dust in the whole of the world. If you're thinking about the dust on the sands of the sea, if you were to think of every little speck of sand, it would be just like one little piece of sand compared to the whole of the world. Your time in this world is very short. It's a vapor. It's here today, gone tomorrow. So make it count. Just like Jack said on the back of the Titanic as it was sinking, make it count. Because this ship is sinking, and it's going to sink fast. It kind of bobbed around for a little bit, and it kind of slowly sank, but as it began to take on more and more, quicker and quicker did it sink. It was going down fast at the end, wasn't it? I'll just say I'm that guy on the back of the ship, giving everybody their last rites as it's going down. You can look at me as that guy just giving the last rites as the ship is like vertical and everybody's holding on. Frodo Baggins. That's funny, Frodo. I do that all the time. I'll sit and watch a video and I don't have time to watch it, so I'll stick it at like 2 or 1.72, and the dude just sounds like a chipmunk. He's like, but my brain is able to it's called was it IO? Input output. Your input is it's a lot better than your output. Your output usually is a lot slower, but you got to have that fast input. Okay, breaking news. Large scale street fights are breaking out in Los Angeles, and LAPD just declared a citywide tactical alert. Okay, so we know about the citywide tactical alert, but there is video now of wide scale look at this.
Is it because they're fighting? Yeah, so that's the guy. Okay. So the guy there on the left, the bald guy that is being hit, I don't know if he's an agitator or exactly what happened, but whoever he is, the crowd is not fond of him. And that was the same guy that they were just kind of fighting with earlier. And now, for whatever reason, it's pushed over to this area here at Temple and Judge John Aiso Street. And it looks like they've got him pushed up against that kind of guard shack or that parking shack there. And I can't tell, but it looks like he's bleeding. He's bleeding from the head
from
now.
the ear or
They're
something.
throwing things at him. We've seen people punch him. So I don't know exactly what's going on. You know, this happened once or twice yesterday too, where the crowd kind of fought amongst themselves, but really not. Yeah.
No, we're seeing them with these flag poles, and we know that those poles can certainly be used as weapons.
Yeah.
It looks like some of the folks there are trying to protect that man. He seems to be trying to get away from the crowd, but there are some that seem to continue to go after him.
And Mike, in this ramp, where does this ramp
I believe this is
into?
a courthouse. Judge John Issa, let me go look here on my map. But yeah, I mean, this is kind of indicative of what's going on. You've got a group of people that wants this to remain peaceful, and you see that group of people trying to stop this fighting from happening. And then as we lose the chopper picture here for just a second.
Wow. That's not good. Beating him up, whoever that was. Maybe he was an informant. Maybe he's a cop. Who knows who he was. What? That same lady that is yelling like a crazy woman. Remember Nacho Libre? That is a crazy woman. That is a crazy woman. What is going on with this crazy woman? I had to turn that woman off, man. What's up with that lady, man? That's got to be the same lady. Sounds just like her from yesterday. That's kind of like Rusty the Rooster. You remember when we'd follow all the volcanic activity in Hawaii, and you always hear that rooster in the background, or anytime there was a major natural disaster, you'd always hear that Rusty the Rooster. He's always there. I don't know why. He just finds himself a little place right there in the back of a live stream to sound off. Everybody knows it's him, Rusty the Rooster. We got to dub her name. What are we gonna call that lady? Let's see if she's still yelling and screaming. Let's see. I can hear her. She sounds kind of like a cross between a demon and one of those death metal bands. You know those death metal bands when they start yelling and screaming? Doesn't she sound like a death metal band lead singer? Migrant houses set on fire by locals in Ballymena, Ireland. Oh, this is in Ireland. So there's a backlash on migrants all around the world right now. This was in Ballymena, Ireland. That woman, listen to that woman. She literally does sound like a death metal singer. Any of you guys ever heard death metal? It sounds terrible. You know what? I think this is I think that's video and audio from yesterday. This particular channel replays that same clip because that woman is not doing the same thing as she did yesterday. I'm telling you, that's got to be this channel. I think is replaying yesterday's footage. So I'm gonna just take that off. I think that's a replay. But this right here is all live. This is all live right here. Yeah, this footage right here is all live stuff right going on here.
Okay, Temple.
Okay, we got the helicopter guy now. Let's listen to what he had to say. Oh, he went off. These are all different live feeds. I believe some of these are in some other parts of the state. California being, or Fresno and Bakersfield being one of them.
Okay, Temple. I'm trying to keep all the F-bombs out of the shot. I'll do the best I can. They're all over the place. The producer's talking to me on UHF-1.
Look at how many people are gathering there.
Tripod. Grab it. Music on.
Okay. New feed. This is a new feed right here. We got the feeds that make the whole world sing. We got the feeds. We got the feeds.
Some people running up there to do some shit. I'm staying away from that.
Well, it looked like it was getting a weapon.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Like what? Like handgun? Sort of like something like that?
Something like that.
Did you hear what he said? That they have handguns and they're going up there? What? Listen to what he just said. We might have just caught something on live streams right now, just now. Look at what's going on over here.
Yeah, there's some bad shit going on up here. See these guys egging them on right here? Yeah. I'm not going up there. Not worth it. Let's see. Yeah, I don't want to be over here. They can throw shit at me, and I'm underneath.
They could be stabbing somebody.
Yeah,
that
could
have been a knife.
Yeah, it's true. Stay right about here. Don't worry, I will put you on. Want me to take a picture with you? Huh? You want a picture? All right. It's all good, buddy. Not speedy. He's speedy. Come on, get your back up. Yes, please. Get your inner gangster going. Good. Yeah. Sorry to grab you like that, but no. Appreciate you guys helping me. I think this is a. Did you ever check with that transmission?
I did. They said it was still up.
Good. They should be getting everything now.
Okay, we got some breaking news. Breaking news. All right. Every time we got good breaking news, make sure you hit that share button. Post it everywhere you can. Social media, get it out there. We're about to share some major breaking news. Another major breaking news moment right here on Blazing Press Channel. I was going to say Trumpet News. Trumpet News was our old channel. Why was I going to say Trumpet News? Because Trumpet News had millions of views per day. We had million plus views a day. For some reason, I'm getting a flashback to Trumpet News days. Is this going to be a breakout moment for Blazing Press? Are we going to start getting millions of views a day again? Well, with your help sharing and thumbsing it up and getting it up in the algorithms, we're going to be covering this all into the moment when it's all said and done. And who knows when that's going to happen. It could happen actually pretty quick. This guy is probably scanning everybody's irises. Which one? The guy on the camera? All right, here's the breaking news. You ready? Trump is deploying another 2,000 National Guard troops to Los Angeles, bringing the total to 4,000. So, because he's federalized the California National Guard, he has now authority, and he has the ability to bring and to activate them on behalf of the federal government. In addition to the 700 Marines that are en route, a total of almost 5,000 troops on the ground in Los Angeles. This is breaking news. Breaking news. Share it everywhere you can. It's going down. It's hitting the fan. As we said, protests are now happening in Fresno, California, Bakersfield, California, Seattle, Manhattan, New York, Los Angeles. I saw it in, there was another city in Los Angeles. I forgot the name of that city. It's definitely spreading. Just so you know. And these cars are way too loud. I'm going to turn it down. Sorry about that. It's a lot of honking.
Oh, it's my tripod thing. Thanks, Geraldine. Appreciate it. Yes. see, now we got mentally ill, weirdos, street takeover, lots of we see all these fucked up cars are just fucking destroyed. There's some Subaru here parked now, it's got the windshield smashed out.
Watch that. Preston, I think we're in that. Yeah. I think they got their shit fucked. I saw the big guy that was next to us earlier talking to the guys in the car.
Oh, that's Subaru?
Yeah, well, the big guy from earlier was talking to them.
What's it say? It says a sign in the front. I think that. I wonder if something's wrong with that Subaru. Like, that was a press car and they took it over or something. It's got a bunch of
It says no one is illegal. Uh-oh. They're taking over the street. They're going to start doing these burnouts, watch. That lady's going to fall out the car. Did you see that? So it says nobody is illegal on stolen indigenous land. No one is illegal on stolen indigenous land. So they're saying, oh, you know, you guys stole this land from the Mexicans and the Indians, and which we did. But, you know, that's what America did. But it's supposedly, you know, made a land that everybody could benefit from. But, you know, did it really work out that way? Well, the Indians don't really think that. And I'm sure that many black people feel the same. The Mexicans, yeah, we took over California. Didn't we take part of Texas too? Or did we buy it? I think we bought it. Didn't we buy it really cheap? I do like Mexican music when I'm going out, though, to those taquerias. I do love my tacos. My tacos and my burritos and my enchiladas. I just love them. In fact, I like that song by Weird Al Yankovic, Taco Grande. You ever hear that song?
Everybody's here for the ride.
Taco Grande. And he kind of does a rap about all the different types of Mexican foods that you can eat. Anybody ever heard that? That's the greatest song. Anytime I listen to that song, I get hungry. Molly. Let's see if I can find it here. Uh-oh. Again? That looks like Snoop Dogg. That looks like Snoop Dogg. What's Snoop Dogg doing out there? Snoop Dogg's out there on the streets. That look like Snoop Dogg.
We're close to getting that match. All these cars are stolen.
Not bad cars. Back in front.
Yeah. Like lethal pack.
I can only play like little segments of it because I don't want it to be like copyright. So you can only hear like little segments, okay? Just like, what, 5-second segments.
Taco.
Like you said, everyone's just pulling more and more people pouring.
If I play it too long, it'll be like, it'll be a copyright.
See them all on the wall and stuff. And see there,
Grande.
there goes our shitty car.
What the heck? What flag was that? Probably looked like a South American flag.
Hey there, control room, you up?
All right, I'm gonna just kind of cut to the.
Hey there.
It might be car.
Somebody's hot.
Yeah. Well, maybe it's our buddy doing down at
That works.
Yeah, like hot electrical or something.
Copy.
Taco.
Not yet. I'll do it after. But first, what's the situation? Well, no, they're in there. They are in there. Okay, but they're still, yeah.
Get on the track.
Maybe you can.
Yeah, I don't like this.
All right, so I think we got some more breaking news here. Let's see. Police are arresting many rioters outside the Federal Plaza in New York City. So rioters are now being arrested in New York City. Let's take a look at that footage. The footage out of New York City. Oh boy. Hold your horses.
Yeah, you can't really.
Hey there, Brandon. There's a group of protesters nose to nose with the National Guard, and they're right by the F word there. So I think that one right there on the wall. See the one on the bottom there where it says the F word. I think that's going to be kind of hard to avoid. Hey there, Nikolai. Go ahead.
What's your name? You want
What's my charge? What's the charge? I was on the fucking sidewalk. What's the charge? What's the charge?
Guys, push the line down. SRG, extend the line down. SRG, extend the line down. Guys, spread out a little bit.
Oh, sure.
Guys, spread out. Lean in. Spread the line, spread out a little bit. Spread out a little bit.
Here we go.
No KKK, no fascist USA. No arms. No KKK, no fascist USA. No arms. No KKK, no fascist USA.
That's right, David. We're up over the Federal Building along the 300 block of Los Angeles Street, where protesters are continuing to make their voices heard at the steps of the Federal Building along Los Angeles Street, just off of the 101 freeway, which is being guarded by California Highway Patrol, surrounded by LAPD. At the top of those steps are the California National Guard, as well as Homeland Security Police, guarding the front entrance of the office building. Now, on the right side of that entrance is a smaller group, a little bit rowdier, taunting National Guard troops at the top of the steps, and they are about nose to nose with the shields of those National Guard. However, those National Guard are standing their ground. They've retreated slightly, but you can see there is very little distance between those protesters and those shields. So that's another area of this front entrance of the building that we are keeping a very close eye on and hoping that there is no more escalation to speak of. Right now, again, most of this group is largely peaceful as they continue to shut down Los Angeles.
Mostly
Reporting live from
mostly
Air 7.
peaceful. He said it's mostly peaceful. It's a mostly peaceful protest. Just a little bit of poison in the apple, but mostly the apple's good. The most of the apple is gray. Just a little bit of poison in there. Just a little bit. Not too much, but just a little bit. But the apple is just beautiful. It's a beautiful apple. Take a big bite, but just mostly peaceful. But anyways, I'm going to leave it on this feed for a little bit here. We're going to leave it on this feed.
Here we go.
I'll be right back. I got to get a little lunch. A little late lunch.
Anything for social media.
I don't think it can. It sounds like a V6. It's not a V8. It's not.
V6 can do donuts. Anybody can do donuts with your car.
I don't know. This guy's like, I'm out of here.
That's not what you want to be like.
Stick around, bro. Yeah, that's true. It's not like they're gonna give you a ticket. Park wherever you want. I remember this guy from the same people who were at the other location are now over here. Here's our dudes. Hey, David. Good David, Matt, our crazy friend. I don't trust him with the flag at all. Oh no, there's a... Someone's getting killed. Just getting ran over by a car right in front of us. That's a media guy. We parked in front of him. We see the guy with the blazer or whatever. We parked in front of him the other day. He's like, just get me out of here. See, they're all live streaming from their phone. Like, hey, check me out. Here we go. How's business?
Okay.
Yeah, just okay?
Yeah.
You should be killing it.
I know. I'm doing pretty good, you know.
Is everyone being cool?
Well, you got that crowd. It's not everybody. That one crowd.
Yeah.
All ski masked up.
Yeah.
You know what? They're not even
Smart.
standing with the crowd.
Yeah.
I'm telling my people, they tell them, let's get us, because everybody, but still, we're not doing this shit. Trust me, if we have another round, I'm older, I'm 45. So I tell you, like they were chasing the guy with the protest. I tell them, let them protest. If he's doing American flag, you guys chasing him, let him alone. He's like, he just, come on, that's what it is. I'm gonna snap, you gonna fucking see your guy, and then you the rest of your life.
You got it.
So I tell them, so go with that shit. Do that shit so much.
That's what happens.
Because now,
They look fun.
them too, they don't want to be like it, and they want to push it, but they should. They're like, it's too many people who can't do that. It's just like back in the days when we didn't want somebody, what they did? They came with sticks and bats and fire, we coming to burn your house down. They want the good guy.
Wait a little longer. We're trying to get
But you know, people ask me different ways.
There's stolen car.
There's different ways like doing it.
Stay safe out there.
Yeah, that's the only thing I do. I mean, I'm out here selling without stealing. Like, I try to, I have to get real. They get out here like, yeah. But it's that one guy that can be sold out.
Gotta run. Stay safe, buddy. Okay, we're pulling back. Yeah. Get back. Just gotta pay attention. This guy does this. This is how someone dies. Huh? This is how people die. Yeah. Well, the thing is I've seen this guy do this before with other things. This isn't the first time, so. You got it. Let's see, this is the whole thing. See this little Instacam 360 thing he's got on his back? It's all about, like you said, it's all about ground. Yeah, it's all about the ground, baby. All about the ground.
Nicolette, can you hear me? The camo is National Guard and Homeland Security is the black.
Oh, look at he's selling weed, dude.
5 grams for a dub.
Oh, shit.
Good deal.
What's the truck throwing out? There's a truck throwing out stuff down there. See it?
Cases of things. Bottles, I think.
Wine
glasses?
What the hell is it?
Bricks? Who knows? I'll see what I can find for you.
They're heavy, whatever it is.
Yeah, they are heavy.
Grab them one-handed.
Yeah, that's weird.
Glass bottles, maybe? No, like wine glasses. Broken glasses, motherfucker.
No, that's weird. I wonder if they stole it from somewhere.
Oh, look, he's opening it over there.
Yeah, see what you can see. I'm gonna keep the shot on there.
Wanna go check it out?
Nah, I want you to stay with us. I would.
Next on his way too.
Their face shield or something.
Yeah.
Yeah, their face shield, right? So
A little closer.
Really?
look at the guy on the right has it in his hand right now.
Is that what you think they are?
Right now.
That's weird. Where'd they get those at?
Are we sure?
Look at the right side. There's a guy opening a box. He has a white
Copy.
t-shirt.
Yeah,
He has
look,
red ass.
they have the face covers. Visors.
Okay, I'll get your picture right now. He's opening it.
What are they giving out? Where? Out of the truck. Go check. Over there. Water bottle. Oh, man.
Yeah, you're right. I think they swiped them from someplace. They might be gas masks.
No, they don't have respirators.
Yeah, you're right.
They're respirators?
No, they don't have respirators. They use visors.
Visors?
Yeah. Like the COVID mask, like the clear right face.
Here we go. Watch the street, guys. Yeah, this is an RT.
See, look at the guy with the white hard hat.
Yeah, I see him.
Putting it on his right.
All with water.
Yo.
Those are cases of Crystal Geyser water. They're giving out COVID masks. They're giving out water.
Okay.
The thing is, I bet they swiped him.
All black, red beanie. Where was he last seen?
Yeah, those are professional
Los
level
Angeles, they just
riot
say
shields.
where.
Face shield, no respirator.
All black, red beanie. Flat arrows
Yeah, look,
down.
they have this starting to wear them in that corner right there.
Yeah,
They're like welder masks almost, tin.
yeah.
Yeah.
How far away is it? Sweet. Perfect. Just close enough.
I noticed a lot of them
Yeah,
in the field way
and direction.
So.
It's funny too. It's like pretty simple guy back here. He's on trouble.
Hey there, come in. Copy that.
I've been going to this shit since I was 14, man. I used to see y'all.
For the cops, they're gonna start coming from that one. There's Boss. See, that's my concern.
How far down there?
How far? There, we know they're there. As soon as they declare. Yeah, but they gotta do that first.
I'm saying they're gonna do that, give everyone fucking money.
They'll do it with the bullhorn out of the helicopter. Illegally, they can't do it.
No, but they're gonna. That's my chess move right there. That's what's gonna happen.
Yeah, and they'll start, like you said, they'll shove,
They already bought some free signs. Yeah.
That's right. We're continuing to keep an eye on this very large but yet peaceful protest so far today along the 300 block of Los Angeles Street, right in front of the Federal Building, where there are about 600 to 700 people gathered at the steps of the Federal Building. There's another group over there heading back towards Aliso, more towards the 101 freeway, where there is a whole contingent of LAPD and CHP officers prepared to protect the freeway and the freeway overpass. Right here, you can see at the top of those steps, the National Guard on the right, Homeland Security in those black uniforms on the left, and the whole crowd basically standing their ground at the bottom of those 7 steps. If we pan over to the right just a little bit, there's a closer confrontation brewing with protesters encroaching under the overhang there and coming face to face with some of those National Guard troops there who have their shields up and are not taking the bait yet. Right now there's a lot of taunting and yelling going on, some flag waving you can see there, but again, for the most part, this has remained almost entirely peaceful so far today, thankfully. Reporting live from Air 7, I'm Chris Christie, ABC 7 Eyewitness News. The answer is not as far as we have been able to tell. You are looking at the west side of the Federal Building. This is the closest that protesters have gotten to the entrance to the building, and in fact, the closest they have gotten today to the actual National Guard. What's interesting is on the east side of the building, where the detention center is, the LAPD has created a buffer zone along Alameda Street to prevent protesters from getting too close to the National Guard or the Homeland Security officers who are defending the building. If they can keep the feds away from the protesters, that'll alleviate a lot of the chaos that we saw last night. The anger here is directed squarely at the feds, not the LAPD. Reporting live from Air 7, I'm Chris Christie, ABC 7 Eyewitness News.
Say one more. Do you have any water?
Yep.
All I do is red. It's loud enough where I can
good? Why are you guys all sunburned? I don't know. Weird. Who was the smart guy to come bald and no hat?
You know what, man?
Mister, I've done this a few times.
You know what? When I woke up late, which I will openly admit, I just scrambled and was like, "Let me get out the door." I fell asleep.
Oh, you mean you didn't prepare the night before?
I did.
This camera's always hot. My audio's always hot as well. Good to know. Good to know. And they're all like, this is the spot. They're all different directions.
And I thought you wanted to get that wartime journalism.
Huh?
So I thought you wanted to get that wartime journalism.
Really? Whoa. Are you serious? I need some confirmation of that. If you see anything that really identifies it at all, it looks like it. I agree with you. That's what it looks like. Oh.
What we got?
Show me.
Grab tripod or watch it. Someone come with me.
Sure. Javier, with him?
Someone with me. Let's go. Come on. Don't worry, I'm not going real close. There we go.
That's a reporter.
Yeah.
All right, go back to the front. Show me the front. I want to see those National Guard again. Show me the entrance. Yep.
What's going on down here with the car?
Got your tiger?
Yeah, I already got a bunch of them. It's not worth the backlash I could get. Hold on, what's going on down here? I think it's time to go. How do you feel?
What's the purpose of closing the road?
Were you hearing that?
can we walk that way? Sir, can we walk that way?
You do anything you want until you can.
Well, no, exactly. That's why I'm asking. No, but like, I don't want to get out of here.
Are you from Australia? Do you live in LA all the time?
Oh, Astoria. I did mean Astoria, Queens.
Oh, welcome to LA. This is another day. Go get some good food while you're here. They probably will let you now move around a bit. The more.
Yesterday I would just ask them to like.
Yeah, but I would do what you want to do sooner than later. Like right now, if you need to go over there, you can get there. You won't in another 10 minutes.
Can we do an orbit? We'll come back to the spot.
They're just tired of this. It'll get worse. The problem is it's pretty quick. Do not be here after dark. And they
it's 10 to 3.
Yeah, well they'll go after the media here pretty quick.
I know.
Okay.
But I mean, after dark, I'll put on vest and everything.
Okay.
It's just too hot right now.
Oh, totally.
I know I don't look like I'm ready for it right now.
No.
In the evening.
You're fine.
It's like I can't just suffer as a vests and lights. I was standing over there and the protesters started shooting like balls or something at the cops. I was like, oh my god, they're gonna shoot back at me right now. This is right next to me.
Yeah.
It's like that is not great position.
Where's Nikki at? Is she close by?
Right here next to
I think we'll be okay here for a minute. I'm gonna get up against the wall, but
more protectors coming. They just unloaded a bunch of water.
who did? Oh yeah. Those are Gatorades. Grab some. I want some.
Yeah, say, want me to grab you one?
No, not enough. Unless you feel it.
Grab water. So
Yeah, grab whatever you can.
Beautiful Harley. Beautiful Harley. I like overtime
Oh, it's the same guy.
All right, guys. Robert here. We got some breaking news. Some breaking, big, huge, earth-shaking, nation-shaking, the United States shaking news. We have some major shaking, breaking news. This is like huge escalation like we've never seen before. Are you guys ready? Are you ready to hear this breaking, shaking, escalation news? Okay. Make sure you share the feed everywhere you can. Share it everywhere you can as I'm about to disclose this information that is breaking, shaking, national awakening to the reality of our baking news. We're literally about to be shaked and baked. Yes, A-Dub. A-Dub is right. We're going to be shaken and baking. We're going to be shaken but not stirred. We're going to be shaken and not stirred. This is the way they do it. Here they shake us and they don't stir. Not stirred, but shaken. Shaken but not stirred. Okay, here we go. Are you ready? Are you ready to find out what's about to happen? All right, so let's post this really quickly. Okie dokie, karaoke, here we go. All right, there's still so much going on here. Gosh darn it. My goodness. I've got allergies. I've got terrible allergies right now. Hold on. What's going on here? Hold on. Are they hitting them with pepper spray?
Okay.
That's where we're at right there. Look, those two pictures are of the same place. The one from the top and this guy right here. He's right there. He's right where they're showing that from the sky cam. This is exactly where we're looking at on the ground right here. That's the ground footage of that dude. See that guy?
Where'd you hear that, Tyler? And what exactly did he say?
I thought that was it. Maybe not. Wait, they're about to say something. Before I get into that breaking news, just hold tight. I still got that breaking news alert. This is huge escalation, breaking, crazy, shaking, baking news. I'm about to share with you. I'm about to share with you guys, so just get ready.
That's right. This crowd continuing to grow and get a little bit louder. Even reports of eggs being thrown in the direction of the LAPD. There are several skirmish lines set up on the north and south side. The federal building along Los Angeles Street, and that large group that we've been showing you all afternoon that was gathered right there at the front steps of the federal building, well, they have actually thinned out quite a bit and started to spread out a little bit as they approach some of those other choke points around this building. So the crowd is getting a little bit restless. The National Guard standing their ground at the top of the steps, a developing situation we're going to continue to watch all afternoon.
He said they're throwing eggs. How can they be throwing eggs? Eggs are so valuable. That's like throwing diamonds or something that's so hard to get. They're throwing eggs. Can you believe it? And they're even golden eggs. They're throwing golden eggs. All right. All right, so we got some major breaking news. All right, so is everybody here? Is everybody gathered around? Some major breaking news. This is huge. Alert. You see those dots? Civil war. Listen carefully. Civil war spreads across America. Democrat militants declare nationwide day of defiance. NoKings.org calls on protesters to rise up. NoKings.org calls on protesters to rise up and protest ICE and the federal government on June 14th. June 14th is the parade. Is the parade of Donald Trump with all of his military equipment inside of D.C., right? Now, some are saying that this is a cover for something more nefarious that the administration knows is about to hit the fan, that has to do with lawlessness and military operations that are going to be taking place within the country. So is this what is happening? Is this coordinated? Is there something here that's actually happening that we can't see, that is being blurred out by this supposed day of Trump's birthday parade? This military parade that is supposed to be his birthday happening on the same day as this day of civil unrest is declared in all of these areas around the nation. What is going on? So it says No Kings is a nationwide day of defiance, organizers wrote, from city blocks to small towns, from courthouse steps to community parks. We're taking action to reject authoritarianism. No more than 100 pro-democracy advocacy groups, and these are groups, are partnering to organize the No Kings events. So these aren't just the events on the ground. These are groups that are that are supposedly pro-democracy. Usually that is a code word for more of a socialistic kind of communistic style government. But it goes on to say millions of Americans are estimated to protest in more than 1,500 cities across all 50 states and commonwealths, organizers said. This is only in about 5 days. And this is going to continue to escalate. This is according to Axios. Axios.com. The 700 Marines that were deployed to Los Angeles are making final preparations to depart the base, per U.S. Northern Command. Hundreds of heavily armed Los Angeles sheriff's deputies are now arriving to the area near the ICE building. They brought some firepower. What kind of firepower did they bring? They're going to kill people. There's people going to die. You just got to understand, guys, Trump is going to prepare. He's going to try to stop this by having examples, setting examples. If people want to risk their lives, then, that's what they're going to do. But there won't be a lot of people. Like, if you don't have a consequence and people don't die, then there's going to be a bum rush of leftists and of everyone else and their brother. This is the thinking. This is what I think is the logic behind what they're doing. Is they're going to show an excessive amount of force to try to quell anybody having second thoughts about going out to protest. If you thought, oh, wow, I'm going to go out and protest, but hey, there was people that were being killed out there yesterday, maybe you won't go out and protest, Elon Musk followed Charlie Kirk and Stephen Miller again on X. I guess he had stopped following them. He was mad at Stephen Miller. I know that. I don't know what about Charlie Kirk. Anyway, here's the Ayatollah of Iran, and it says here that Iran says that it will publicly release all classified information that it obtained on Israel's nuclear facilities. So this is a really big deal. This secret intel that they were given about Israeli nuclear program, because everybody knows Israel's got nukes, but it's not really a publicly acknowledged thing. Okay, so it's like everybody else shouldn't have nukes, but Israel, oh, well, we don't really hold them accountable, even if they do. But nobody really knows for sure, but they do. They do. Everybody knows it. And so the Iranians are trying to say, hey, if Israel can have them and you allow Israel to have them, then we should be able to continue to develop our program and or keep our nukes that we have and use them if we're being threatened by Israel that does have nukes and also has a nuclear program, especially since we got all the plans and all the documents that expose where these plants and these secret facilities are, because they are underground. And maybe the Iranians can hit those underground facilities with their hypersonic tacticals. And maybe they do have tactical nukes too, They don't seem to be in any way flinching at Trump. They don't seem to be backing down. They don't seem to be flinching at the flexing of the U.S.'s muscles, not to mention the Israelis talking about taking them out on a daily basis. They do not seem to be at all one whit even worried. And that makes people concerned that maybe Iran does have something up their sleeve. They actually know something, and they have the ability to make good on this threat. See, it's always like the quiet ones. Like I said, be careful about the quiet ones. The quiet ones are the ones you got to be careful with. It's not the loud, boisterous boasters that are out there always boasting. Those boasters are the ones that normally it doesn't mean anything. In fact, they're the ones that get knocked down most quickly. So there's some kind of a dispersal order, I guess. They're saying it's going to be issued here in a moment. Something's going to go down here pretty soon. So let's just keep an eye on this, okay, guys? I'll definitely be
Large and peaceful protest that is starting to wrap up here on Los Angeles Street in front of the federal building. Problem is, you had about 600 or 700 people gathered at the steps protesting, and now that a dispersal order appears to have been given, the crowd has thinned out dramatically. It's not as many people, but the few who remain out here are starting to really get a little bit more animated with those skirmish lines, those LAPD skirmish lines on both the north and south side of the federal building along Los Angeles Street, still standing their guard, doing their best to protect the freeway entrance. Reporting live from Air 7, I'm Chris Christie, ABC 7 Eyewitness News. Thank you. Hey there, Carolina, you up? Yeah, we've got some activity here. They're throwing things. Oh. Copy that. Copy that. Copy that. Yeah, Mark, things are getting a bit more tense here along Los Angeles Street. You saw that crowd start to disperse away from those front steps about a half hour ago, and now things have gotten a little bit testy as the crowd moved towards the LAPD skirmish line, towards the 101 freeway. LAPD was quick to push back, have reinforcements behind them with arrest teams, now moving them further south along Los Angeles Street to keep them away from the freeway as they prepare to give that official dispersal order. Now, it may have already been given. I cannot tell you for sure yet, but we know that they are preparing for that because they have taken a few objects to their face shields. That we just saw moments ago, somebody, a young woman took a handbag right to the face of an LAPD officer. We've seen several other things being thrown at those officers, and they tell us they are also taking eggs that are being passed around down there as well. So things are getting much more tense. They are moving them closer to the federal building, but I presume they're going to move them all the way up to Temple Street eventually as they continue to push back on this crowd. I should say, as of this moment, we have not seen any rubber bullets or tear gas fired at all so far. They are taking some aggressive actions, but so far, no use of those less lethal weapons, Mark. Yeah. I was just going to say, we should also reiterate that this started as a protest that at its peak, I think, was maybe about 800 people strong in front of the federal building. That crowd has dissipated, and what you're looking at here is a fraction of what we started with. This was an entirely peaceful protest up until about the last few minutes where they start to have these confrontations, and now you have the tit for tat with a lot more interaction between law enforcement, mainly the LAPD, and those protesters who are not so quick to go home and call it a day. And this is the part of the day where the peaceful protest has wrapped up or is wrapping up. It is in its closing moments. And now you have the more aggressive protesters, the more adamant ones who are refusing to go home. And within that group, we know there are agitators and instigators who are willing to throw things at law enforcement, which is how these things start to degrade over time as the sun goes down. So right now, we're watching them push back. I think the goal right now, the main goal for LAPD is to keep them away from the 101 freeway. That's why they are pushing them south. Eventually, I think they will try and contain them in that Temple, Los Angeles street area, if I'm not mistaken. But they might push them further south. I think at all cost, they're going to try and keep them away from the 101 freeway. To answer your question, we just got off the phone a few minutes ago, maybe about 5 or 10 minutes ago, and they said they were preparing to issue that dispersal order, but it had not quite been given yet. There are reports going around that it had been given. We double-checked. They said it hadn't been given yet. If that has changed in the last few minutes, I would not be surprised. It certainly appears, just from what we're seeing here, that they are taking the actions of a police department that has basically expecting this crowd to disperse. They are expecting this crowd to move and disperse. That's why they are moving on this crowd. Whether the official order has been given, I can't confirm. Well, just from the numbers, it appears by my eye to be a little bit more. The departments between CHP, the Sheriff's Department right there, and LAPD, they appear to be even more prepared than last night. And I think they were pretty well prepared over the weekend as the weekend grew on. But they are definitely intent on moving this crowd. Very interesting to see here, though. It looks like some tear gas or something may have been deployed. We see that smoke. Can't confirm. You can see it's coming from underneath that overpass. We'll see where that smoke is coming from. We'll mark that spot. But real quick, Josh, tilt up for me just a bit. I want to really draw this line here. Take a look at the National Guard right there as they move adjacent with the LAPD. They are going to stay right there. Tilt up just a little bit. On the bottom, you have SEB moving in. That's the Sheriff's Department in those SUVs hanging on to the truck. On the top, you have the National Guard. Those are the feds, and that is the group that has been taking the brunt of the anger during the last 4 days and all through today. Those are the guys that have been called in over the weekend. The ones in the black uniforms are Homeland Security officers who have been taking the brunt of the anger from the crowd. And as recently as just about a half hour ago, they were nose to nose with those feds. But that's where all of the anger was being directed. And now as LAPD starts to push the crowd back, now they are starting to take the brunt of the anger. But there's been a real delineation between where the focus of the protest has been going, and it has been going squarely towards the feds, not towards local law enforcement. We will see if that continues. No worries. No worries. How much? Put it on my window again. What do you say? Got it, got it. You're good. You're good. Okay, copy that. Whenever you're ready. There's some tight shots. About 5 minutes max. 5 minutes? Correct. What are they doing? You don't know. With what? Okay, let me know when you see him. Let me know when you see him. Copy that. More or less. What you got? What was that? Which way? Do you know? From the southeast, copy. At him, at there. Oh, I wish we could stay till he gets here. I know we can't. I'm just... Is he orbiting? Where'd he go? Out there. We're just about done. Copy. Yep, we're good.
All right, guys. So this is Robert. Things are definitely picking up. Things are definitely picking up. You're gonna be seeing things turning violent here. It says protesters launch items at the police line. Police unleash less than lethal on protesters. Chaos ensues. You guys need to watch some of this video. I'm going to be posting here, showing you what's going on here. So let's take a look. This is sorry about the sound. It was a little bit too much there, but all right, here we go. It's going to get crazy, guys. Things are about to get crazy. All right, here we go.
You're fucking traitors! No! Don't shoot me! Don't shoot me, you fucking traitors! I got shooting over here! We're not doing nothing! We're not doing nothing! Fuck you! He fucking left! Why are you shooting? We're not doing nothing! Fuck you! Look at you! Hey, don't throw shit, bitch! Look at you!
Okay. This feed keeps going out, it looks like. Shaken, not stirred. Whoa, look at all those people down there. Look at that. Look at that. It looks like it's about to go down there. Oh, look, there are conflicts going on right now. They're shooting people. Look. Ice, baby. Dun 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 dun. Dun 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 dun. Look at they're coming in with the trucks behind there. Do you see them? I don't know if those are those National Guard or not. I don't know if that's National Guard or if that's something else. They're all coming out of the trucks right now.
Submit yourselves therefore to God. Resist the devil, and he will flee from you. Draw nigh.
Perfect timing. That's probably what we need to be listening to right now. Why don't we just let that play on in the background while we watch this? My wife said, "You need some coffee. You're making me sleepy."
Nigh to God, and he will draw nigh to you. Cleanse your hands, ye sinners, and purify your hearts, ye double-minded. Be afflicted, and mourn, and weep. Let your laughter be turned to mourning, and your joy to heaviness. Humble yourselves in the sight of the Lord, and he shall lift you up. James chapter 4, verses 7 to 10. The reason why many cannot find peace. A sermon delivered on Lord's Day morning, April the 7th, 1878, by
Yeah, it looks like it's kind of going down there. Hold on.
Occurred earlier today at an elementary school. One landline has been shown up at the residence.
Visually where it's coming from, but it sounds quite close to me, and right now I'm actually not around it. The nearest police are on the other side of the freeway. Yep, the nearest police are on the other side of the freeway. Overpass.
Hand corner, you're seeing lots of activity right now. Is that Matthew Seedorf's picture? That's Laura Diaz, who's joining our coverage for the first time. Laura, I don't know if you can hear me yet. Laura, what's happening? It seems like there's, we'll give you a moment. It appears that there's a lot of activity happening right there, and people are on the move as we get that mic ready to go. Laura, what's happening from your perspective?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, we got you.
Can you hear me? Okay, so what's been happening is that the crowd is being moved down Los Angeles Street. There was a standoff here earlier, a large crowd swelled. There might have been about 400 people here at one time, and then they started approaching the LAPD, who were lined up on the very intersection of LA Street and Temple Street, and at that point they were trying to get the crowd to go back. there was sort of a back and forth movement. At one point, we did see that there was, smoke bomb released and just an effort to try to get people to move. They don't want to be overwhelmed by the crowd. So at this point now, they are moving down LA Street. I would say the temperature's coming down a little bit from where it was earlier, but it's been that push and pull for about the last hour that we've been standing here. So this is an effort to try to get the crowd moved out. We see the LAPD. We also see the National Guard. I'm told that there are police departments from various parts of Southern California. Some 10 police departments have come in to assist the LAPD. But right now, this is sort of the calm after the crescendo as people are being pushed back away from the federal building, headed down towards First Street. And that puts them, pretty close to the LAPD headquarters. But it's an effort to try to control the crowd. And I think not get this to spill out any further than it is. But that's what I've been witnessing over the last hour. We've seen people carrying signs. We hear expletives. Some people are peaceful. Some people are really fired up and doing things they shouldn't be. At one point, heaving bottles, rocks. And then they kind of back off and they kind of go back on their haunches and wait to see what's happening next. So that's what's happening here at this hour, Alex and Christine.
So that the bottles and rocks, that to you is the crescendo that you're talking about.
Yeah, that's what caused the LAPD to have to step it up on their end and, get people to move back. And there's any number of ways you can do that, right? First they ask you to do it, and then if you don't follow the order, then it steps up from there to flashbangs, smoke bombs, and a couple of the pepper bullets going out. So that's the story here live.
All right, Laura Diaz, thank you for that. Down the road from where Laura is, Christina Gonzalez is standing by. Looks like you got lots of law enforcement around you now.
Over here on the right, can you see me? Okay, so on the right, if you can see, we are behind the officers that Laura is in front of. And what is happening is like this gentleman who did not move when they asked him to. They're trying to get everybody out of the way. He kind of fell back and they did not arrest him. They're shaking hands. You can see that they're giving him back his bike. What they're trying to do is what we talked about before. They want to get the entire area around the federal buildings cleared. And as they move forward, let me show you what this looks like behind us, because this is really impressive. Remember that area we came from? Check it out. So these all the way, that's the federal building across the street. You see the personnel vehicles, the armored vehicles. It goes all the way back. And that is where we were standing a little while ago that you saw that big crowd. So now what they're going to try to do is try to disperse this crowd as we move back, as we come back. Every one of these vehicles is full of personnel, and they're ready and waiting. They're hoping this crowd, which is, when we counted it last time, and Laura might have a better number now, or the helicopter, it's about 100 people, what I call the hardcore people. They are being told, I'm listening to the speaker, you have to move back. You need to move back. I have not heard the official order of dispersal, which is very specific. Right now, they're trying to move them back to get them out of the way, to clear this area. And by default, they're losing people as they move away. The crowd is definitely smaller than it was before, but definitely a show of force by LAPD and trying to get people out of the way. We did see a little while ago a couple of arrests. I couldn't tell you how many altogether. I've seen maybe 3 or 4.
Yeah.
No more than that at this point. The crowd is moving back, but I'm sure we'll get numbers later.
All right.
But again, they're pushing them back. Back to you guys.
All right, Christina, thank you. We want to bring into the conversation right now Congressmember Laura Friedman, who joins us now from Washington, D.C. Congressmember, your basic thoughts as you watch everything that's happening in your hometown right now.
Well, people are very upset about the way that Trump is enacting these policies now in Los Angeles. And we've been hearing about it for not just the last few days, but for quite a while. And since the raid started, we've heard so much concern from community members. And I can tell you, I got a daughter who's in 6th grade right now. She'll be graduating next week. And we just got a notice from her school basically warning people that if your children are undocumented or if you have undocumented family members, maybe don't go to school this last week. Don't even finish the last week of school. So this is something that has struck a lot of fear across Los Angeles, and you've seen it with the number of people who have been coming out on the streets to protest.
Do you think that there should be a punishment for being in this country illegally? And if so, what should that be?
Look, I think that we have a dysfunctional immigration system at this point. And before I came into Congress last year, there was a bipartisan bill to shore up the border and to have some sorts of immigration reform to try to bring a little bit more resources and more sense to what's happening. And if that bill that was bipartisan came forward right now, I would be happy to vote for it. We do need security at the border. We need to have a process that's fair, that can vet people adequately, and put people who deserve to be here, people who are seeking asylum, people who have reasons to be in the United States, give them a path to citizenship that makes sense. That's what I would like to see happen.
But, you know, ICE would say that they have deportation orders ordered by a court for the folks that they're going after. And that when they were trying to do that, a lot of folks were getting in their way and impeding them, throwing stuff at them and stopping them from doing their jobs.
Well,
what should happen in these scenarios?
Well, look, let me be clear about two things. First of all, if there are people who are throwing things at police officers, who are throwing bottles and rocks, people who are setting vehicles on fire, they should be arrested and held accountable for that. That is completely unacceptable in any circumstance. And I'm, you know, and local officers are, as you can see in the split screen, are there to try to keep the peace. But we have had people come to our office who are in the process of going through immigration who have been picked up. We have people who have been going to court dates, who have been nabbed by ICE while they were at the courthouse trying to immigrate legally into this country. So we're seeing a very scattershot process. And the president himself has said that he wants to focus on people who are dangerous, people who are gang members, people who are criminals. I have no problem with going after people, whether they have a visa or they don't, who are criminals in this country, who are committing crimes. But when we see people who are working as gardeners, people who are working in the back of restaurants being picked up, that's not what the president said he was going to use precious ICE resources on. So we have a finite number of ICE officers. We have a finite amount of resources, and those should be used to focus on people who pose a danger to this country. That's what President Trump promised, but that's not what we are seeing right now.
How do you think we get this situation under control? President Trump thinks the way to do this is to send in the National Guard and send in the Marines. And they would point out the fact that, look, it's not totally under control right now. You still got people in the streets. You still have people doing damage. What do you think is the way to fix this?
Well, as someone who lives in the county of Los Angeles and is a former mayor of a city, I have faith that local law enforcement, plus the hundreds of California Highway Patrol officers that have been sent, have the ability to get this and keep it under control. And the governor has had the ability to bring in the National Guard if the local police felt that they weren't capable. But you just heard Chief McDonald, the LAPD police chief, and you heard the county sheriff talking about how they have the resources and they are perfectly capable of dealing with this. And, you know, what I'm worried about are this. I'm worried about the thousands of people who you've seen come out, who are very peaceful and exercising their First Amendment rights. I'm afraid of an escalation, having Marines who are wonderful officers, amazing, brave, you know, soldiers that have volunteered to defend our country, but are not trained in non-lethal combat, who are not trained in crowd control the way that local police officers are. I don't know what the coordination is with those Marines and with our local police. There's a lot of unanswered questions, and the last thing any of us want to see is innocent, peaceful protesters somehow seeing this escalate and being put in any kind of danger.
Why don't you show us that picture one more time for a second so we can get a good shot of it. So what are we looking at here?
This was the protest that I believe was yesterday. There was a lot of SEIU members, union members, and they were protesting the arrest of David Huerta, the SEIU leader. There were thousands of people on the street peacefully protesting against the ICE raids and against the arrest of David Huerta. and they were peaceful. They were exercising their First Amendment rights, as our Constitution, guarantees. And I, like you, I hate to see people creating the kind of chaos and danger that we've seen with some individuals, burning cars, throwing rocks. That's, like I said, completely unacceptable, and it's harmful to the cause of these other folks who are marching and assembling peacefully and exercising their rights. And those people who are creating that kind of danger to police officers and to protesters should be arrested and held accountable.
Congressmember Laura Friedman, thanks so much for sharing your views and staying up late for us tonight in Washington. We really appreciate it.
Thank you.
We're going to get a different view from Congressman Kevin Kiley in a moment, but with this breaking right now, we want to go back to our colleague Christina Gonzalez on the ground.
I don't want to hit you.
Christina, you're...
Yes, okay, let me, sorry about that. I was trying to position myself. So what is going on here is that we are continuing down Los Angeles Street. The pace has definitely picked up with these officers moving the crowd back. We're passing First Street at this point. We're passing LAPD headquarters, where they actually had some damage last night. And at this point, they're asking us to move to this side over here on the sidewalk, because what they want to do is take the square of LA and First Street and secure it. At this point, you've probably lost about 1/3 of the crowd that we originally had. And they are saying to people that at this point, if they continue, they're going to get arrested. So they're starting that process. We've seen a couple of people get picked up. This is what's left over of the crowd. We can probably go around this side. Do you want to go over here to this side behind the officers? Let me see if we can give you a better point of view. And these are, you can see the non-lethals that they are carrying. Let's see. No, we can't get on that side right now because I got to stay on this side of the officers. I cannot cross this officer's line. But you see behind them, there's about maybe 30 people. And on this side, on the right, there's a few more. We can move back, sir. Yes, sir. But you get a sense that what's happened is they've cut the crowd into 4 different sections, 3 sections actually. And by that, in that way, diminishing the number they have to deal with in one particular front. So they now have 3 fronts, one along Los Angeles, one along First Street, and then on the other side of Los Angeles, they got the guys with the motorcycles doing wheelies back here, not leaving. Can you see them from my side? Yeah, I think you can. And then on the other side, you have people with flags and so forth, and they're kind of trying to push them back. Now, what is also interesting, and I don't know if, as they were moving the crowd back, let's see if you can see there's vehicles going down the street there. Those were people who were kind of driving into this without knowing. So what they're doing now is we're moving past this area. Let's go back here to the side. And they're going to do their formation to try to push that side of the crowd away onto the other street. Again, this is a way of diluting the crowd into smaller numbers and securing an intersection. That way, they don't have everybody just on one side. Here comes the second line. We may be asked to move back. Which way, sir? Which way do you want us to move? This way? Okay. Oh, that way? Okay, sir. Thank you. So they're now putting us with the people, which may be interesting, but now you have a formation. What they will do is this is the formation that's going to deal with the guys with the motorcycles and so forth. Sometimes they want us behind, sometimes they want us in front. You see on the other side of First Street, that's the group with the flags, and that's the group that you had over there. So if you can hear me, we've got now a crowd diminished to about 50 people or so. And that's what's going on at Los Angeles and First Street, which is right next to the headquarters of Los Angeles Police Station.
Gonzalez, thank you for that. And you are seeing a lot of these tactics. Jim McDonald talked about the years and years of practice.
And if you're trying to talk to me, I cannot.
All right, we will get back to Christina when we can get our signal established again. We want to check in quickly with Laura Diaz as well.
Yes, Alex and Christine, I'm standing here on the corner of Main Street and Temple. And so we're right across from LAPD headquarters. What you've seen happen is that the crowd has moved south. They've all now gravitated to this corner. Some people are still driving around in vehicles going in circles. Others are on foot. Some are on bicycles, but there's just kind of a sense of milling about the city, if you will. So this is what we're finding at this hour, that people are just kind of walking around, taking in the scene. Some are taking time to express their opinions. Others, seem very angry, but it's really a mix of people out here. Some people are actually, selling stuff to drink and like that. We just heard, I think, a flash bomb go off. So they're trying to control the crowd. If they get too close to the police, then they're put in a position where they have to get the crowd to walk back. Usually what happens is they ask them to do that first. And if repeatedly they don't respond to that command, then eventually law enforcement is put in a position to have to get people to walk back so that they don't get overcome by the crowd. I apologize for that bad language. Some people walk by. I can't control what they say. But so that's the scene right now. But we are standing in front of LAPD headquarters. I remember when it was built and Bill Bratton telling me how proud of it he was because of the glass. He said it was the people's police and that it would be transparent, and he thought it would be a place of hope for people. I'm sure if former Chief Bratton is watching now, what he's seeing is all of the law enforcement here and the people demonstrating in front of police headquarters. We're not far from City Hall East. We are basically at the seat of government where we are right now. We just walked down from where the federal building is. We're now by City Hall. Not too far from here is the county seat. So what we are seeing is we're seeing the assembly of people here, and they're all expressing themselves, some in a very animated way, others in a more dignified way. Laura Diaz reporting live as we hear them.
Sorry that you're
police making an effort to control the crowd.
Sorry you're having to go through that. Our thanks to Laura and hopefully her. Yeah. All right. I'm not going to get myself in trouble. We'll just move on from that and that guy. We look at those pictures there. We're also awaiting, in a moment, we're going to hear from Republican Congressman Kevin Kiley to get his perspective on all of this. We've heard the Democratic perspective a lot, and it's interesting to hear the Republican perspective as well. It looks like there's a bit of movement at the top of that screen. Now we're going to bring in Kevin Kiley, who is the congressman who is joining us live right now. Congressman, thanks so much for staying up late with us. We appreciate it.
You bet.
Your big takeaway from all that's going on.
Well, it's horrifying what we've seen, the chaos that has been unleashed in Los Angeles due to the reckless policies of Gavin Newsom and Karen Bass, who have, first of all, were complicit in the Biden border crisis where millions of people came into the country. It was worse in California than anywhere. And then they've adopted sanctuary policies, which directly stop ICE and federal immigration authorities from being able to arrest the most dangerous of these folks in custodial settings, in jails, forcing them to conduct targeted operations within the community. And that's what ICE was doing, standard operations targeting people who have criminal convictions or existing deportation orders, the same thing that administrations, Democrat, Republican administrations have done. Barack Obama deported millions of people, and yet you had the likes of Gavin Newsom and Karen Bass, as well as state-funded NGOs, by the way, that essentially egged on these rioters. And so we saw unbelievable acts of violence, scenes that you've all been playing on your station of cars being lit on fire. This should not be happening anywhere in our country. And frankly, the blame lies with the governor and the mayor and those who have advanced the policies that brought us to this point.
You know, they make the argument that the sanctuary policy actually makes us more safe because they say it creates more trust in the community, that way you don't have a bunch of people who are living here illegally being afraid to come forward and talk to police if they're the victims of the crime or a witness to a crime, and that they're able to do community-based policing better without people constantly being afraid of being deported. What's your response to that argument?
Well, remember, Alex, the sanctuary law only applies to criminals. It's a special protection for people who not only came to the country illegally, but also have committed a crime. And it says that we're not going to honor a detainer request from ICE. So that is the least disruptive, safest way to do immigration enforcement when it comes to these people who are sort of at the top of the list and have criminal histories and are considered threats to public safety, is to simply transfer custody within a custodial setting. And the sanctuary law prohibits that very thing from happening. And so that's why ICE is forced to do these targeted operations within the community. And so I think that argument is just completely without merit, especially when you consider the fact that it's the sanctuary policy itself that serves to entice a lot of these people to come to the city and to the state in the first place.
What do you make of this decision to send in the National Guard and now to send in the Marines? As a constitutional law expert, which you are, do you like that precedent? Do you think that that's legal, that that's a good precedent to set? And do you think it makes things safer?
Well, the problem is that the governor refused to act. You know, the governor has sent in the National Guard himself in many circumstances in California. He, when he wanted to make it look like he was doing something about the open-air drug markets in San Francisco, he said, I'm sending in the Guard there. And so clearly this was a situation that required reinforcement, but the governor refused to act. And so the president, as commander-in-chief, it is his prerogative. He has the constitutional authority. He has the statutory authority. When you have actions like this that are targeting federal officials, that are actively interfering with the ability of federal officials to do their job and to carry out their operations, then he has the authority, and he made the decision as commander-in-chief that this was what was necessary to protect public safety and to restore order.
What do you make of this back and forth that we're seeing right now, which seems to be intensifying between Governor Newsom and President Trump? Governor Newsom saying, arrest me, to Tom Homan. President Trump suggesting maybe we should arrest him. He kind of did that with a smile. Governor Newsom saying that President Trump is a stone-cold liar about a lot of different things. The president calling Newsom new scum, saying it's a horrible incompetent. I mean, is this bad for the state of California, for the people of California, the two of them going at it?
Well, it's certainly bad for Newsom to be trying to create this conflict. And I watched your interview with him, or at least some of it earlier, Alex, and he just came across as totally unhinged to me. It's like he understands that now everyone is seeing what we in California have been experiencing for a long time, granted at a much larger scale. But the sort of lawlessness that we see in Los Angeles, actually people have to live with some version of that in their daily lives all too often, with the out-of-control crime that we've had in places like LA and San Francisco. But when it comes to Newsom and his antics, I mean, he's spending more time on social media trying to, troll other politicians than he seems to be spending managing the situation. Like, I'll give you one example. Apparently someone posted a photo of cars on fire, and Newsom felt the need to log on and respond that, oh no, this is an old photo. This isn't from LA, but there were actually other cars on fire in LA. So rather actually attend to that situation, the real threat that our community was facing, he was engaged. He's been trolling Jim Jordan. He's been, doing basically everything he possibly can to try to turn this situation to his political advantage and to save face. You probably saw, maybe I even saw you post this, that he's now sending out fundraising emails and texts saying, oh no, they're going to arrest me. You need to contribute to my PAC. So, I mean,
all right, guys, I'm going to be live in just a little bit. So I will be on talking and giving commentary and updates in just a little bit, but right now we're just going to keep this on autopilot with all the breaking news video that's coming out of the different sources. So I will be back in just a little bit, so stay tuned. Don't go anywhere. Share this feed everywhere you can. Just keep it on autopilot. If you're not going to be actually watching, just keep it on, and then in about, I don't know, we're going to give it a half hour, 45 minutes to an hour, I'll be back on. Okay? You share the feed everywhere you can. Social media it out. Get it out there. God bless and hang tight. It's gonna get intense in a little bit here. Just in the next few hours, I think it's gonna get more. This is just gonna continue to escalate until the 14th, which is a nationwide 15. Look at this. Looks something like something's going on right there. There's gonna be an escalation up until the 14th, and maybe that's why Trump has brought in all of his military equipment. Who knows? a lot of people are speculating that might be a major military operation within the United States itself. So I guess we're going to find out. Get ready, guys. God bless.
A lot of them have been released from prison early under California's early release laws, and we don't have adequate penalties for those who commit serious crimes. That's why when these NGOs that track the movements of ICE say, oh, they're going here, they're going here, show up, cause trouble, there are people out there that are willing to do just that. So California needs to toughen its criminal laws. Frankly, I think there's probably room for greater penalties when it comes to federal law as well, when we're talking about people who are inciting riots or who are actively interfering with federal operations or targeting federal officials.
And lastly, are you in D.C. now, I'm assuming, because you guys are in session now? Is this something that people are talking about from other states, I imagine? What are people saying to you about what's happening in California?
Oh, certainly. I mean, people are saying, what is going on with your state? They say, we knew things were bad in California from the perspective of crime and public order and many other things, but they're like, this is something that's absolutely beyond the pale. And no one is buying this narrative that Gavin Newsom is trying to concoct, that somehow it was the arrival of the National Guard itself that caused the problem. I mean, you've been reporting on this the last several days. The Guard didn't arrive until yesterday, and you know what happened well before that.
But in fairness, President Trump also claimed that the Guard solved the problem before the Guard arrived. So that wasn't exactly great either.
Well, I don't know what that reference was, but the fundamental issue
he
here
put out a press release saying, thank the Guard for doing a great job, and they didn't arrive for 6 hours after that.
Well, that actually, I mean, if true, just serves to confirm the point that I made, which is that Newsom's attempt to somehow make this seem like it was the arrival of the Guard that caused this problem is absolutely false. The president decided to act because of how out of control things had gotten in LA. In fact, I just saw he put up something saying that, you know, we were fine. There was no problem until Trump got involved. I mean, you've been reporting on things in LA, not only the last few days, Alex, but would you describe the city as an oasis of peace and harmony? I mean, no, the city has had huge problems with lawlessness, with law and order, with crime, and a whole host of other things. And now people across the country are seeing that in a very vivid way. And so I think that's kind of to your question, like, what are people saying back in DC? They're saying, wow, California has really gone off the rails here. These are not the sort of scenes we want to see in our own cities and in our own states. And so my message would be, then make sure that you don't have the sort of policies that California has had. Don't have an open border. Don't be sanctuary jurisdictions. Don't let criminals out of prison early. Don't fund NGOs that are, you know, going around trying to incite lawless behavior. And don't use the sort of incendiary, inflammatory rhetoric many a lot of this lawlessness on.
Well, Congressman Kevin Kiley, thank you so much for sharing your perspective. What I love about this show and this station is we get to hear a lot of different perspectives and people get to make up their own minds. So we had Governor Newsom on last night. We had Congresswoman Friedman with her perspective, and now we have your perspective as well. And we welcome all perspectives here, and we thank you for sharing your views, and hope you have a good night.
I appreciate it. Anytime.
Thanks so much. All right, we want to go back to the ground now as we continue to watch these pictures from the air. Laura Diaz, looks like things have calmed down a bit where you are.
Yes, they have calmed down, and we've moved, about a block away. We're now at 1st Street and Spring, near Gloria Molina Park. I'm able to look up and see the Sheriff's Department is here in force. They are in riot vehicles. You see some of them standing in front of those vehicles. And if we panned off to the right, I don't know if Elliot's able to do that or not, there are actually sheriffs standing on the front of the building too, on the other side, on the southern edge. And this is what we've been experiencing throughout the day, and what I experienced over the weekend too. What you see is that the crowd will be at one intersection and then it moves. It's interesting because our security detail said to us that they think perhaps this is being orchestrated. And you know, in this year, in this time when everybody's on social media, that might be quite possible, where somebody is sending out some kind of a post telling people to move. But we do see the crowd go from point A to point B. They seem to know where they want to go. That's unless they're being pushed by law enforcement to a different location. But right now, things have calmed down a bit. It's a lot of the same people we saw before, just one block over. But the temperature seems to be a little calmer than it was when we talked to you last. Kind of just a wait and see feeling here right now, Alex.
Break down the crowd if you can. And it's hard to tell this just from seeing what you're seeing in terms of who's out there as genuinely, I'm making my point about ICE and I've got a passionate perspective on this, and who's out there just to mess things up and, you know, let's go.
Well, you know, it's interesting, Alex, because I was trying to get a clear sense, too, of the demographics of these people who are coming out to protest, and also the ones who cross the line and become lawbreakers. They are two distinct groups. But I would say, in general, the crowd is young. It is heavily minority, I would say. Latino, Black. I see some Anglos in the group, too. They tend to be young. But most of the group seems to be people of color, and some of them are law-abiding and some of them are crossing the line, wanting to antagonize law enforcement, and that's when it escalates at that point. If something is thrown at one of these officers, they have the right to retaliate, and they're exercising that right. Now, just right now, we saw one of those riot vehicles. I believe that our cameraman, Elliot, is following that movement now, heading down Spring Street. And I think this is designed just to let people know, hey, we're here. You can peacefully demonstrate, but if you cross that line, there's a price to pay for it. So that's what we're witnessing right now. I don't hear anybody screaming or yelling. It's really kind of calm. A lot of people think I think, came to just check out the scene. I mean, downtown LA, you can get here on public transportation, you can walk on foot, there are a lot of ways to get here. And some people, I think, view it as a happening and they want to be part of it. I don't even know how invested they are in the cause on one side or the other. I think they just want to see what's going on.
Yeah, it reminds you of so many instances, you know, even on the freeway sometimes when there's a crash, people slow down because they just want to see what's happening, and there's a human instinct. Not that I'm comparing this to a crash, but I'm just saying that there's a human instinct sometimes to see what's happening as well. All right, Laura, thank you for that. We have spent so much time focused on downtown Los Angeles, but there are other communities in Southern California where there have been protests, including in Santa Ana. Let's show you some of this. This was quite a scene here where protesters attacked a vehicle and then blocked the pathway of immigration vehicles. This was Lou Correa was there, and he landed from Washington. Democratic congressman says he was shocked to hear of ICE raids being conducted across Orange County. He issued a statement saying, in part, quote, yesterday everything was good and boring in Santa Ana. Everyone's going to church and going to the grocery store. It was a beautiful day. This is inciting fear in our community. So you see some of that there, this effort to stop the folks at the detention center, and it got a little chaotic there. A smaller crowd than what we've seen in downtown Los Angeles, but still people out there having their say, and we see law enforcement there trying to protect the property as well. So it's you know, it's not just focused. It was interesting. Mayor Bass also suggested that there is National Guard folks in Westwood tonight as well. So look at this. This was some video from earlier that was pretty startling to me. And you see this. These are boxes of masks being handed out, and a lot of folks seeming to just grab them like candy. These look like they are bionic face shields, which we looked at their website, is basically recommended for machinists and auto body shops as a way to protect one's face. I don't think we expect to have a lot of cars coming in for repair work tonight. So that sort of seemed like the thing that you would have as a precaution if you were planning to or getting ready to potentially have some sort of conflict with law enforcement. Hopefully that doesn't happen tonight and something like that isn't needed as we see this particular crowd on the move, some of them holding Mexican flags, many of them covering their faces as they're on the move. We want to get an update now about the Waymo vehicles that we saw. And Waymo service was suspended in downtown LA. They're not driving in downtown LA after those cars were torched. And look at this picture from Skyfox. Now that was the image over the weekend. Essentially what happened is people requested the cars. Remember, these are self-driving cars, so there's no driver there to know I'm going into a trap. And all these cars came thinking, the computer thinking they're going to pick somebody up, and instead they were torched. And as you know, when you have an electric vehicle, the lithium-ion batteries are especially flammable, and those flames are hard to put out, and so they basically had to let these things burn in the heart of downtown Los Angeles, which became a picture that was used all over the world as sort of the image of what's been happening in downtown. This is what was left of those vehicles, literally a pile of just total destruction. And they're cleaning that up today. But if you want to have a Waymo in downtown, it's not going to happen, at least for the foreseeable future, as an understandable precaution for that company. Back live now, it looks like we are, I think, near the Federal Building, and you see a police line there. And it has been interesting watching the police in action over the last hour. It's been clear part of their strategy has been to separate out these protest groups into smaller groups, which are easier to control, and then to get these folks moving away from some of the targets that they're especially want to protect. Get them moving away from the freeway, away from some of these federal buildings, and it seems to be working. And the crowd does not have as much power when it is smaller. And when you have more law enforcement, obviously, than you have members of the crowd, it's much, much easier to control them. So you see pretty effective techniques that the LAPD has been using in this part of town for decades, now being put into place in the streets of downtown Los Angeles. And this is not the kind of thing that the National Guard or the Marines would be expected to do in the streets. And we'll see. You know, so far we have not seen, we've seen some people look like preparing for conflict. We've seen some people throw some rocks and bottles and glass and all the rest of it. But we have not seen this sort of widespread chaos and fires and just total, complete sort of anarchy kind of pictures that we saw over the weekend, at least not yet. And so maybe as the sun goes down, this particular protest might die out a bit and people head home and we don't have all of that chaos tonight. Let's hope so. It's obviously important for people to be able to be protected when they are expressing their First Amendment rights, but if they do commit crimes, it's also important for criminals to be held accountable, and that includes being arrested and be prosecuted, not only to be put to justice, but as a sign to everybody else that that sort of behavior is not okay. So as we walk through the streets of downtown LA, we appreciate our camera guy getting his 10,000 steps and then some as he walks with these demonstrators, these protesters, who this group has been largely peaceful that we've been seeing. So we've also had a kind of a crazy day in terms of a back and forth between President Trump and Governor Newsom. We talked about that some with Kevin Kiley, who obviously is well known as one of Governor Newsom's most dramatic critics. But it's been interesting today because Governor Newsom last night suggested that he could be arrested by Tom Homan, who is leading a lot of the president's immigration efforts. He suggested that that would be fine by him, essentially. And so there's been a back and forth today and tonight. And I don't know if we have any of that we can play and give you a sense of that. Here's some of that.
What crime has Governor Newsom committed? A crime has he committed?
Yeah, to warrant his arrest, as you
I
had
think his
suggested earlier.
primary crime is running for governor because he's done such a bad job.
So that was President Trump earlier today. This is Governor Newsom video of him talking to me last night at LA County's Emergency Operations Center. And he has said that President Trump is a liar, and he's also enjoying this conflict, that the conflict is good politics for him. Here's some of what he told me.
Not for peacemaking. He's here for war. He wants a civil war on the streets of America, not just here. He's testing the boundaries by nationalizing the federal guard. Heck, his own great...
What do you make of the fact that he says, you want a civil war on the streets of America?
No, that's just the opposite. I don't want a civil war. A civil war would happen if you left it to people like him. And I liked him. You know, I always got along with him. Never had a problem with him. But he's grossly incompetent.
Well, we appreciate Peter Doocy clearly watching our interview from last night. So there is a response from President Trump to our interview here on Fox 11. And it's interesting, the fact that the two of them have gotten along pretty well behind the scenes for many years. They got along well on COVID relief. They got along well on the fire recovery here in Southern California this year. Both of them complimenting each other. The governor saying that the president was instrumental in the Army Corps of Engineers being ahead of schedule. And so you see this conflict. But the fact that the president said, I always liked him, may give you an indication that some of this is a little performative from both of them, and that actually would be a good thing for the state and for the country if the two of them actually don't want to go to civil war. Tom Homan, who is leading this immigration effort for the president, who's been here in Southern California the last few days, who's the one who suggested that Gavin Newsom might need to be arrested, he was on with Jesse Waters on the Fox News channel. Here's some of what he said tonight.
Well, what would you arrest him for?
Well, look, I was interviewed by an embassy reporter. He asked me about the protesters. I said, look, they got the right to protest, but they can't cross that line. They can't impede our enforcement efforts. They can't put hands on our officers. They can't knowingly harbor and conceal illegal aliens from us. I said, so if they cross that line, they're going to be prosecuted. And the question was, well, how about Mayor Bassett and Governor Newsom? What if they cross that line? I says, they'll be prosecuted too. Haven't they said for the last 4 years, no one's above the law? They cross the line, we'll seek prosecution. You and I would be held accountable. They prosecuted President Trump. No one's above the law. That's what they said. Either is the Governor Newsom. If he crosses that line, we'll simply ask the Attorney General to seek prosecution. It wasn't a threat. No one threatened to arrest him. But if he crosses that line and commits a crime, he's no better than anybody else who will seek prosecution.
That if the governor commits a crime in terms of impeding an investigation, which is what, by the way, they say that David Huerta, the head of the SEIU, they say he did that. Obviously, he's going to fight that in court and expects to be cleared. That's the suggestion. So it's not, they're not accusing Governor Newsom of having done that. So I wouldn't expect an imminent arrest coming. And by the way, Governor Newsom, in our interview yesterday, made very clear that he believes that anybody who commits illegal acts, including messing with police officers, they should be prosecuted and sent to jail. Let's go back now to Laura Diaz, our reporter on the ground. And it feels like the temperature's a bit cooler at this point, Laura. And it seems like part of the reason of that is because the LAPD has separated the crowd a bit.
It was actually the sheriff's department earlier. I'm going to take this out of my ear because I'm getting feedback. It was the sheriff's department earlier that told the crowd to disperse. And in the process of doing that, people did start to move back. The thing is, if they're ordered to disperse and then they act on it, then they're not breaking any laws. And, you know, my detail here, our security detail, pointed out to me that this all seems to be very well orchestrated. So people know that if they move and they just go a couple of blocks over, they're now not violating any laws. So that's what you're seeing now, is this group on the move as they head from Broadway, headed now towards the freeway. And as long as they're moving, they're not in violation of that order to disperse. So it's all been quite interesting. A lot of the signs that we're seeing, you were asking me earlier about the group. The signs that we're seeing, they seem to be heavily manufactured, as though someone paid money to create the sign. It's not like I would go into the kitchen and scrawl a sign. It's you know, it's better put together than that. So it's kind of an interesting point about who may have paid for that. And also we see shirts too that are somebody spent some money on. So that's the scene right here across from the Hall of Justice. We'll continue to update you from downtown Los Angeles. Laura Diaz reporting live. Sending it back to you, Alex.
Laura Diaz, thank you so much. And it is, when we saw those masks that were being handed out, it's clear somebody's paying for that too. So there is a bit of organization on this. And by the way, before we go, we want to show this. Do we have this image from Matthew Seedorf? Okay. We've just, if you check out Matthew Seedorf's social media, the rock thrower from Saturday's violent crash in Paramount has been identified. We'll have more on that later on tonight. We are going to pause our coverage for now. If anything major happens, we will jump back on the air. A reminder that we have news now on Channel 13 every night from 8 to 10 p.m. And then we are back here on Fox 11 every night at 10 p.m. But again, if anything super dramatic happens, we'll jump back here on Fox 11 in the meantime. Thank you for watching our continuous coverage here on Fox 11. We now turn things over to Extra with Billy Bush. Please be safe. Our continuous coverage here on Fox 11. We now turn things over to Extra with Billy Bush. Please be safe out there tonight.
In comedy.
It's pretty good, right?
It's so good.
I have my grandmother to thank for that.
I heard that story. She had a group of women.
So it's her mother's maiden name. There was 3 daughters in that family, and they called them the Misfortunes. So that was the group of women I think you might be thinking of. And she just really, really wanted my mom to name me Fortune. She was very adamant about it.
It was the bromance of the century, the improbable union of the world's richest man with the world's most powerful.
That's 24-karat gold.
But all that glitters is not gold, and yet no one could have predicted a breakup as fast, as public, and as ugly as this.
I'm very disappointed in Elon. I've helped Elon a lot with our...
It was this public trashing of Musk in the White House yesterday that lit the fuse for the spectacular blow-up to come.
Elon and I had a great relationship. I don't know if we're well anymore. I was surprised.
Trump was furious that Musk had publicly criticized his big, beautiful bill as an abomination that would bankrupt America. But Musk was watching on in real time and hit back immediately. Without me, Trump would have lost the election. Such ingratitude. The president then hit back on his own social media platform. Elon was wearing thin. I asked him to leave. I took away his EV mandate that forced everyone to buy electric cars that nobody else wanted, and he just went crazy. And then came the threat. The easiest way to save money is to terminate Elon's governmental subsidies and contracts. To which Musk quickly replied, "Go ahead, make my day."
The bromance is over.
The alliance between the world's richest man and the world's most powerful, Donald Trump, is imploding right now in real time before our very eyes.
The news networks could hardly believe what was unfolding, but Musk was only getting started. Time to drop the really big bomb. Donald Trump is in the Epstein files. That is the real reason they have not been made public. It was a jaw-dropping allegation that Musk compounded by sharing video of Trump with the deceased sex offender Jeffrey Epstein. Musk provided no evidence for his allegation, and there is none, but the accusation was nonetheless stunning. The Republicans on the Hill were quick to dismiss it.
It's just another accusation, another shiny object. There'll be another wreck on the interstate next week.
And are you not shocked by the allegations that he's in the Epstein files?
No, I don't give a shit. I don't give a shit about that.
He's accusing him, though, of being in the Epstein files.
Okay.
It's more than a billionaire spat, isn't it? Isn't this potentially dangerous for Donald Trump?
Look, you've heard some unbelievable things said on both sides. If he accused him on Epstein, what do the facts say? If it is, we're going to see everything, just like with John Kennedy murder. You bring everything out.
For the Democrats, the Schadenfreude was only too visible.
It was inevitable. We knew this was going to happen. This was like
forecast that this would be something like the brick of a Macbeth play. You know, it's all these people that are power hungry, some fishing for power, for influence.
I suppose it was in the stars. Everybody was predicting it when it first began. You've got two gentlemen with gargantuan egos and both appearing to suffer from malignant narcissistic personality disorder. And they basically converged around a common platform of plunder and pillage of the American people.
Hasn't lasted very long, this love-in.
I don't know that any of these things last very long. There'll be probably something tomorrow that'll get people all upset too.
As the spat played out, shares in Tesla plunged as investors feared a feud with Trump would inevitably hurt Musk's business empire, and it might. While Musk is hoping to derail the president's mega spending bill and is threatening to use his cash to hurt Republicans in next year's midterm elections. It's all a far cry from this. When the two men stood shoulder to shoulder outside the White House, showing off Musk's Teslas just 3 months ago. Now, the car Trump bought in support of his first buddy, a lonely symbol of their spectacular billionaire bust-up.
So now, what becomes of the broken-hearted? Their social media posts might look flippant, but with such enormous wealth and power, the feeds of Donald Trump and Elon Musk are really inconsequential. Or as one commentator put it, I'm just so glad that one of these men has the nuclear codes and the other has all our personal data. So what consequences could there now be in Washington and indeed in Silicon Valley? Here's Kieran Woodley.
That's into space. Come here. Take over, Elijah.
He gave him and his campaign hundreds of millions to win the election. He gave him a seat at the table. He took a chainsaw to government waste. He gave him a golden key in thanks. But was this relationship, now disintegrating like a SpaceX rocket, always doomed to failure?
You have the president of the free world, the richest guy on earth, one of the smartest guys on earth. Conflicts, they're kind of predictable, aren't they?
Elon Musk was never really a true MAGA follower, a billionaire whose companies rely on global trade, a close relationship with China, and the electric vehicle revolution.
We will drill, baby, drill.
And all that goes against a tariff-loving nationalist movement that is all about oil and gas. That's why Steve Bannon, one of Trump's longtime supporters, has always accused Musk of being an opportunist.
They're not populists. You know, I tease Elon all the time. If I could turn him from a techno-feudalist globalist to a populist nationalist, we could make some progress here.
While the MAGA world rejoices, what will happen to the other tech billionaires who lined up to attend the inauguration?
I'm sure if we were in the boardrooms or in the private conversations with the tech lords today, they are extremely nervous about this fight and beginning to understand that there are fundamental elements of the MAGA movement that are not in sympathy with with the future they imagine.
That nervousness will depend on whether Trump hurts Musk, using the powers of the government to not just roll back electric vehicle subsidies, but perhaps even cut other federal contracts with Musk's SpaceX company. All this coming at a time when Musk is already feeling the economic and political pressure.
He's taken a series of hits and defeats. Doge is a failure. The Tesla brand has been deeply hurt both domestically and internationally by his fervent support for MAGA. So I think it's probably an accumulation of defeats that made him wake up one morning and say, wow, I'm in a good deal of trouble.
If the president holds the most cards, can Musk direct his chainsaw at Trump and pose his own threat? Because he claims that his nearly $300 million in last year's election is the reason why the Republicans now control all three branches of government. And with President Trump facing tricky midterm elections next year, could a prolonged breakup lead to Musk causing Trump an electoral headache?
I can tell you that congressional Republicans are getting anxious about this. Elon Musk has a lot of money. He spent nearly $300 million to help Trump get elected. For a lot less, he could be influential when it comes to congressional elections. And some of these Republicans are wondering, is Elon actually going to come and spend money against me if I vote for this bill? And $1 million in a tough congressional district goes a very long way.
Musk did plow millions into a Wisconsin Supreme Court race early this year, and he lost. And that will give him pause. But both men know that if their bromance was a wild ride, their breakup will have just as many twists and turns. the Republican Party and the American people are holding their breath ahead of the next move.
Well, the US political consultant Frank Luntz joins me now from Oxford. Frank, it's great to have you back on the program. Why did this escalate so quickly and so publicly, do you think?
Because they're so well known. These are two individuals that is known by everyone who's watching this show. We've known that Elon Musk is brilliant. As one of your commentators said, we know that Donald Trump is the most powerful political person in the world. And I don't know of any time since Franklin Roosevelt had issues with some of the industrialists in 1933, 1934, you have to go back almost 100 years for this situation to replicate itself. And that was before social media, that was before cable news. So you've got the technology, you've got the interest from the public, you've got so much money involved, so much politics, people are paying attention.
But in terms of the substance of their relationship, I guess you could say a breakup was inevitable because, you know, Musk has the biggest factory for Teslas in China. He didn't like the tariffs. You know, the MAGA crowd around Steve Bannon never liked Musk. They thought he was too snooty and too rich. Was this an inevitable breakup given their conflicts of interest?
I'll tell you, inevitable for Steve Bannon to say that maybe Elon Musk should be deported. It was not inevitable for Musk to say that Donald Trump was with the Epstein crowd, that these are the most vicious individuals that are involved in this. And just as it grew to something so powerful and so meaningful, the relationship to come apart, the bigger they are, the harder they fall. I've been using the analogy of this is King Kong versus Godzilla. This reminds me of a football match in your country, how dramatic it can be when the fans of both sides go to war against each other. We're not done yet. We've only just started this conflict.
Okay, well, one of the things coming up is, of course, the vote in the US Senate on the big, beautiful budget. This is what they ostensibly fell out over. Is Musk in a position now, having withdrawn his support from the president and his money no longer being activated against Trump critics, is he in a position to torpedo this budget, and what consequences would that have?
Well, the consequence is that this is the seminal legislation. The tax cuts, the budget cuts, how we're going to deal with Medicaid, all the issues are put into this one piece of legislation. If Donald Trump fails to pass it, that's his justification for Republicans in the midterm election. So this is number one on everyone's radar. But number two is also how this impacts the elections in 2026. The fact is that Elon Musk is funding the efforts against the Trump opponents. It caused everyone to fold. It caused everyone to compromise because they did not want to be primary. Now it's wide open. Now anything can happen in 2026. I don't believe that Elon with Donald Trump will torpedo legislation. I do believe that we're going to see a new level of independence among Republicans in the House and the Senate, which may be a problem for Donald Trump, but it's certainly going to have an impact on where we go from here.
So without the threat of Musk and his money, some of these Republicans who are very unhappy about this budget and a few other things like tariffs might rediscover that they have a spy.
Actually, I got to be candid with you, and the answer is yes. That is the question. I know what they say in private. I know how they actually feel. And the pressure now is not going to be to cave. The pressure is going to be, if you haven't cut enough spending, there'll be more members who will say, I will vote no. If they haven't cut taxes far enough, more members saying, I will vote no. This cannot come at the worst time for President Trump, but in the end, there's an issue here over the relationship between business and politics. I think it was an unholy relationship. It wasn't good for democracy. It wasn't good for economic freedom. What we need is more people involved, more issues, more legislation. I think this is absolutely essential for the future of the country. So I don't necessarily think this is about it.
Okay, Frank Luntz, thank you very much indeed. Well, Matthew Bartlett is a Republican strategist and former State Department appointee for Trump's first term in office. He joins me now from Washington. Matthew, thanks for coming on the program. I mean, there was this extraordinary coalition, wasn't there, all the way from Steve Bannon and the mega MAGA crowd to Elon Musk, you know, a South African-born billionaire who came to America on a student visa who beneath the tariffs were nonsense, whose biggest factories in China, etc. Is that coalition now kaput?
I'm not sure if it's kaput, but there is a massive fracture in it right now. Matt, you're correct. Donald Trump came to power in 2016 largely on a white working class vote. He then returned to power in 2024 with that same base expanded to vast minority groups and working class parts of the population, combined with this high-tech grow led in part by Elon Musk. That is now all torn asunder as the personal relationship between the president and his friend, his advisor, his donor, his employee is now cracked wide open for all to see.
And I think it's worth reflecting on the fact that this wasn't just, his best friend at some stage. I mean, there was little X, the kid running around in the Oval Office as if it was a playpen in IKEA. They were always on the plane. The mother was there. They practically moved into the White House. Do you think there was genuine love there? Because I think a Trump once said, I've never loved a man as much as I've loved this guy. Maybe it was Musk. For both.
Yeah, listen, who's to say, but it appears that there was genuine affection between the two. Acceptance, maybe both as outsiders, both as those who maybe think different. To go to the old Steve Jobs commercial, you had Christmas dinners, and then a political symbiotic relationship that seemed to go hand in hand. Now you're seeing, what were bumps in the roads are now just tectonic shifts, tectonic plates shifting under the ground beneath the north end right now. It is unclear if this could be repaired, though both are notoriously able to turn on a dime. But as it stands now, it is personal, it is ugly, and it is for the world to watch.
And is it going to get worse?
It certainly could. We will see how President Trump has actually chosen a posture of trying to de-escalate the situation, not incur more of Elon's wrath. It seems as if right now Elon is kind of sat on the sidelines, maybe even taking some advice to cool off for a moment. But there are ideological differences around the legislation, around potential subsidies. There are ego differences between the two men, and there are also some financial differences, both in terms of, again, Tesla's bottom line, what Trump, as well as, a suite of government services from Starlink to SpaceX. So this is a complicated situation. It may appear entertaining, but there's some very serious consequences, ramifications from Capitol Hill to the campaign.
I could never really work out, speaking to Republicans in America during the election campaign, whether they really liked Elon Musk. And I just wonder what you think and what the polling says. And also, a lot of the cabinet members who were sitting there, rather kind of mealy-mouthed as Elon Musk was standing up and holding forth, they must be delighted to see the battle.
Very possibly. Listen, Elon Musk is one of the greatest minds, not just of our generation, maybe of history. An engineer who has brought the future to the now, has been wildly successful in terms of the private sector, and then his approach to government, while maybe amiable and initially welcomed, was disastrous. And the damage he did to institutions, to even the world's poorest people, is beyond shameful. And we have $36 trillion in debt. Minus the Doge cuts, we remain $36 trillion in debt. So as successful as he has been in the private sector, is equally as disastrous as he's been in government. Like you said, there are many cabinet officials that butted heads with him and are probably glad to see him go.
Take over, Elijah!
He gave him nearly $300 million to win the election. He gave him a seat at the table. He took a chainsaw to government waste.
This is the chainsaw for bureaucracy.
He gave him But now the richest and most powerful bromance has come to an abrupt end.
Elon and I had a great relationship. I don't know who he was anymore.
President Trump was responding after Elon Musk took to X, the social media platform, to attack the president's big, beautiful bill, saying, "I'm sorry, but I just can't stand it anymore. This massive, outrageous, court-filled congressional spending bill is a disgusting abomination. Shame on those who voted for it." The president then said this in the Oval Office.
I'd rather have him criticize me than the bill because the bill is incredible.
It's the biggest cut in the history of our country.
Musk said he'd never seen the bill, and then asked whether it was time to start a new political party. Trump replied on his own social media platform, Truth Social. Elon was wearing thin. I asked him to leave and took away his EV mandate that forced everyone to buy electric cars that nobody else wanted. And he just went crazy. He then threatened Musk. The easiest way to save money is to terminate Elon's governmental subsidies and contracts. I was always surprised that Biden didn't do it. That made Musk issue his own threat. Time to drop the really big bomb. Donald Trump is in the Epstein files. That is the real reason they have not been made public. There is no evidence of this. It's an astonishing friend divorce that has already started to rock Washington.
What we're hearing and seeing are chickens coming home to roost.
I think right now it's just pure emotion. He's very, very frustrated. And when people get really, really emotional, they start saying things that don't necessarily make any sense.
You got big personalities. Again, I think Elon crossed the line today.
Has Trump crossed the line threatening to cancel his contracts?
Look, I mean, let those guys go play it out. Everybody was predicting it when it first began. You've got two gentlemen with gargantuan egos and both appearing to suffer from malignant narcissistic personality disorder.
This was never a match made in heaven. Musk had previously voted for Hillary Clinton and Joe Biden, and in many ways his outlook is very much opposed to the MAGA agenda, a billionaire whose companies rely on global trade and a close relationship with China. Plus, given Musk's the man leading the electric vehicle revolution, that goes against a Trump movement that is all about oil and gas. That's why Steve Bannon, one of Trump's longtime supporters and an ardent populist, has always accused Musk of being an opportunist, calling him evil and a techno-feudalist.
I tease Elon all the time. If I could turn him from a techno-feudalist globalist to a populist nationalist, we could make some progress here.
The first signs of a strain came when Trump began rolling out and rolling back his infamous tariffs, which was masterminded by Peter Navarro, an economic counselor to the president. Musk called Navarro a moron and dumber than a sack of bricks, and he came out vehemently against the tariff agenda in his feud with Trump, saying that they will cause a recession in the second half of the year. It's all come to a head now because of the president's signature legislation, the Big Beautiful Bill.
It's not like I agree with everything the administration does.
Musk, whose Department of Government Efficiency, DOGE, has been trying to slash government waste, is against the bill because he says it will simply ratchet up spending.
I don't want to speak out against the administration, but I don't want to. I also don't want to take responsibility for everything the administration is doing.
But now he's speaking up and posting all over X. And in this latest fallout, the biggest question is what next? Musk has said Trump should be impeached, and given he's already used his billions to help Trump get into power, now can he use it to get him out? On the other hand, Trump has the power of the government behind him, and he could do damage to Musk's companies, Tesla and SpaceX. And Steve Bannon has said the president should investigate the billionaire, citing claims of Musk's regular drug use. Who knows where this goes or ends, but Musk continues a long tradition of the highs and lows of a Trump romance.
I'll tell you, he's not the first. People leave my administration and they love us. And then at some point they miss it. And some of them embrace it and some of them actually become hostile.
And so now I'm going to talk to Gary Gerstle, a historian and an author, and we're going to go through the sort of knotty intricacies of this Musk and Trump fallout. So Gary, first, what do you make of this argument between these two powerful men? Is it just a sort of a short bickering, or do you think there's something more momentous going on?
Well, welcome to Worldwide Wrestling. through two stars of the show. On the one hand, it's clear that a falling out was coming for some time. These two super alpha men used to be dominant dogs. The question for months has been how long will they be able to tolerate each other. And you can see signs of breakup coming, Doge not working very well, Musk suffering multiple defeats. But the precise timing of the explosion came as a surprise and has been filling up the airwaves, and because these people are not just rich and powerful, but basically own extremely powerful social media platforms, it's all people have been talking about in the last 24 hours.
Because can you go into that a bit more about the inevitability of this? The fact that, Elon Musk has never been a particularly, easy traveller when it comes to the MAGA movement in terms of his own politics.
Yes, I don't think he certainly was not on the ground for the MAGA movement from its inception. He was a pretty fierce critic of Trump in 2016. He thought of his political sympathies as in line with the Democrats. His EV commitment and Tesla fit much more comfortably into a Democratic worldview, worried about climate change, offering America solutions to ease the green transition. And of course, MAGA is deeply opposed to any kind of subsidies that are going to accelerate the green transition through government subsidies. I think they don't mind if markets adapt on their own. But the idea that this is something that the government will support, and the government has been supporting Tesla with massive subsidies during its history, this has never been a favored MAGA program, nor something that Trump has liked or wanted to promote. And given his determination to deconstruct just about everything the Biden administration did for green transition, that he would go after Tesla's economic subsidies, and that's a significant part of the big, beautiful bill that is in Congress right now. That does not come as a surprise. I guess the surprise is more, why did Musk wake up at this moment? Perhaps the best understanding of that is that he's taken a series of hits and defeats. He poured $20 million into Wisconsin Supreme Court primary election, which he lost. Doge is a failure. The Tesla brand has been deeply hurt domestically and internationally by his fervent support for MAGA. So I think it's probably an accumulation of defeats that made him wake up one morning and say, wow, I'm going to be in trouble.
Does that mean you would agree with what Steve Bannon's always said? This is just a guy who's an opportunist trying to jump into the Trump family. I mean, why was Musk involved in the first place?
It's funny to hear Bannon talk about Musk being an opportunist when Trump defines the meaning of opportunism. I think that's too simple an explanation there, because Musk is part of a whole faction of Silicon Valley and high tech that has gone over to fervent support for Trump. And if we want to understand that, we have to go back to the Biden administration and understand that one of the major projects of the Biden administration was to discipline capital in ways that had not been disciplined in a long time. And there were a series of initiatives undertaken by the Biden administration to discipline and impose regulation on high tech of the sort that had never been done before. So I think understanding Musk's is best understood in the context of anger at the Biden administration for imposing on these high-tech lords a kind of regulation that they had never experienced before. And that has brought Musk into a closer alignment with other major figures in Silicon Valley, such as Peter Thiel and Jeff Bezos and others. So I think it's wrong to see this simply as a matter of opportunism. It's better to see this as him beginning to realize that the interests of his high-tech initiative, include Tesla, and that would best be served by alliance with Trump rather than fighting him as historically been the case.
Does that mean, just briefly, that as big a blow-up as it is, I think it is, this isn't a big reversal in terms of more broadly what we're seeing when it comes to the tech bros, the oligarchs, being closely aligned with the Trump movement, which is very much about deregulation?
I think it would be premature to say that indicates the breakup of the alliance between Trump and the tech lords. And also, Musk has always been something of an outlier. Also, the fact that he moved a lot of his headquarters out of Silicon Valley and Northern California and Texas indicates a certain distance from that tech world. So I think his relationship to the rest of that techno right has always been a little problematic, and Musk by nature is deeply younger. So I think the tech lords are going to continue to ally themselves with Trump because crypto and AI have become so crucial to them and their future, and they want to be released.
All they got to do is start throwing those, which they will, and then
state regulation, although they do not want to be released from forms of state subsidy because they want state
follow them, follow the water boys
for their AI ventures, and they need help in that regard. But I'm sure if we were to work on private conversations with technical they are extremely nervous.
So I think we should go down the end of the corner by our car
to understand that
and hang out over that
there
way.
are
That we got a way out.
fundamental elements of the MAGA movement that are not in sympathy with the future.
Yeah, thanks. I'm good. Appreciate it.
Because MAGA at its heart is not a political movement. It's an economic nationalist movement.
Corner of the car.
It actually wants government to be deeply involved in the economy, to reshore manufacturing, and to bring back better jobs for working class Americans, and the techno-libertarians.
This way. Is that the way out or this way down?
That is not.
Do you know where you're going?
This way is down.
Do you know where you're going?
Which is why,
All right,
I mean, the
this
MAGA
way.
movement more broadly has been quite
Straight ahead and then
happy
to the
to
left.
see Musk cut off
Back to the car.
from
We're close
Trump
by
and
it.
the White House. Conversely, though, does that mean that Musk could actually be a threat to Trump, though? I mean, you know, this is a man who's figured out that, you know, if I pump some money into the presidential election, it can have an impact. It can have as much an impact as possible. Could he, you know, he's already tweeted about possibly setting up another political
This is going to pop
party.
off
Do you think that
again.
could be
Let's see the orange bus.
threat towards Trump? That either
Let's go
he
to this
pumps
side
money
across
into
the orange bus.
Republican
Back
candidates
this way.
who are opposed to the MAGA
Yeah,
movement,
that way
opposed
we're
to Trump,
kind of
or
out of the
whether he
mix.
even starts to give money to the Democrats.
We need to get
The
out.
hardest thing to do in America is to set up a new political party. So that don't put your money into that. Into that Las Vegas series of bets.
Slow down, Nikki.
But it's quite possible that Musk will.
Let's regroup right here.
Of his
Yeah, that's if we get trapped there, we'd be trapped. That would be good.
To mounting
where's our
candidates
car
that are going to challenge Trump economic nationalists in the primary. And I think Trump and Musk had already committed $100 million to helping Trump with the 2026 primaries, and it's quite possible that that $100 million.
You're all saying different stuff. You're saying SWAT, and you're pointing that way.
Candidates in the Republican Party,
Where's
or
SWAT
maybe
coming
even
from?
some Democrats who oppose.
He's down here.
And I think Trump must be worried about that.
Oh, he saw SWAT?
I do think
let's go
Trump
back.
still
Let's go
holds
dump some
more
stuff off.
cards.
Yeah. And then we'll just hang out there for a minute.
Musk created a lot of trouble for Trump, but Musk does not have a genuine political base. He does not have a MAGA base. He does not have another base.
Yeah, you know
He's
who's
a
coming
loner.
back now?
He's
It's
the
all the
richest man in the
professional,
world.
like, let's start some shit, people.
Incredibly powerful.
And I don't got anything better to do. So let's
allows
fuck
him
shit
to
up sort of
broadcast
thing.
all sorts of things and generate all kinds of influence. But I think what he's confronting now is a steep decline in his popularity across the United States and across the world. So it's not going to be easy for him to certainly to oust Trump or to oust majorities in Congress. But he may well dedicate himself
It's way too far.
doing that. I think
I don't
we
want to be
also
this
have
far away.
contemplate the
Have him
possibility
come
that
back
he
over
will
here.
simply burn
Where's
out,
he
that
at?
the problems of politics, the problems of his company become so serious and manifold.
Tell him to come back
they'll
here,
have to
park on the
retreat
corner of
back
Main and Temple, right behind Telemundo.
Want me to stand on the spot?
If you feel like it.
for a long period of time.
Gary Gessler, thank you for talking to me.
Thank you.
I'm going to have him pull the car right over here. SWAT's
And
coming.
on the 136th day of his presence,
Do you know what street?
the wheels came
Main
off
and
the
Temple. Where
Trump
he's coming
race.
to the car?
Donald Trump was humiliated once again today in the Oval Office on the world
I got
stage,
no idea.
sitting in exactly the same humiliation chair.
I'm going to
which
tell
he has
Nancy
been
SWAT to take you way
repeatedly
down street near Main
by
and Temple.
visiting heads of state from
No.
Europe. Today it was
This is where I'm telling them to park is at
to
Main
sit
and Temple.
beside Donald Trump
SWAT
and
is coming back to where our
humiliate him,
position was,
but
I
that
assume.
got overshadowed by someone who was not even in the room today. Donald Trump became the first president in history to get humiliated by two people at the same time, with one of them not even being in the room. The richest person in the world, who Donald Trump now claims he fired last week, was live tweeting Donald Trump's stupidity festival in the Oval Office, saying, among other things, Donald Trump should be impeached.
Oh, you're in Los Angeles. He's down
Donald
there.
Trump
Where's
is
down
by
there?
far
The crowd, that way.
the
How far
stupidest
that way?
person
Like
any
close?
European head of
Yeah,
state
block that way.
has ever had
All
to
right,
meet.
come on, guys.
It might be a little bit
And
hard for
Donald
him to
Trump
get over here.
is
No, we
so
go where he
stupid,
is.
he didn't realize the French president
let's go across the
sitting
street here.
beside him was
Across
humiliating
here.
him
Yeah, across
when he
the
happened
I want to watch out, stop.
to visit during
Thanks
his
for this light
presidency.
because it's changing.
The next one was the British Prime Minister.
These fuckers
who
will run
humiliated
us over.
Donald Trump
That's good now.
without Donald Trump realizing it, of course.
come on,
Donald Trump
come on.
humiliated himself.
See you guys. Woo, 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 woo.
And when President Volodymyr Zelensky humiliated Donald Trump during their meeting, in which Donald Trump lost control, taken on by his buffoonish vice president, while
Where he's
President
at?
Zelensky showed the world what courage
that's
and
good.
leadership actually
So are they just sitting by to hang out, or are they getting ready to rock and roll?
Had to do what every other head of state, including South Africa's president, had to do in the Oval Office.
Yeah, so you got mentally ill people coming out there, all kinds of crazy.
The unlimited stupidity of Donald Trump. You will see that correction of Trump's stupidity in a moment, and then, of course, we will turn to what has become the Musk versus Trump war. This is not a feud. This is the world's two craziest, most dangerous rich people, each trying to find a way now to completely destroy the other. Not feud with the other, destroy the other. Elon Musk is now calling for the impeachment of Donald Trump. Donald Trump is now calling for cutting off all government contracts with Elon Musk's companies.
Yeah, I gotta know where it's at, because if we get fucked, then we're dead.
Is now calling for Elon Musk to be deported. All-out madness has broken out in Trump world, with Donald Trump at the center of the madness, causing all of the madness.
This is where I told him to park, is right in here, so.
We'll focus on that moment in the Oval Office today. It was another moment of disgrace for Donald Trump. Donald Trump showed his juvenile goofiness and sheer ignorance when he laughed. Yes, laughed about tomorrow's anniversary of D-Day, thereby taking his new place in history as the first president in history to laugh about D-Day. A day when no one in the Trump family was killed, but 2,501 American soldiers were killed storming the beaches in Northcom on this country's most heroic and history-changing
right here.
day of warfare.
No, it's not bad.
U.S. Army General Dwight Eisenhower,
we're in the
who was
shade.
in command that day,
That truck's backing into something down there. That's a paddy wagon, I
made
think.
the brilliant and difficult decision to choose June 6th,
Who's they?
1944,
Lexi.
for the D-Day invasion of
To do what?
France after the
What are they gonna
invasion,
do?
which were France being then controlled by Nazi
Are they going to take
Germany.
over?
The success of the D-Day invasion was the beginning of the
Keep an eye
end
out
of World
on,
War II,
see this is,
and the beginning
so
of
people,
the
what they'll
end
do is
of
they'll
the
run up real quick and
reign
spray
of
paint your
terror
lens.
and genocide
So you can't do
in
your job,
Germany
so
by
people like this
Adolf
girl here.
Hitler, who many German
With her
generals
spreader
had
on, she's running
already
around
been
tagging
plotting
shit
to
and stuff.
assassinate before D-Day
Literally,
and after.
literally everybody who looks like that is
German
the one that causing problems.
brought up the D-Day anniversary as an example.
Hey, look at all the little scooter
of the kind
scooter
of
boys.
allied effort
I don't know where
that is
there is.
needed now to save Ukraine.
You gotta yell again. Look who's coming our way. Look right behind us. This is kind of shit. See these guys walking down the street right at us? That's what's going to cause problems. You guys ready for this?
Yeah.
You ready?
Yeah.
See the guys behind me?
Yeah, I do.
Watch their asses.
Tomorrow. This is D-Day anniversary, when the Americans once ended the war in Europe.
We're just skateboarding. You know what they use skateboards for, right? Busting windows out and shit. They all have backpacks. Let's see, Brad. Yeah, this is going to, as soon as the sun goes down. Oh yeah, this is going to turn into a fucking war. This is going to turn into a war. This is going to turn into a war zone in about an hour, or if not, the latest place. Yo, the little funky dudes, man.
That kid is 5 now.
Yeah.
Let's talk about what we can do.
Yeah, that was a good call getting off that roof because we were trapped there. Oh my god.
Give support to Ukraine, and that we are looking for more pressure on Russia in the European Union based, and we should talk about that.
Oh yeah.
That vulgar lump of a man just laughed about D-Day, kept a book
And the thing
by Adolf Hitler at his bedside, according to his first book. That Hitler reader is the first president of the United States to say that D-Day was not a great day. Donald Trump said, this was not a great day for you. That's because Donald Trump has no idea what Hitler was doing to every German soldier, to every citizen. Generals were the only ones who thought that Hitler was insane by that time. And so the German chancellor had to explain to the ignorant president that it was no fun living under the madman dictatorship of Adolf Hitler, and that D-Day was the beginning of the liberation of Germany from Nazi dictatorship. The people who were suffering the worst on D-Day were not in that. They were in the Hitler's and D-Day meant that some of them were going to survive. Some of them were You can spend a lifetime hearing people make references to D-Day, people who were alive at the time, people who remember it, people who were born long after D-Day, and never see someone smile or laugh, say anything about it.
I'm waiting for a Waymo to show up.
That's the kind of disrespect,
I don't even want to hear people hearing you
that
say
you
that.
can only get from a Hitler reader like
They shut
Donald
up. Did you hear
Trump.
that? Yeah.
Donald Trump suffered in silence for 3 days after Elon Musk.
Well, maybe it was after that. As of now, I'm
driving to work. I thought life do that.
A disgusting abomination.
Yeah, just down Tampa. But you can still get one like
Almost
that.
exactly 3 days later,
Where's he going?
hour.
Just like heading up the road.
Musk attacked him and said,
They might be
issued his
circling
first
around.
tweet
Or maybe there's more bad
against
shit
Donald Trump.
happening.
It began with the words, "I just can't take it anymore." Today,
They have that way blocked off, though. Did you notice that?
No, I didn't. Right there at that intersection.
It's been like that for a minute.
Yeah.
Then, the insanity really started.
Backfire?
But, you know, I've always liked it, and so I was very surprised.
Yeah, that
You
does.
saw the words he had for me, the words. And yes, it said that they're going to agree with fair. I'd rather have him criticize me than the bill, because the bill is in front of him.
Donald Trump got his way. Elon Musk decided to criticize him directly.
Elon knew the inner workings of this bill better than almost anybody sitting here, better than you people. He knew everything about it. He had no problem with it. All of a sudden he had a problem. And he only developed the problem when he found out that we're going to have to cut the EV mandate, because that's billions and billions of dollars. And it really is unfair. He knew it better than almost anybody. And he never had a problem until...
Oh, yeah,
And if you saw the statements he made about me, which I'm sure you can get raised, it's very fresh. On tape.
Hold on. We got shit going on. Where are they running?
And he
Tell me
actually said
where.
bad about me personally.
Where are they? People who get pushed out of the corner
Well, he
there?
got that right. Elon Musk then live tweeted, whatever, keep the EVs, solar, and seven cuts in the bill, even though no oil and gas subsidies are touched. Very unfair, but ditch them out of disgusting pork in the bill.
Just more and more of this kind
Did
of
not
shit.
actually identify the so-called pork in the bill. He also denied that he knew what was
he
in
said
the
it was
bill,
that old
saying
Chevy.
this bill was never shown to me even once. It was passed
That will
in
get
the
you
dead of
some.
night so
It was
fast
just a
that almost
backfire,
no one in
officer.
Congress
Oh, they
could
threw
even
water
read it.
bottles.
Elon Musk
They're throwing water
tweeted
bottles
that
at the cops now.
over a video of Donald Trump speaking in the Oval Office minutes before
that's a
Elon
water
Musk
bottle.
tweeted it. And then Elon Musk told Donald Trump what Elon Musk believes Donald Trump owes him.
It's not fair that my
Without me, Trump would have lost the election, Dems would control the House, and Republicans would be 51-49 in the Senate. Such ingratitude. And that is a perfectly reasonable political case to make about how that election was won and lost.
What I'm worried about is
We've all spent our lives hearing how much money matters in politics. Money is everything in politics and in campaigns.
It's not going to be
And that
us.
makes
I appreciate that.
Do I need
entirely
to call, what
right.
should we call it again? You think
When the
transmission?
richest
I call it
person in
just
the
checking
world
say, Eric, just
decides to
making
make
sure
the
shots
biggest
up.
political
I've kept it up the whole
contribution
time.
in
It should
history,
be fine,
it would
but-
make a difference, a decisive difference.
Yeah.
Donald Trump in the
Hey,
Oval
it's
Office,
Nikki in LA
German
with
Chancellor
Andy Boyer's
decided
cam on Rep 2
humiliated
and more.
himself
We just
by
have to relocate. I
desperately
just want to make
insisting
sure our
to the
shot is
world
still up of the LA protest.
that he would have won without Elon.
Copy, thank you.
So they did it easily anyway.
People are running up the road.
We'll never know. We'll never know if Donald Trump could have won that election without all of Elon Musk's money, the biggest political contributor in history. Imagine what would have happened if Elon Musk sent that money in the other direction.
On the bridge.
Is it? And then Elon Musk threatened to create a new political party that would obviously pull votes away from the Republican Party. Is it time to create a new political party in America that actually represents the 80% in the middle? There aren't 80% in the middle, of course, but there are enough Elon Musk followers who could turn against Republicans and give the House of Representatives to the Democrats next year, along with the Senate and the presidency and the election after them. That's some of what is at stake in the most insane public outburst that has ever occurred.
So people running up there to do some shit. I'm staying away from that.
Well, it looked like he was getting a weapon.
Oh, really? Like what? Like handgun?
Then took
Sort of like something like that?
Like that. Posted, Elon was wearing thin. I asked him to leave.
Yeah, there's something going on
I took
up here.
away his EV
Watch my back.
mandate that forced everyone to buy electric cars that nobody else wanted, that he knew for months I was going to do, and he just went crazy exclamation point. So there's Donald Trump saying,
Yeah, there's some bad shit going on up here. See these guys hanging them on right here?
That's
I'm not going
Donald
up there.
He
Not worth
fired
it. Let's see.
Elon Musk. That's what we were reporting on this program last night. White House sources indicating, by the way,
Yeah, I don't want to be over here. They can throw shit at me, and I'm underneath.
That Elon Musk was fired. We will never know
that's true.
that Donald Trump fired Elon Musk because Donald Trump's about to fire.
Stay right about here.
But does Elon Musk feel that he was fired? Maybe. Donald Trump was also claiming on that idiotic tweet that we were all forced to buy electric cars. We who have, I am among them, who have never purchased a electric car. And then Donald Trump says, the other guy is crazy. Puts it all in capital letters. The other guy's crazy. Craziest president in history says the other guy's crazy. To which Elon Musk says, what I've been saying about almost everything, Donald Trump has said since he first opened his mouth in 2011 about President Obama's birth certificate. Elon Musk said, such an obvious lie. So sad. And so there we are. Day 136 of the Trump presidency.
Come on,
Elon Musk
yes, please. Get your idiot gangsta going.
Trump what I have been calling Donald Trump since 2011 on this program. A liar. Donald Trump has been a liar every single day of his political
I think this is a... Did you ever check with that transmission?
Probably not.
I did. They said it was
And
still
Elon Musk has done almost as much lying about political issues.
This is a great spot to be. We're close enough, but yeah, and we can escape. We just run that way. Some shit went up like
Musk.
Yeah, the problem is to get down.
Steve
you gotta jump
Bannon,
down,
Trump
fall
lawyer,
down.
was fired from the first
These guys come
White
running
House,
down and coming out
but
of
served a longer run in that White House than Elon Musk did. Said, people, including myself, are recommending to the president that he pull every contract associated with Elon Musk and that major investigations start immediately, one, into his immigration status, his security clearance, and his history of drug abuse, two, into his relationship with the Chinese Communist Party, including but not limited to trying to force a briefing of highly top-secret war plans with China at the Pentagon, three, and into his involvement with attempting to get President Xi to the inauguration. So now, Trump wants to investigate Elon Musk. Donald Trump announced a completely ridiculous investigation, apparently to find out how old Joe Biden was when he was president of the United States.
Dude, that's line
But the
marking.
Biden investigation news did not turn out to be the investigation news of the day, because Trump cheerleaders now want to investigate Elon Musk. Donald Trump then posted, the easiest way to save money in our budget, billions and billions of dollars, is to terminate Elon's governmental subsidies and contracts. That was Donald Trump's way of trying to shut up Elon Musk. That was Donald Trump's big shot at Elon Musk. That was his biggest shot. Shut down the government contracts. And Donald Trump's biggest shot of the day against Elon Musk in his war against Elon Musk did not work. Because after Donald Trump threatened to cut off all of Musk's government contracts, Elon Musk then went Twitter nuclear. Time to drop the really big bomb. Real Donald Trump is in the Epstein files. That is the real reason they have not been made public. Have a nice day, DJT exclamation point. And just to top that off, Elon Musk said yes to a follower of his who said, President versus Elon, who wins? My money's on Elon. Trump should be impeached and J.D. Vance should replace him. Yes, said Elon Musk to that. Impeach Donald Trump. And so they have both fired their biggest shots at each other. The question for Donald Trump, who spent the last 3 days in fearful silence about Elon Musk, is, can he crush the richest person in the world? Or should he beg for a truce with Elon Musk? The Epstein files are, of course, the criminal investigative files on Donald Trump's old friend, the pedophile Jeffrey Epstein, who killed himself in prison. Twitter is now filled with the video of that dancing friendship with that pedophile, thanks to Elon Musk pushing the video of the Trump-Epstein friendship on Twitter. You can expect to see more and more of that on Twitter. And so we have no idea what's coming next. We have no idea what happens tomorrow. But we do know that Donald Trump will be humiliated, and we do know that Elon Musk will continue to suffer huge financial losses, as he did today with the Tesla stock price crashing, losing $152 billion in market value, thanks to Elon Musk's madness today, which will win him no fans among good and decent people who oppose Donald Trump and who will never buy a Tesla again, because they will never forget what Elon Musk did with the money that they paid him for their Teslas. They will never forget what Elon Musk did during his worship Donald Trump period. Good and decent people will never forget Bill Gates' description of Elon Musk as the world's richest man killing the world's poorest children, because that is exactly what Elon Musk did and what he's continuing to do tonight. And those children are dying tonight because of Elon Musk. And so two madmen are at war, and we have no idea what happens next. But we can only hope that it helps derail the mission of non-stop cruelty that the Trump White House is visiting on this country and the world every day. Well, one day in the basement of the Hart Senate office building, my life changed after I filled out an address and Social Security number form for my first real job. And just when I thought I was finished with everything I needed to do in that otherwise forgettable moment in a forgettable looking office space, I was suddenly, and very much to my surprise, told to raise my right hand. I was then asked to repeat words that I had never heard before and have never forgotten. I do solemnly swear that I will support and defend the Constitution of the United States against all enemies, foreign and domestic, that I will bear true faith and allegiance to the same, that I take this obligation freely without any mental reservation or purpose of evasion, and that I will well and faithfully discharge the duties of the office on which I am about to enter, so help me God. Defend the Constitution of the United States. The weight of those words changed me as I spoke them. I had no idea that everyone working in the Senate, from the receptionists to the senators themselves, take the same oath of office, word for word. And in that instant, the job that I thought was going to be, at most, a temporary detour in my work life that I was probably ill-suited for, was by far suddenly the most important job that I would ever have. I knew that day, in that moment, with my hand raised, that the importance of my work was going to peak
right there in the United States Senate in my 30s, because I knew that for the rest of my life, I could not possibly have a job as important as defending the Constitution of the United States. I knew I would never have another job that required me to take an oath of office. I worked in the Senate for several years and was promoted to other jobs within the Senate, but that first oath held throughout my career on the staff of the United States Senate. For the more committed Senate staffers, that oath holds for 30 years and sometimes longer, no matter how many times they change jobs within the Senate. And years later, in a TV drama that I created for NBC called Mr. Sterling, I gave those words to Josh Brolin for his oath of office scene as a new United States Senator with his father, played by the great James Whitmore, watching at home on TV. And in that scene, James Whitmore chose to silently mouth some of the words of the oath while holding back his tears. And I realized that James Whitmore expressed my feelings about the oath more eloquently than I ever could.
And that I will well and faithfully discharge the duties of the office on which I am about to enter.
That I will well and faithfully discharge the duties of the office on which I am about to enter.
So help me God.
So help me God.
The presidential oath of office is shorter, but it ends with those same words: defend the Constitution of the United States. The presidential oath is, I do solemnly swear that I will faithfully execute the office of the President of the United States and will, to the best of my ability, preserve, protect, and defend the Constitution of the United States. Donald Trump has taken that oath twice and was obviously unmoved by it. He also obviously did not listen to it, and he has proved that many times, but never more clearly than in an answer to Kristen Welker's question about due process for immigrants on Meet the Press. Don't you need to uphold the Constitution of the United States as president? To which Donald Trump said, I don't know.
Don't you need to uphold the Constitution of the United States as president?
I don't know. I have to respond by saying again, I have brilliant lawyers that work for me, and they are going to obviously follow what the Supreme Court said.
Only one president of the United States in American history could possibly have said, I don't know, to the question, do you need to uphold the Constitution of the United States as president? Every president prior to Donald Trump knew the answer to that question. They always knew the answer is one word: yes. Every one of them. Joe Biden took an oath of office more than any other president. He took an oath of office 10 times, 7 as a senator, twice as vice president, and once as president. And Joe Biden meant every word of that oath, including, very much so, the "so help me God" part of that oath. Joe Biden lived that oath of office. No president had more reverence for that oath than Joe Biden. And now, right after Joe Biden, we have a president who does not know what reverence is or what his oath means. Donald Trump talks about his predecessor in office more than any other president has ever talked about their predecessors. And in that same interview on Meet the Press, Donald Trump called President Biden, quote, a stupid person and a very stupid person. Donald Trump said at least one thing in the interview that was true.
Well, prices are already going up on some popular items. Tires, strollers.
This is such a dishonest interview already.
He's right. He's right. Donald Trump is the dishonest part of that interview. It was already a dishonest interview, made dishonest by Donald Trump, and it remained a dishonest interview in every reply Donald Trump gave. It was a standard Trump dishonest interview from start to finish, with Donald Trump lying at every turn, and with Donald Trump proving once again that he is, to use his words, a stupid person, a very stupid person. Donald Trump talks repeatedly in the interview about how much money we were losing because of international trade. We have never lost a penny because of international trade. Donald Trump said, quote, we were losing hundreds of billions of dollars with China. Now, think about how very stupid and dishonest that statement is. Donald Trump is counting every penny we spend on imported products as lost money. That means every time we spend money, we are losing money, according to that theory. Every one of Donald Trump's friends who arrive at his private club in Florida in their newest Mercedes or their newest Range Rover has, according to Donald Trump, just lost hundreds of thousands of dollars by buying that car. Donald Trump has always thought, apparently, that paying bills is losing money. That's why it's always been very difficult for people doing business with Donald Trump to get him to pay what he owes them. But according to Donald Trump's own economic theory of losing money, every time Donald Trump actually bought and paid for something, like a building, he lost money. That is his very stupid economic theory of international trade. If I buy a Ford made in the United States, I haven't lost money. But if I buy a Kia made in South Korea, I have lost money, even if the Kia is cheaper than the Ford. What Donald Trump is incapable of understanding is that at the end of that transaction, my life is richer now because I have a car, which I did not have before I paid for that car. And now my kids can get to the soccer game and they can bring their friends with them. And there will be a lifetime of memories made because we own that car. It's going to take us to new places in our lives. We didn't lose the money by buying a car. According to Donald Trump, if you pay for something, you have lost money. That's his understanding of economics. And so every time Donald Trump says we were losing hundreds of billions of dollars with China, every word of that is a lie. We have never lost a penny in international trade. The only way we could lose money is if we don't get the product that we paid for. And that doesn't happen. That's not how international trade works. Because our system of international trade is, in fact, so reliable, so productive, and has made the world so productive, and has made this country more productive, and has made this country much richer than it was going to be if it ever had tried to remain an isolationist economic island in the middle of the world that was thriving in international trade. The rest of the world would be thriving in international trade. Donald Trump may have noticed that the nickname he got on this program last week, Donnie Two Dolls, after he said the stupidest thing any president of the United States has ever said about Christmas or dolls. Donald Trump apparently realizes how very stupid it was for him to say last week that little girls should just get used to having 2 dolls instead of 30 dolls that he imagines them all to have, since almost all of the dolls sold in the United States are made in China. Kristen Welker began the interview with that. And Donald Trump once again admitted that his tariffs are going to make prices go up, especially the price of dolls.
I'm going to quote what you said. Maybe the children will have 2 dolls instead of 30 dolls.
Yeah.
And maybe the 2 dolls will cost a couple of bucks more than they would normally. Are you saying that your tariffs will cause some prices to go up?
No, I think the tariffs are going to be great for us because it's going to make us rich.
But you said some dolls are going to cost more. Isn't that an...
Sure. Some dolls are going to cost more. Sure. That was something Donald Trump never admitted on the campaign trail when he lied about tariffs every time he spoke about them. And now, every time Donald Trump talks about tariffs, he sounds stupider than the time before. This time, in a line worthy of a mental competency exam, Donald Trump talked about a beautiful baby girl who he then said is 11 years old. Donald Trump is the only president in history who has decided exactly how many dolls a beautiful baby girl or an 11-year-old girl needs or should ever have. And while he's at it, he's decided how many pencils kids should have. Here's Donald Trump trying desperately to sound smarter than last week's Donnie Two Dolls, who said the very stupid thing about dolls last week. And he ends up sounding somewhere far beyond very stupid once again.
I don't think a beautiful baby girl that's 11 years old needs to have 30 dolls. I think they can have 3 dolls or 4 dolls because what we were doing with China was just unbelievable. We had a trade deficit of hundreds of billions of dollars with China.
When you say they could have $3 instead of $30, are you saying
I'm saying they don't need
Americans
$30.
could see empty store shelves?
No, I'm not saying that. I'm just saying they don't need to have $30. They can have 3. They don't need to have 250 pencils. They can have 5.
So in Donald Trump's new math, the price increases are going to be so high that the amount of money that used to buy you $30 before the Trump tariffs will now only buy you 3. Donald Trump is saying that he's going to drive prices up by a factor of 10. And maybe the Trump kids have 250 pencils each, but I don't know anyone else who did. But I also know I couldn't possibly have gotten through a single grade of St. Brendan's Elementary School with only 5 pencils a year. If that's what he means, do I get 5 pencils for my entire elementary school years, or is it 5 a year? We don't know. The mastermind of the last Republican President George W. Bush's election and re-election, Karl Rove, believes that Donald Trump becoming President Scrooge with 233 shopping days left before Christmas is very stupid and uniquely Trumpian stupid politics.
I thought it was really problematic when he said, well, you know what? The kids, those little girls at Christmas, they don't need $30. They can do it too. And if they have to pay a couple more bucks for them, okay. Well, it sounds like Mr. Scrooge. And the ordinary American is like, wait a minute, I thought you were on my side. I didn't think you were on the side of, saying I need to do with less. You got plenty of money. I got to make mine stretch as far as I can.
94-year-old Warren Buffett, who knows more about business and investing and economics than Donald Trump ever will. Warren Buffett, the self-made billionaire who was not born rich like Donald Trump, told his Berkshire Hathaway shareholders meeting in Omaha, Nebraska this weekend just how destructive Donald Trump is without ever saying the word Trump.
There's no question that trade can be an act of war, and I think it's led to bad things. Just the attitudes it's brought out in the United States. I mean, we should be looking to trade with the rest of the world, and we should do what we do best, and they should do what they do best. I do not think it's a great idea to try and design a world where a few countries say, ha, 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 we've won, and other countries.
All right. Sorry about that, guys. I'm back. I'm so sorry. Did you have to listen? Who is this that's talking? Who was that? I just got back. I am so sorry. All right. I'm here. What's going on? What's happening? Are we having some crazy nights? All right. I'm going to have to set back up here because I just got back in. And we're going to have to figure out what's going on here. Hold on, guys. Hold tight. Just 1 second. All right. What is happening here? What is going on? What's going on? Let me put on some feeds here. Let's see what's going on here with the real feeds here. So many things to do. You know, when you have 6 kids, you know how major that is? How major 6 kids is? Okay. Insane. Okay, Iran's insane nuclear leak. Plan to strike Israelis' nukes. Kiev is in flames. Los Angeles, a World War III diversion. That's what I think it is. I think it is a World War III diversion. So this is a Canadian prepper talking about this. I like his commentary. I'll definitely talk about what he's talking about here. He just posted a few minutes ago. So I'm going to be talking about that. Let's see. So we're going to alert everybody that we're on here in just a minute. But I wanted to see. Okay, here we go. So this is current live right here. Let's just listen in and see what's going on. They're shooting. It sounds like they're shooting munitions or something. There's lots of people out there. Well, a lot of these feeds went offline. Oops. Okay, so listen, guys, we got some huge news going down right now. Just share. Oh my gosh. Okay, so we got some huge news. Make sure you share the feed right now because I'm going to share. I haven't posted here yet for everybody that's on our social media, so let everybody know we're going live here. Let me get my feed here. Am I still good here? Am I still on? Hello? Hey, my camera still works. Amazing. How does that happen? All right. So, I'm just looking. Hold on. I'm gonna get this posted here for everybody to know that we're live. Let's see. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna set it up for everybody to get over here so I can talk about what is going on here because we got a bunch of breaking news stories right now that need to be gone over big time. This is so huge. It's blowing my mind. Like we are seeing something happening that's stealthily being brought in under the guise of riots. There's something else going on. There's something huge going on. Something else. It's coinciding with everything. Everything is converging. Absolutely crazy stuff's going on right now. Okay. Let me just tell everybody I'm back on, because nobody knows I'm here. Kind of a ritual here of posting. I have to do this in order to get everybody aware, because I don't know if our algorithms aren't. I don't know if they're legit here, or if they're shadow banning me or what. So I got to do this the manual way. We're building our audience though, so that's good. And what you guys can do to help build our audience. This is if you can't contribute to the cause, this is the way you do it. Because your voice, my voice, your voice. If you agree with me, you understand what I'm saying, and you think this message needs to be heard far and wide, then help promote it. Do everything you can to get it out there. Repost, share feeds, be a keyboard warrior for the podcast. Do whatever you can to get it out there. Okay? That will help what we're trying to accomplish here, and we are definitely in the crunch for time because time is getting short. I mean, literally, Titanic is listing now, and we're getting close to the period when it's going to start going down really quick. It's going to happen very quickly when it does start to go down. And everybody needs to be up to speed on everything that's happening. Okay. Let's see. Locals. Okay, this one. I got to do this one. All you patrons out there, God bless you for being a part of our Patreon community and helping out via Patreon. So I'm sending this to the patrons right now. Gosh, guys, if you haven't been paying attention, this is going to blow your mind. There's so much that's happening. This is why the AI stuff is so huge, because it's shaping people. Instead of censoring us, they don't need to censor us now. They can manipulate the consciousness of the community and the country and other by using AI. They're doing this with AI. They're hiding information, they're promoting information, and they do it all in real time. So we have to break this algorithmic demotion because of our exposure and our bringing light. This is truly the light of God. I'm going to tell you right now, God is in the middle of all this. For those of you who are believers, I'm going to tell you this is a battle of good and evil of epic proportions. This is biblical end-time prophetic battling that's taking place before the coming of the Lord. And it's going to probably end with, as it says, there's going to be great persecution in this time. Huge persecution's coming. But it's in a prelude to the Lord coming back, as well as the judgments falling. There's going to be huge judgments falling on the earth. It's going to be coming on all nations, not just America. America is the one that kind of spread a lot of this, sorcery. It says in the book of Revelation, it says sorceries. And that is based on pharmakia, right? Which is what? Pharmaceuticals. Who's the one that's the father of all these pharmaceuticals? Who claims to be the father of it? Wants to take credit for everything. You know his name. Yeah. And he's promoting America or Babylon the Great, right? America the Great, Babylon the Great. And he's a trump. He's a horn. He's a boasting horn. The Bible says a boasting horn. A very boasting horn will rise up. And it will have a fierce countenance. Who's got the fierce countenance? Remember, his favorite picture now is the fierce countenance. Anytime he promotes any politician, he puts that fierce countenance right next to his favorite pick, because now he's taken off the gloves. This velvet sacrificial lamb of the first advent is now transformed into a iron fist, iron scepter. He's going to rule with an iron fist. And I'm going to tell you what, that's exactly what's happening right now. So, but this is the way it's supposed to be. Okay, so here's Patreon. Let me get into, let's see, I did Patreon, Twitter. I got to do Twitter. Hold on, Twitter. Okay, I've got Twitter back. And then, who else? Am I missing anybody? Oh, yeah, Telegram. Did I put Telegram on there? I did. All right, Telegram, you're on the queue. Okay, so we have lots of stuff going down right now. They got snipers. They've got Apache helicopters, military grade, not just, National Guard. We're talking about military type equipment. And I know that the National Guard has military-style equipment, and so does a lot of the police departments now. They're actually giving the police departments and equipping them with military-grade hardware. Did you know that? And that's under Trump's directive recently. So they are sending that out. Now, we told you about the very important update about the Civil War rumors that are spreading across America now about Democrat militants that are declaring a nationwide day of defiance on June 14th. This is the day of Trump's birthday, his military-style North Korea, Russia, China-style parade with military equipment, tanks, who knows what else they're going to be parading. Missiles, I don't know. Intercontinental ballistic missiles on transports, I don't know. Maybe they're going to do that too. But they're going to be doing this on that day. And it's his birthday, but it's also the 14th is also something else, I forget. So it says they're calling it No King's Day, or the nokings.org is the site. Let me look this up. I never even did look this up. nokings.org. Let's look and see what this is here. In America, we don't do kings. They defied our courts, deported Americans, disappeared people off the streets, attacked our civil rights, and slashed our services. The corruption has gone too far. No thrones, no crowns, no kings. And they said on June 14th, we rise up. And it says, find an event near you, and there are literally at least 1,000. They said 1,500 sites, 1,500 cities and locations that are on the map. So here you go. This is what you're in for, America. This is what we can expect right here. So I'm looking at the website itself right now, but this is just our Telegram page. This is the picture that's on the main site. Let's go ahead and screenshot that really quickly. Let's see if I can screenshot this. This page so huge. Hold on. Okay. All right, so this is what it says here. So this is the site. It's called nokings.org. And this is what they're planning. And I say this is this is the left. Now the right is also planning things as well. As I said, I'm neither left nor right, okay? I don't have as someone said in the chat yesterday, I don't have a horse in this race or a dog in this race or whatever they do. I am not on either side. In fact, my kingdom is not of this world, so I'm not political partisan, okay? This is not me. I'm here to alert, to give you information on what's happening. And so, like, let's just say you decide, oh, I live in Salt Lake City, but oh, look, you click on any one of these, and there's going to be an actual march or something. Can you believe this? Look at this. Look at this. Look at this. They're just everywhere. Look, I'm just clicking on every one of these dots. This is coming from. They're mobilizing. Okay, a lot of them are communists. This is exactly what Dmitry Duduman said. It's a communist uprising in America. and they're going to overwhelm our system. And so why is Trump bringing all these military assets on the 14th? Does he know something? Is there something about to go down? Yeah, this right here is about to go down. That's what's coming. That's what's going down. They're doing calls on Zoom, on training. What's going on there? Let me see what's happening there. Make sure I'm not missing something. Okay, so they're shooting tear gas right now. Tear gas is being shot out. Now, I think there's more here that we need to look at here, so just hold tight. I just need to make sure I'm looking at the right thing here. Hold on. Okay. Oh, wow. So these are hold on. These are, ooh, look at that. Oh my gosh. Did you see that? Oh my gosh. But they're organizing, they're training, they're preparing, guys. They're preparing for something huge. This is why they're calling up the Marines. This is why they're adding to the National Guard. They've got 4,000 now. I'm sure they're going to be adding more. You guys watch. This thing is going to explode. This thing is going to explode. Okay, so more updates. Hold tight. I'll just give you updates while we're watching this, okay, guys? Hold on one second. I got to move something here. Hold on. Okay. Let me get this behind here. Whoops. All right, yeah, I'm excited about the accuracy. This is what I'm excited about. This is why I am so amped up right now, because God has shown me, and I'm just going to tell you straight out. He has given me a heads up very specifically about things that have happened and I could say going way back, but it's gotten a lot more refined. Okay, the discernment, the ability to see things that are happening is a lot more refined than it used to be. But I've always had a heads up on things, all the way back from the time I started YouTube in 2008. And God has just focused me, really like laser focus on what's happening. And I am seeing stuff that is blowing my mind that's actually happening that we looked at way in advance. And it's been methodically, just like clockwork coming to pass. This is exactly what we expected. These things, everything that has happened in the last 5 years especially, has happened according to what we expected. And a lot of people didn't expect what we were warning. And it's happening. And there's more coming. There's a lot more. And I'm trying to get this message out. I just want as many people to hear this as possible. As many people need to hear this as possible of what they can expect here in the very near future. Okay, I'm going to go over what we got on the tap here. So it says more than 100 pro-democracy advocates why can't I say this word? Pro-democracy advocacy. Why can't I say that word? Advocate. How do you say advocacy? Advocacy groups. Advocacy? That's not how you say it. It doesn't sound right. Advocacy. How come I'm not pronouncing that right? That sounds totally, completely wrong. Advocacy. Advocacy? Am I saying this wrong? Advocacy. 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 Anyways, you know what I'm trying to say. It just doesn't sound right to me for some reason. Advocacy. Well, that just sounds wrong. I don't know why. But anyways, so advocacy groups, there's 100 of them, and those groups are facilitating all of these protests that are numbering right now in America on this map 1,500. We're talking about cities all across America on the 14th, rising up. And this is only, 5 days away? 5 days away. 5 days away, guys. And it's going to coincide on the weekend? So this is going to be on Saturday, Sunday, Monday, Saturday and Sunday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday. It's probably going to continue to ramp up and escalate all the way until the very weekend when this rise up happens, when they call for the rising up. And I expect some things to happen in the interim between now and then, something big. Okay, so we're going to go through what they're showing us here really quickly. Snipers are now posted at building rooftops. Steve Bannon, you know Steve Bannon. He's a very, very big player in what's happening here behind the scenes. He said regarding the riots, what's happening in Los Angeles right now is the beginning of the kinetic part of World War III on U.S. soil. Please listen to this. This is so important. I knew when I saw all this happening a few days back, the Lord told me very specifically, it has started. When I saw nothing in the news. I told my wife, I heard the Lord say, today it has started. I didn't know what it was. I didn't see anything in the news. And then the next day, something happened that had to do with these riots that began small. It was small, but it happened. And I said, maybe this is it. And then another thing happened, and then another thing. And then it built until last week. And then after last week, we started seeing bigger things leading up to 2 or 3 days ago when it began. That's when it really began, when everybody started seeing it. But we knew about this like a week or more before, because God had spoke very clearly. This was a heads up on what we could expect, that this was the beginning. He said twice to me in one day. This is why I'm talking about hearing from God recently. I'm telling you guys, we need to learn how to hear from God, because we got to get accurate in our discernment. We can't be listening to thoughts that are just flowing through our heads, whether it's our own thoughts or, they can actually influence thoughts too. There's a lot of, when it says have the helmet of salvation, and it says the shield of faith whereby you can quench the fiery darts of the wicked one, it's talking about external attacks that will hit your mind and your spirit and your emotions. These things are affecting people's perceptions. You have to guard it. You have to know how to protect yourself. What does it say? The peace of God, which surpasses all understanding, will guard your heart and guard your minds in Christ Jesus, right? It's the peace of God. It's like a shield. It's like a defense mechanism. How do you get that shield? It says, be anxious for nothing, but in everything, by prayer, with supplication, with thanksgiving, make your requests known to God, and the peace of God, which surpasses all understanding, will guard your hearts and your minds, right? You're going to have that garrison. You're going to have that bulwark of defense. You're going to have a buffer. You're going to have the very presence and the angelic host protecting you and your family. You need the covering. You need the protection. You got to get it from the Lord. Amen? So here's what he's saying. You wonder why it looks like a foreign country in these riots? Foreigners are doing it. Foreigners are doing it. Now, the commentary my wife put in here, which I agree with, and I think every one of you should be aware of, is Dimitri Duduman. In fact, I'm going to call Mike Boldia and see if he will talk to us in an interview setting here soon. This Michael Boldia is Dimitri Duduman's grandson, and he was very much a part of these conversations that Dimitri Duduman was having with our nation prophetically. Okay, so it says, are we now seeing the internal communist uprising as seen by Dimitri Duduman's vision concerning America and its downfall? Because that's exactly what he saw right before we were attacked. He saw the communist uprising of groups within America that began to draw the attention of the government internal as it was trying to fix domestic issues. And that's when we're attacked. That is when we're attacked. Let's see what he's saying. Okay. Also, bionic shields. Bionic shields are being passed out. They're being passed out to all protesters. What is this going to do? Here's what's going to happen. It's going to embolden the protesters and protect them from less lethal ammunition, less lethal force, and they're going to be emboldened. And they're going to start getting closer and more and have more effect upon police activity, which is going to cause an escalation. And it's probably going to cause the police to respond with lethal response. So what's happening here? These bionic shields are being trucked in for the Los Angeles rioters. These cost around $60 each. They are boxes and boxes of them being handed out right now. I want to show you the footage of this. These are agitators that are preparing for what is coming to America. Watch this. And it's a literal war. It is a literal war inside of America. This is what is coming to America. I hope you're all preparing. This is what we've been preparing for. This is why we told people to prep. This is why we told you to get alternative critical infrastructure will be affected. Your food supply will be affected. Your energy supplies will be affected. Everything will be, especially if you're in big cities, you're going to have a lot of problems. You have to have an alternative, plan A, plan B, plan C kind of thing. Okay? So here's what we're looking at. Watch this.
Going to happen, and you're waiting for it to happen. And you can look around, you see the National Guard in front of the federal building, but as far as this intersection where we're seeing all this take place, there's no local police to be seen.
Yeah.
And we have people handing out masks and gas masks, and we just saw people graffitiing the sidewalk right in front of this truck, and we've seen people doing burnouts in the street. There's no local law enforcement around.
Let us clarify, because we've been showing a wide shot and from a different angle, a whole lot of officers on the other side of the federal building, almost behind you, and perhaps the visual is obstructed from your point of view. But I can tell you there are many, many, many LAPD cars and officers there that have staged. They are blocking that freeway overpass, so protesters can't get on that overpass like they did yesterday and throw bricks or concrete or scooters down on law enforcement that was below that had cleared the 101 freeway. So perhaps they're not where you are, but there's a lot of them already positioned there. They're not getting caught off guard by a crowd gathered here.
So, I mean, that was quite a spectacle.
Yeah,
that we have there of these folks, and your photographer just gave us a great shot of the box that was left behind, which showed the brand of mask. I mean, it's not the kind of thing, thank you for seeing this there. It looks like a bionic shield is what that's called. I mean, that's not the kind of thing that you buy in bulk if you don't plan on doing something with it. And the fact that that's being handed out kind of like candy to everybody gives you an indication that these folks probably plan to be here for a while.
Did you guys hear that? Did you guys hear that? Tell me that you understand what that means. Does that make sense? You know what I'm trying to say, right? Type 1 if you're understanding what's happening here. Let's hear a way ho. Let me hear you say way ho. I said boom boom boom. Let me hear you say way ho. All right, so so yeah, the right, they did this on purpose because they want to offend the senses of the right in an extreme manner, so there's a backlash and an ultimate clash and a division and a polarization, because that will bring about the design and plan of the globalists, who I believe Trump is a part of, even though he says he's not, to bring about the clamping down, the martial law, and the powers that are going to be enacted for Trump to become exactly what he is. He's going to use this to say he's trying to keep us safe, because everybody's going to be afraid. Everybody's going to be so scared about what's happening. But really, they're facilitating this. Now, you could say, well, Trump didn't do this. Trump didn't do this. Well, it's like they groomed, this is the way I look at it. They groomed Trump. Trump was groomed for this moment. He was purposefully put in this place and groomed by you could say aliens, you could say extraterrestrials, you could say gods, spirits, whatever. He was birthed in the Capitol Dome, right under the apotheosis, where they make our presidents into gods. Has nothing to do with Jesus there. There's no imagery of saints. These are all humans that have become gods. And if you know anything about the ritual that happens when he was inaugurated, right there in front of the obelisk and the Capitol Dome inside, that's the birthing of Osiris. That's the rising of Osiris. That is a ritual that is done every inauguration. Why did Trump not have his hand on the Bible? There's another reason for why that happened, because he's not beholden to the Bible. Now, he'll sign the Bible as if it's something that, he's an author of. He'll say that he's the chosen one, even though he doesn't know anything about Scripture in the sense of what it really truly teaches. Or if he does, he just plays dumb and doesn't accept it. But if you look into his background, his spiritual influences are occultic, high-level occultists. Norman Vincent Peale. This is all about the Kingdom Now Dominion theology, or the Seven Mountain Mandate. Also appealing to Jewish mystics, mysticism, saying that he's converted to become a Jew, also saying that he converted and became a true born-again Christian. He's appealing to everyone and their brother. Okay, he's not saying anything that's legit and or true in his heart. He's doing it for the purpose of manipulating, okay? So if you don't got that figured out yet, you need to get that figured out. In Latin, MAGA means witch, a witch. And then in the language of the Satanic Church, if you look, the top level is a MAGA. There's different levels. There's warlocks, there's witches, there's priests, and then the top level, the highest level is MAGA. So when you're the highest level of magician, practitioner of satanic theology, according to the churchofsatan.com, you are a MAGA level. So not only does it mean witch in Latin, but it also means, there's another language, and I think in Hebrew it means something else. Hebrew, it also means something. Let me just look it up really quick. And there's so many things that we've talked about that I won't even go into right now because it's just, there was another language, and it wasn't Latin, it was anyways, I forgot what it was now. Yeah, so dusk has fallen. It's now becoming dark. This is where we're going to start seeing more activity. All right, so let's go through a little more.
Yeah, that one I got on camera when I was scared the hell out of me. If I had a tripod, I would be careful. I'm falling back because I didn't realize they were
A few more updates here.
The reason why I didn't bring mine is because yesterday there's no way you could
Okay, so protesters in Raleigh, North Carolina today holding a sign that says 8647 right there. I don't know if you can see it right there. 8647. Protesters have now spread to Dallas, Texas, where dozens are being arrested. This commentary from Steve Bannon should be taken very seriously. He's a very high-level operative that has great influence on Trump's administration from behind the scenes in the shadows. And you should take his words very seriously. He was the one that was credited to getting Trump elected in 2016. Even though he had a fallout with Trump, Trump made fun of him. Trump basically got rid of him at a certain point. He never attacked Trump. He never turned on Trump like Elon did. But then again, that's just the personality of Elon, and I think it has something to do with theater. Now, Elon has now stated and posted little emojis about Trump as if he's wanting to make up, little hearts. He's taken his anger off when he blocked Charlie Kirk and he blocked Stephen Miller. He now unblocked them. So it's his way of trying to say, hey, I guess I went a little too far. I'm sorry, blah, 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 right? But that's exactly what we expected. He's going to make up. Trump's going to embrace him back at a certain point. Actually, they already are playing the game. They're playing the game. This is WWE. Like I said, World Wrestling, Entertainment, or World Wrestling Federation with the F, WWF or WWE, One of the two. It's all scripted. It's all planned. It's all for your consumption. It's all for your emotion to get you connected and get involved with the lie, with the charade, with the fake fight, which is not really a fight. Okay? Nothing about it is real. It's very scripted. Hundreds of protesters appear out of nowhere in downtown LA, and LAPD are totally absent. Let's look at this and see what they said here.
Yeah, we've got some action here, Aaron. Apologize. I want to go back to Bill Malugin. He's live there. He and Tommy Chu is his photographer. Bill, what are you seeing? Because we're seeing a lot.
Hey, Trace. Well, this new random massive group of protesters.
Okay, by the way, really quickly, that was at 7:30 p.m. West Coast time, so that was only about 45 minutes ago. This was a 45-minute ago situation. This actually happened only 45 minutes ago, is what I'm trying to say, okay? So just know the time frame on this.
Just showed up here, hundreds upon hundreds of them. We're walking behind them trying to catch up right now. They've taken over the street. I don't see any LAPD here. They've got like their own vehicle convoy. You'll notice it's all foreign flags. Tommy, if you can just kind of pan off, it's all Mexican flags, Palestinian flags, flags from like El Salvador. It's all foreign. And they have their own little vehicle convoy here. Right now, I don't see a single LAPD officer. Let me turn around and show you how long this convoy goes through downtown LA. You can see all the way in the background, more Mexican flags, more vehicles. I do not know where this group came from. We were chasing an entirely different group earlier with LAPD, and then this one comes out of nowhere. This is even bigger than the initial group we were with when LAPD was pushing them around. So, again, I'm not seeing a single law enforcement officer anywhere. Heads up, watch out for these cars, Tommy. We're going to keep walking down this way and see if we can catch up with them. Yeah, they're shooting fireworks. You might be able to hear that, too. LAPD has a helicopter above us now, so they're going to be watching this. I'm not hearing any sirens or anything yet, still not seeing any cruisers, but they clearly have eyes on this, which is, again, a huge convoy. They keep shooting off fireworks. We're going to keep trying to follow them here. So I would imagine, Trace, it's a matter of time before LAPD tries to respond with some units here, because this is the biggest protest group we've seen of the day so far. And yeah. I honestly have no idea where they came from, because we were following that other big group, and then this one just showed up out of nowhere. And again, they've got dozens upon dozens of vehicles all waving flags. They're all part of this convoy. These people are just getting in the back of a truck right here now, a random truck that showed up. Right. They got their sign. So it looks like they're just scooping people up as they go who support them. And again, you see all these Mexican flags and everything. Zero LAPD so far, but they do have a helicopter above us. So Trace, I'll send it back to you. We're going to keep walking ahead, and we're going to see if we can actually catch up with this big group. Because again, it looked like it was at least 400 to 500 people.
What do you think about that? And there's a lot more of those groups, I'm sure, that are in the tens of thousands, if not hundreds of thousands. You know how many illegals there are that cross the border. And you know there's a lot of agitators in there. You know there's a lot of criminals in there. You know there's a lot of probably terrorists that make up those groups. And just, oh God, just understand the possible, outcome of people taking advantage of this situation and causing havoc. That's what they're going to do. They're going to do that, right? They're going to do that in this next 5 or 6 days. So this is the live feed here. Everybody needs to be very aware of what's coming. We need to get as many people up to speed on what's happening. I'll go over all the information again once we gain some more people in the chat. We need to get as many people here as possible. This word needs to go out far and wide. I don't see anybody really putting these pieces together and explaining in detail of the scenario that's unfolding right now and where it's leading. There might be a few out there, but nobody's really listening to that. They're thinking that this is just another event that's going to go away when it's taken care of by police. But my spidey senses are saying this is going to turn into something much worse. Hold tight 1 second. All right, I'm back. Okay, I wanted to also... Jose, are you in the house, Jose? I saw someone in here by the name of Jose. I just wanted to tell you thank you for your donation. Hey, the Seer's in the house. There's somebody in here called the Seer. They used to call me that back in the day, remember? How many of you guys remember when people used to say... Because the channel was Prophetic Seer. But there's somebody in here called the Seer. Hey, what's happening, man? You got my old name. People used to say it. Now, I never named myself that. They used to say that. They used to tell me that. I would just go along with it, even though I didn't really embrace it as a title. He's a wizard? Yeah, you're talking about Trump or something, right? Don't worry. Somebody deleted. Don't worry. Okay, so we got some more... we had a mod, so delete that, I guess. That's not a big deal. Okay, we got more updates here. More updates. Oh, my goodness. Let's see. Okay, so somebody spit on a police officer. You know how Trump said, when they spit, we hit? Okay, look at what they did to this guy. I guess they're doing this exact thing here. Look at this. So this is what they did to somebody that spit on the police officers.
If I had to estimate, I'm really bad at estimating people, dude, but 10, let's say there's 10, 20... 30, 40, 50, 60.
Told you I won, nigga! Told you!
Over 200 something bucks or something. Like 200 dollars, sorry.
I meant.
Over 200 bucks.
Do it, homie! That shit don't hurt me!
So they hit him pretty hard, I guess. Let's go back and look at that again. I want to see who they hit here.
I meant.
Over 200 bucks.
Let's see what he was wearing. I want to see what he was wearing. Okay, so he had a backpack with earmuffs on. Let's see where he went from there. Do you see him in there? Let's see. I think that was him right there. Was that him? I don't know. They're all dressed up. You see how they all got masks on? They said that having masks is illegal. Trump said that anybody that wears masks is doing something now that's illegal. And they don't want people covering their face because they want to know who it is, right? Well, they've got the ability to find people with their cell phones and geolocate people that were in the area. So people that are in these areas are going to get a knock on their door just for being in that area. Okay, here's another, let's see what we got here.
Music, shit.
This is oh, by the way, Jose, I wanted to say, Jose, thank you for the donation. God bless you, brother, and it's people like you that keep us on the air. If you're still here, I did see that you had donated a while back, and thank you. Thank you. Every little bit helps keep, the message moving forward. And we know that God is going to bless anybody that gets behind what we're doing in an abundant way, because that's what I'm praying. I am praying for everyone that is, and it doesn't have to be in the public eye. It can be a secret thing. You know who you are if you're out there, that you're behind what we're doing. You're promoting our message. It's your message. It's the Lord's. It's the message of the kingdom. Okay, we are promoting what's true, and we're uncovering the lie. We're uncovering and exposing the unfruitful deeds of darkness. And this is exactly what you're funding. You're praying for what we're doing. You're spreading the message by sharing it on your social media. Every way you possibly can, get that message out. Amen? All right, guys. But I do appreciate that guy out there. Let's see. I missed it, Jose. I missed your message. There you go. Jose F. Thank you, Jose F. God bless you, brother. I see you, man. I see it. Thank you so much. All right, this is another feed here. Let's see what's going on here. Is this a live feed? Yeah, this is live. Okay. All right. Let's keep an eye on this one, too.
Yeah, it looks like the helicopters are flying to the east. There's another scene that way. That might be where they're arresting people.
Hold on.
I think they may be arresting people over there. Yeah, someone said there's a little short white bus and they're locking people, putting people in it. I don't know if that's the spot though. I don't know. I'll see. Yeah.
And anytime we see something pop off, we'll move to the new feed. We've got a number of feeds going here. I might have a multi-cam feed here as well. Let's see if we can find that multi-cam feed. Oh, I wanted to go over what Canadian Prepper was saying, because it's not just here in America that we need to be focused on. We need to be aware of what's happening right now in Ukraine and the Middle East. It's huge. What's happening there is it's connected. it's connected to what's going on here at home. And if you missed some of my commentary earlier today about the connection between Iran and our southern border, we're talking about tunnel networks. We're talking about Hezbollah, Iran-backed connections to cartels in at our southern border, building a network of tunnels for payment. See, the cartels paid them so they could get their drugs into America through the tunnel system. And Hezbollah used that money to continue their fight against Israel. But what's happened is that they're still operating and still have relationship with them, and this has to do with the undermining of America as well. And they're using those tunnel systems to do what they're doing. Okay, so this is why I think Trump brought another destroyer into the Gulf of California. There's now 3, I think. What they did was they exchanged one out and they brought the coal in. This came all the way from the Red Sea. They're bringing assets here to our own shores. And in preparation for this, they're bringing out military, which I believe in California is in preparation for something else going on. It's not just domestic unrest. This might be the cover, as well as this parade that he has up in D.C., might be the cover for military martial law operations in America. So Canadian Prepper is also talking about this. And I'm going to just show you guys, I want to just read to you some of the transcript here, since I really can't go into this too much. Hold on, what's going on here? Yeah, there's a lot of foreign flags, not just Mexican flags, but you're seeing flags from communist countries. You're seeing Russian flags. I've seen Russian flags. I've seen hammer and sickle flags. It's just absolutely crazy. Okay, so here's what he says. This is your World War III update. The insanity continues due to the nebulous nature of modern-day warfare and how imperceptibly thick the fog of war is today. Anytime information is disclosed from any intelligence agency or military, there usually is an ulterior motive in play. That's what I said. Anytime they disclose information like this, they're doing something else. And it's almost important that you focus less on the substance of the information itself, but rather on the timing and its implications. As Marshall McLuhan would say, the medium is the message, especially so in warfare. Now, that's what I said. It's perceptions that they're trying to shape. It's not necessarily what they're actually doing. So it's very important to understand this. I'm referencing a disclosure of information from the Iranian government. They claim that they've conducted a massive intel breach. They've claimed that they've conducted a massive intel breach into Israel's nuclear program, and they say that they're going to leverage. And they say that they're going to leverage this in their counterattack should the Israelis strike Iranian nuclear facilities. They now, let's turn this down here. They now hold on, where am I at? They've now established a clear ultimatum, a red line that is saying, if you attack our nuclear facilities, we are not only going to attack your nuclear facilities, we know where they are, and we're going to attack the nuclear weapons that are contained therein. Now, Israel being a westernized superpower, an above ground superpower, well, they are and have hardened bunkers. They have hardened bunkers and shelters against smaller munitions that would be fired from the Gaza Strip. The bottle rockets, or even and I call them bottle rockets too. These Katyusha rockets that Hezbollah is yet to be. Okay, so it says at the bottle rockets, or even Hezbollah, it's yet to be known as to whether or not their deep underground military complexes, should they even exist, are impenetrable to Iranian ballistic missiles, especially Iranian ballistic missiles that might even be nuclear tipped. Now, of course, Iran claims to not have nuclear weapons, but there are now some rumblings suggesting that they will pursue them should Israel strike their facilities. We have a lot of information to discuss. The situation has progressed immensely over the course of a few days, and we're going to get right down to that. But what I want to remind people of, and the reason why a lot of people watch Canadian Prepper, this is Canadian Prepper, guys, I'm just giving some of his commentary for updates, is that 20 months ago we talked about the Egyptian diplomat who claimed that on October 7th, that the primary objective of the Hamas brigades who infiltrated that Israel base, in addition to the Unit 8200, which is one of the premier global cybersecurity task forces in Israel, that one of their prime directives was to capture information related to Israel's nuclear program. And this was all being orchestrated on high in some way, shape, or form by the Iranians. And that happened before October 7th. So now I can attest to the veracity of the latter part of that statement, but it all made sense at the same time. And in fact, I was very concerned about bringing this information to a broader audience because there was only one Egyptian diplomat who was talking about this. However, some former Western intelligence officials later started to share about it as well. So what this means, and the Iranians have actually said that this was information that they acquired long ago, so it would, it seems, be consistent with what I put forth in this video. He says, maybe I'll show you a snippet of that in a moment that appears to be right on point. Now, the question is, why would you disclose that now, obviously, if we're talking about the importance of timing, when it's clear that we are reaching the final stages? In fact, I would already say that we're in extra innings in this thing. I would say the same. And it's likely, and if you don't know what extra innings are, that means that you're at the end of the game, but now you've got a few extra innings that are added to the game because it's supposed to have already been concluded, but because there's a stalemate, you go on for an extra inning or two. Okay, so that's what he's saying. He's saying, and the thing should likely have happened long ago, but we can't separate what's happening in Ukraine from what's happening in Israel, and I would suggest also what's happening here at home. They are trying to coordinate both of these conflicts at the same time. Of course, I'm referring to the United States transatlantic axis, and they need to make sure that they don't overstretch themselves. Perhaps this is something that they want because, of course, we know they need a war to mobilize now. Right now, Trump is, I think, he's Noam was saying, okay, so Christy Noam was saying that Trump has called up another 2,000 National Guard to the streets of Los Angeles. Apparently today it's quite calm, so I guess the question is, it's not quite calm. It's getting ready for an outbreak here. It says, he says it's quite calm, but relatively, the question is, what is the purpose of all that we are trying to, the purpose of all that? Are they trying to trigger some sort of domestic smokescreen to take away from the fact that this crap is about to hit the fan in the Middle East, and in Russia case in point? Take a look at this flight path behind me. This is a Boeing P-8. This is a Poseidon plane that is named a reconnaissance plane, a U.S. Air Force plane flying under the banner of NATO, and that's talking about this reconnaissance plane that's over probably Ukraine going into Russia. So what are we doing there? Like, what are we actually doing there? Are we getting ready for a war there? Like, is this all about to break out in other parts of the world? Like, he's saying, is this a smokescreen that's happening here in America for that reason? So it says banner of NATO. So it says now you'll notice that it is flying incredibly close to Sochi. In fact, as close as you can to the Russian mainland while still being in international waters. Now, historically, in the past, the Americans would fly the unmanned drones in this region because there's been at least 2 instances where the Russians brought it down directly by spilling fuel on it, and another one where they actually scooped that one up and likely reverse engineered it, fell into the Black Sea, and another one in which it just went off radar, and since that time they haven't sent any there now. Since Trump took office, they've become a lot more brazen, which is crazy because he was the one who said that he was going to end the war in 24 hours. Let's not get into that, but I hope that we've all accepted now that Trump is going to be the World War III president, okay? There's no signs of this thing slowing down, and he's pushing every Russian button possible at this point in time to provoke a wider war. Whether he's doing it intentionally or whether the people around him, his acolytes, are pushing for this is unknown and is largely irrelevant. All we need to do is follow the weapons. You don't fly a plane that this platform requires at least 12 people in order to operate. You don't fly a manned plane that close to the sun unless you are tempting fate. That's true, unless you want the Russians to shoot it down. They're right there on the Russian border in the ocean. They're talking about right there in Sumy, he said. And that's what they're trying to do, is put the Russians in a position where they have no other choice but to intercept this plane. And of course, would be controversial unto itself if there was an interception, because that would mean that a Russian warplane came very close to an American plane. Now, would they admit it? We don't know, because we know that there's been many instances throughout this war where things have happened, like when the Russian fired on a British plane, or a British fired on a Russian plane, and they didn't disclose it until 6 months later, right? So we don't even know what's going on again. To have to go onto the OSIN stuff is helpful, but flight radar is still what they want you to see. That's true. So they just turn off their transponders. I don't know why we even see what we do see, but it says we don't even know what else is going on there. This is just what they want us to see. So this is tempting the Russians, because this puts the Russians at a disadvantage if they shoot this plane down. NATO immediately calls for Article 4 meeting, which invariably is going to trigger Article 5, which will force Russian nuclear forces to be on the highest hair-trigger state of alert, which could initiate a chain of events that we're not going to be able to walk back as a species. That's true. Now, the other flip side of this is that, okay, so you now have this manned plane. This is a Poseidon. Now, what this manned plane is doing, well, it is collecting data for Ukrainian strikes inside of Russian territory. So the Russians have to engage this aircraft at some point in time, because it is going to be detrimental to their health if they choose not to do so, especially seeing that the war is ramping up every single day. In fact, yesterday, the Russians claimed that it was the most powerful strike on Ukraine to date. We didn't see a lot of footage, but it did seem that it was out of the ordinary in terms of magnitude of the strikes. Well, we'll talk about that more in a minute, but I wanted to bring this to the people's attention because this is in itself proves that we are on a collision course to a major escalation. Things are going to get worse before they get better, and we have a lot more information to share on that front as well. But now, here's where what Donald Trump had to say, going back to the Middle East theater. Let's hear what he had to say with respect to this particular issue. And then Trump says, today we have this meeting with Iran on Thursday, so we're going to wait till Thursday. And what's the main impediment to getting a deal? So that they have a meeting on Thursday. This is going to be the 6th round of talks, and Iran has rejected the current proposal by the United States and countered with the exact same proposal as before. Well, they're just asking for things that that you can't do until they drive over. Okay, so we're going to get more into that. I do think I have some more breaking news here. Let's look really quickly. Wifey is telling me there's something big that just happened here. Let's see here. Okay, DHS. This is huge breaking news. DHS Secretary seeks, quote, military arrests in Los Angeles in leaked letter. Military arrests in Los Angeles. This is a leaked letter. Quote, one day before the Trump administration deployed U.S. Marines to confront protesters in Los Angeles, U.S. Homeland Security Security Secretary Christine Noem asked Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth to direct the military to detain or arrest lawbreakers, a move one expert called a grave escalation. A letter sent Sunday from Noem to Hegseth, obtained by the Chronicle, requested that the Pentagon give directions to DoD forces to either detain, just as they would at any federal facility guarded by military, lawbreakers under Title 18 until they can be arrested and processed by federal law enforcement, or arrest them. The military is generally barred under federal laws from taking part in domestic law enforcement. Noem's request may be a step toward the administration sidestepping those laws by invoking the Insurrection Act. So it says two legal experts said in interviews. So this is a definite escalation of federal involvement, federal forces, military forces involved in domestic issues. This is a like they said, a sidestep and a foot in the door. So Noem also asked Hegseth for drone surveillance support, as well as weapons and logistics assistance in Los Angeles. Now, did you see that video that I posted of the Black Hawk, or it might have been, it looked like a Black Hawk that had landed inside of Los Angeles that was unloading what the journalists and the anchors thought were weapons? They were unloading it on the ground inside of Los Angeles. Weapons. What's going on? How many of you guys saw that? I'll show you that video footage here in just a second here. Let's see if I can find that really quick. Yeah, here it is. Okay, take a look at this. This is what they were saying was being unloaded.
It's a surreal sight. This Black Hawk moved in just in the last few minutes from the Border Patrol, landing at that Homeland Security office on the Paramount side, right next to the Home Depot, and they are unloading this huge helicopter with, just boxes and boxes, dozens of boxes of ammunitions, less lethal weaponry. You see these tanks with flammable labels on the side, one after another, an entire shipment, as if they were getting ready for some kind of a major battle. It really has to be said, this is a remarkable sight in the middle of a suburban street here, where they are just unloading all of these weapons, carts full of boxes and flammable weaponry. So you can see that it just made its own parking spot there in the parking lot of that Homeland Security office on the other side of the river, where all of this is taking place, and just a few blocks from that Home Depot and right across the freeway from where that car fire was, just a few blocks away, and the protesters and sheriff's department had been squaring off. But this site here at the Homeland Security office of these federal officials unloading dozens of boxes of weapons and ammunition is just quite a sight to behold here. Something I really don't recall ever seeing here. Guys, back to you.
What do you think about that? What do you think about that, guys? Why don't we have more people here? You guys are going to have to help. Let's get this message out. Share it, share it, share it. Get the message out. People need to see what's happening before it's too late. We're going to be in our deep underground military bunker when it all hits the fan. I hope that more of you out there are prepared. You got your loved ones? Do they know about this? Do they know what's going on here? Have they seen all the pieces put together here? The timing of it, everything? There's so much more. I need to just do a big, long, connect the dots message on this. I'm telling you. Oh, Lord, have mercy. People do not see what's about to go down here. This is Jade Helm, the Jade Helm exercises right here, guys. You're watching what they had simulated via the Jade Helm exercise. This is exactly what it's for. What's happening right now is Jade Helm. These are not kids. A lot of these people are being instigated by agitators that are foreign, that are probably communists, that are probably also jihadists, that are leftists. There's probably a lot of these anarchists that are trying to undermine, and maybe this is being facilitated on purpose too, like I said from the top, in some way to bring down this. This might be the prelude for the freedom cities. That they need to have these spaces opened, right, to be able to rebuild, to build back better, to have the Great Reset, so that they can build these cities. Trump said that they're going to build 10 freedom cities. What does that mean? 10? How does he know 10? 10 freedom cities? They're going to build 10 freedom cities. Maybe he's talking about the 10 kings. You remember when Trump said that? The 10 freedom cities, that he wants to build 10 freedom cities? What is that? Trump's 10 freedom cities. It says here, Trump proposes building 10 freedom cities. This was in 2023, March of 2023, he proposed 10 freedom cities. It says former President Trump on Friday proposed building up to 10 futuristic freedom cities on federal land, part of a plan that the 2024 presidential contender said would create a new American future in a country that has lost its boldness. Commuters, meanwhile, could get around in flying cars. Anyways, I'm not going to read it. You can go and check it out. All right, so they're kettling people right now. Police just said we're all under arrest. LAPD kettles large group of anti-ICE protesters in downtown Los Angeles, takes them away in a shuttle bus. So they're now arresting people. Kettling them means that they entrap them in a location where they corral them in, right? Let me see if I can find the footage on this. Let's see. This may be it here. All right, this is when they kettle you in. This is what they mean by kettling. If you can see this.
The police just said we're all under arrest. The police just said we're all under arrest.
What'd you expect, Sherlock? Okay, we got some more breaking news. More breaking news. All right, so Iran, Khomeini rejects U.S. nuclear deal proposal, vows to keep enriching uranium. Putin says that the Ukrainian regime is a terrorist regime and has rejected the proposal of a trilateral meeting between Zelensky, himself, and Trump. Okay, you know what? That was that was information that I had from before. Sorry. I was on my Telegram and I was on the wrong page. Okay, so I was thinking that this was huge. Okay, so here we go. Oh my gosh. Washington, D.C., there are preparations for the military parade, and you can see all of the different vehicles coming in. Let's go over there and look. Look at this. Let's check that out there. Look at right there. Woo, this is Washington, D.C. There's another one. There's another one. Oh boy. There you go. Let's see what else we got here. They're going to probably fortify the city, put up barricades everywhere. Fireworks shot towards police in Santa Ana as police continue to attempt to disperse anti-ICE crowds. This is in Santa Ana, California. Here, Santa Ana.
Peaceful protest! Peaceful protest! Shoot us! There's a real fucking gun in this one! Oh my god, a water bottle!
So that was Santa Ana chiming in. This right here is it says here movement towards invoking the Insurrection Act signals an extreme crisis in the United States. Analysis. Over the last few days, we've seen a constitutional crisis break out within the United States that lacks any sort of recent precedent. While the protest movement remains largely confined to Los Angeles and violence below 2020 levels, it is in the political dimension this crisis has truly emerged. Unlike in 2020, and for the first time since the events at Selma in 1965, the federal government invoked Title 10 to federalize the National Guard of a state against its wishes. This has since escalated to a heated war of words, with both state and federal officials directly raising the specter of civil war, while the president and members of his administration have raised the prospect of arresting the governor of the state of the largest state in the union. We're talking about Gavin Newsom. Trump has actually made a joke, but possibly even legitimate statement of arrest in answer to Gavin Newsom's statement of go ahead and arrest me, right? So it says here that President and his members of his administration have raised the prospect of arresting the governor of the largest state of the union. To the best of our knowledge, this is the first that has the first time that this is this is the first this has been threatened since the American Civil War. Okay. While this news being reported that the U.S. federal authorities are now considering the possible invocation of the Insurrection Act for the first time since 1992, and the first time since the Civil Rights era, against the wishes of a state in the United States, now stands on the edge of an unknown abyss. Regardless of your personal opinions on the matter, objectively, such a move will be incredibly escalatory amid an already heated state versus federal showdown. Both sides have already raised. The prospect of civil war, as stated, and having the U.S. military conduct direct policy authority direct policing authority. Having the U.S. military conduct direct policing authority presents a very real prospect of igniting something that can quickly spiral out of control. So this is very serious, guys. Very serious situation. As we have said, very serious situation. Okay, initial reports of Israeli airstrikes targeting Hodeidah port inside of Yemen. So Israeli strikes inside of Yemen. Seeing these protests spread to Texas is not a good sign. There's protests now taking place inside of Texas. Ukraine launches its nightly drone strike attacks towards the north and south of Russia. Huge amounts of drones raining down right now. Trump says another round of talks with Iran will take place on Thursday, but the Iranians have already stated they're not going to budge on what they believe is their peaceful right to a peaceful program that is nuclear. They are not going to budge. So I don't know what the reason for another round is if they already are steeled against this and have already dug their heels in. This is just another round of nothing. All right, so I'm just going to kind of sit back and watch with you guys. Looking at your comments in the text chat. If you have anything you want to say, I'll chat with you guys. Looks like something just happened there. Let's
More tear gas. Police are returning fire. People are throwing bottles. People are throwing bottles, water bottles, glass bottles. Police are returning fire. There's the incoming fireworks here. A lot of tear gas. A lot of tear gas.
All right, so here is this is coming, oh gosh, this is something that is planned throughout the week, throughout this whole week. These are protests from LA to Atlanta, ICE out of New York, stop the deportations. Burlington, from LA to Burlington, from LA to Providence. It says ICE protests. Let's look at this. ICE protests have been scheduled today and all week across the country as the unrest from Los Angeles will likely spread nationwide. Exactly what I've said. This is the beginning of something very bad. I think that Steve Bannon's commentary on this is absolutely correct. He's talking about the beginning of a kinetic World War III here on American soil. So if you haven't prepared for this, you better do it now. You don't have too much time left. If you don't have alternative power, alternative communications, a lot of extra food, you better have some extra fuel. If you need to get to where you got to go, you should prepare now. Okay? If you haven't listened to me in the past, and you don't know who I am, you don't know what I'm talking about, there's a lot of catching up to do, but you need to get yourself prepared quickly, especially if you're in a large city, especially if you have a very large migrant population or a Islamic population or any kind of population that is significant. You want to be as far away from large population centers as possible, if you can. And if you know how to camp for long periods of time, that's a good thing. So yeah, be a little mobile if you have to. Get out of Dodge when it starts, if it starts in earnest, because I think we're going to see terrible things happening here in America. And some of you may have come right in the middle of this and haven't heard all the explanations as to what's going on, but you need to go back and rewind and listen to everything that I've talked about.
Okay. Shit. send news.
Oh shit, I was watching you. Nice to meet you.
Are you live streaming too or
no? No, just a recording. I was watching your live stream all day yesterday.
Are you a media? Yeah. What's your name?
Travis, 45th News Brigade. Nice to meet you.
Hey, nice to meet you, man. Fuck, I took that tear gas straight to the mouth, man.
Yeah, that's why
I turned around, my mask fell off. My mask is fucking broken. That's the worst tear gas I've ever got, bro. I swallowed it. I didn't want to swallow, man. It was overwhelming.
Yeah, you get used to it.
Oh no. I've got it from afar, but that shit was like, my face is still fucking burning, bro. Oh my god.
I'll get 3 parts now.
That water helps. Do you need some water? Oh, fuck. Oh. Oh, shit. Yeah. Spicy, man. I got that. I just had that 12-piece spicy McNugget meal right in my eyes. Woo. Dude, my cheeks are burning, bro.
iPad? Huh?
Did anybody pick up a, oh, yes.
Yeah, there you go, buddy. Is that yours? You all right, man?
I was just taking pictures. I don't know.
Dude, never ever come to one of these without a
What happened, man? You were taking pictures?
Yeah, that's it. I'm a photographer.
Did you get the phone, too? You got the phone? Did you get the phone?
When it hits you, it goes into your mind.
I know, man. It's not the first time for me.
Yeah, thanks.
I thought that was your iPad. I was like, damn, you're filming on iPad too?
No. It was his, and I was like, somebody, you know.
What happened to my filter? My filter fell out of my mask. Right when I was putting it on.
That poor guy, not prepared at all. I told him, never go to one of these without a gas mask and a fucking
Yeah. These. My eye protector helped, but fuck, the mask went off and I got it straight down the fucking mouth. Bro, that shit was...
I had mine ready to go, so we could throw it over his head.
That's like that's probably one of the worst feelings I've ever had.
I've been covering these riots since 2020, dude.
Yeah, me too. Can you put these right here? You think you could put this in there?
Yeah.
I'll hold it, yeah, the filter. They're just like the way you put it in there and they twist.
You'll feel it fall in, but...
No? I know, it's hard. We both only have one hand up.
That thing is...
Yeah, I think I could try
You're
it.
going to take it off.
Okay, so this crowd is approaching to canister water right now. They do this. Sounds good. Okay.
guess I'll just do it later. I can't do it right now. All right. I can't even remember what set it off. What set this one off? They were just coming forward and they threw a firework, right?
I think it was the firework. They were coming forward and like as soon as they started doing it, because the cops are going to clear it out no matter what, whether they're peaceful or not.
These are special operations right here, CHP and.
Yeah, there's multiple.
So they came from behind the sheriff. The sheriffs weren't doing nothing pretty much all night. Once these guys showed up, they came in, meaning business. That shit was quick. They just showed up and they weren't there more than like a couple of minutes. All right, guys. Sorry, man.
You're not going to be able to get through there. They're not going to let you through.
Okay.
They're not going to let you through. You got to go around. Go around the block. There's an opening down there. You can go around the street.
There's a parking structure right here too. I wonder if you can film from up there. But
I don't think so, because they're right here. They're on the outfield. Because they're sectioned off. There's like independent journalists over there. The lane calls it off completely. So they didn't close it off completely. There's that independent journalist. Oh, yeah.
What happened to that guy in the blue? He went down like, and he was close. The guy in the blue.
That was him that just came up and was talking to me.
The Asian dude?
Yeah, no, the black guy. The guy that had
with the
all
iPad?
Huh?
The iPad guy?
Yeah, that was him.
Oh, he's the one that got hit?
Yeah, that was him lying on the ground.
No.
Yeah, no, that was him. Because he was on the ground and I grabbed his laptop and his phone. I tried to get him his phone, but he was all fucked up.
I didn't know that was him.
No, because I saw him. I handed it up to him.
Yeah.
I was right there when he fucking went down. Yeah, because that was his phone and his iPad that were there.
I didn't know. I would ask him more questions.
Yeah. Now he was like trying to talk to me about like how fucked up it is to get. He was completely unprepared.
Yeah, yeah.
So I told him like you can't go to these without a gas mask and eye protector.
Yeah, there's a lot of people out here filming this like their first time.
Right. Yeah. No, dude. This is even more serious than George Floyd, I think.
I don't know about that because there's no.
Well, yeah,
so far there's been no looting.
They weren't looting it.
If it turns to looting, then it's yeah.
But it's almost the same.
I hope it doesn't go that route, man, because
there's rumors
all the troublemakers are showing up.
Well, that's the thing. There's rumors that this is going to go on for at least a week or more. So
I don't know.
I feel sorry for those guys. Their camera glass is going to get cracked. You can't get too close to those flash screens. They'll crack your lens. I'm going to go around because then get a better angle.
Sure. Hey, how far do you got to go around? Should we go around? It's kind of a good spot behind the cops here. You guys want to try to go around? Oh, more police. I don't know, this is where you get all like nobody else is going to have this angle. And I think going around it might take a while. I'm not even sure we can get over there. on 2nd Street. Now at 2nd and San Pedro still, they're taking over the intersection.
What's this guy doing, Juggernaut? Shit.
Alright, I think we gotta go around. They got this whole intersection blocked. They're pushing towards shit, where are we? San Pedro. They're pushing San Pedro north. It looks like they clear out a lot of the crowd. I don't know if they look like most of them went east towards like Alameda. Whew. It's here, guys.
All right, guys. Robert here once again. Another update. Get this out. Very important update on the attack on America. This is a major update on what is happening at this very moment that indicates America is under attack from a foreign adversary, and that this, what you see, is all a part of that attack leading up to the ultimate attack against probably critical infrastructure. So here is what the update is. Are you guys ready? Everybody share the feed, share the information. I'm going to be sharing right now some information that's very important. Very important information. Update.
What happened?
Very important information update. Everybody get ready. All right, so
okay, so, yeah, man, sorry, I took some mace. Did they damage your bail bond, please?
Here's some breaking news.
You're here to protect it? All right, man, take it easy, bro. Huh?
All right, so we're having cyber attacks against one of the largest food distributors in America today. It is down, and also Whole Foods. Another cyber attack against Whole Foods. One of the biggest distributors in the United States of food has come under cyber attack. You didn't hear about that, did you? Why didn't you hear about this in the news? Because you're too distracted with what's happening right now. So here it is. Let's post this really quickly here.
This might be one of the most important videos I've ever made. This map right here, this is the map on nokings.org.
Santi.k. No,
Okay, it's UNFI. UNFI. This is the name of the freight. It's called Freight Waves, I guess, or Freight Waves. Let's see. Freight Waves is reporting this. Let me see. Okay, UNFI has been hacked. North America's largest public food distributor took systems offline after a cyber attack. No group has claimed it yet, or claimed responsibility yet. Law enforcement and cybersecurity experts are investigating. This happened today, early in the morning. And let's see if they ever figured it out. What happened here? Let's see. Okay, so I'm going to look this up and see what actually happened here. UNFI. Okay, it says Whole Foods shelves could get bare as supplier shuts down deliveries. Supplier shuts down deliveries after cyber attack. This was today, 3 p.m. West Coast time, per New York Post. Per New York Post. Let's see. UNFI security breach disrupts operations at some grocery stores. This is in one of the local news media outlets 4 hours ago. This was a major distributor to grocery store chains and pharmacies around the country announced disruptions in its operations after security breach. The company released a statement Monday morning. Quote, we identified unauthorized activity in our system and have practically taken some systems offline while we investigate. As soon as we discovered the activity, an investigation was initiated with the help of leading forensic experts, and we have notified law enforcement. We are assessing the unauthorized activity and working to restore our systems to safety, bringing them back online. As we work through this issue, our customers, suppliers, and associates are our biggest priority. We are working closely with them to minimize disruption as much as possible. So it says later in the day, the company released a second statement revealing a more troubling symptom of the cyber attack, explaining pharmacy customers might encounter problems getting prescriptions filled. Quote, we recently became aware of unauthorized activity on some of our systems and have proactively taken certain systems offline, which has disabled systems at some of our pharmacies. Currently, half of our pharmacies are fully operational. At pharmacies still experiencing disruption, we are unable to fill new and refill prescription orders at this time. But if a prescription was filled last week prior to the start of the disruption on Friday afternoon, then the prescription is available for pickup. But for patients seeking to fill a new or refill a prescription today at disrupted pharmacies, we recommend filling them at another local pharmacy retailer. We are continuing to work to restore our system to safety, bringing them back online. So this is a very interesting timing for all this to happen. And so they're saying that this is going to affect Whole Foods possibly, and a lot of this is where the food disappears, guys. I'm just telling you, the critical infrastructure is very vulnerable to attack, whether it's cyber attack and or whatever. They can stop the supply chain, whether it's from without or from within. And this would be exactly what cyber terrorists would do, and or terrorists in general, using their whatever means possible to go after soft targets. If they're trying to disrupt and cause multiple, as much havoc as possible, then you do a what do they call it? They call it a asymmetrical warfare. Asymmetrical warfare. And this could be anybody, for all we know. It could be, China. It could be Russia doing this. Who knows? It could be Iran. Iran could be doing this, for all we know. So it says that they're talking about major disruptions. And United Natural Food, it's called United Natural Food, UNFI. Their stocks fell 5% in the last 12 hours. 5% stock fall.
I've been doing this the last couple of days. It's probably like 30 pounds, a little bit over 30 pounds in my equipment, my backpack. My back's been sore as shit, dude. I took like 2 ibuprofens.
All right, so make sure you guys, for those who are our subscribers here on YouTube, we're going to be doing special videos and updates for our subscribers because you're helping us to get that message out. We do feel obligated. In fact, I feel motivated to share with you on a deeper level. So make sure you become one of our subscribers or our members. Become a member. You got 3 different levels. You got all kinds of little extra things as we grow and this channel begins to explode during this wave and cycle of chaos. We're going to be on top of it, breaking it down for everybody to see, and it's going to go far and wide. So you want to get in on the ground level, as they say. You want to get in right now. This is the time we want to start supporting what we're doing. It's going to propel this message and this channel into the stratosphere, just like those fireworks and that helicopter way up there. Blazing Press is going to be blazing into the stratosphere, making the message known. All right, so there's visuals from Yemen right now. Yemen is on fire. The main city there. Wow. This is what it looks like in Yemen right now. Look at this. What happened to my feed here? I lost my feed. Let's see what we got here. This is what it looks like right now in Yemen after the Israelis pounded it today, and they did it with their navy. This is the first time that Israel has used their navy to send in missiles and rockets. Missiles mostly. All right, this right here I believe is Russia. This is Russia. Or is this Ukraine? Hold on, this might be Ukraine here. Yeah, this is Kiev. This is the city of Kiev. This is what just happened in D.C. with the military rolling in. But no, Kiev, Yemen, Israel, Yemen.
but nothing too serious. But just in the last hour, it's probably been like half an hour. She hit the fan.
Do you expect there's more people coming in?
There's not that many people as there was yesterday. So.
Yeah. Have you been there yesterday?
Yeah, I've been here all day.
Can I interview?
You want to follow my channel? Follow my channel.
On YouTube, X.
What do you work for?
It's a Mandarin news company. You were there yesterday? Can I ask you? Do you mind to say your name?
I won't say my name. No, I'll say hey, can I give you that? Alien alphabet.
Breaking tonight, a chaotic scene in Los Angeles.
Oh, was I muted? Oh, sorry about that. I said sometimes I do stupid things like this. Was I muted when I was talking upside down? Oh, shoot. Look, I said something funny, but you didn't hear it. So they're saying 45 people were detained. Oops. There we go. I don't know why, but I have California Dreamin' by the Mamas and the Papas stuck in my head. It just will not leave. It's been in my head for like 2 or 3 days. You know, I sat and watched the Ed Sullivan channel, you know, all the old school, you know, big, you know, celebrities and musicians of the past, and just all the stuff that used to be back, old school stuff, you know, because I kind of get into that. It's like, look at this. This is like a different world. You know, you go back and you look back what was going on in the 50s and the 60s. You know, it's such a different world. But, you know, I was looking at some of their old footage, and just that song is just stuck in my head right now.
I took mace. I just took it in the crowd and went off. People were going fireworks. And I took tear gas. Very awful. I was burning. I had to get water. I had to run.
Yeah, so it's a naval bombardment of Hodaya, Yemen. So Israel is now completely taking down huge portions of this city with naval assets right off the coast. First time that Israel's done this with their Navy. They're getting practice. They're practicing, looks like.
The last time they were out here was during the George protest. We did that in 2020. And that's the last time they came out, because there was a riots. That one got more out of hand than this. That one, there's been looting, but not too much looting so far. And as far as I know, no like looting time right now. During those, it got really wild. And they brought in the National Guard after like 5 days of looting. Yeah, I started doing it. I've been doing it for years. Started like 2009.
This cyber attack against the Whole Foods, or not the Whole Foods, but the that distributor that's the largest distributor in the United States is huge. That's going to affect food supplies to your local stores.
And when I first started doing it, nobody else was doing it. I was pretty much the only one out. I would get all the viewers and the followers and the big stuff happening with these events. So I started a separate news channel. Only focus on that. Yeah. Oh yeah, yeah. Just because it's my city. I know a lot about my city. I care about my city. And I like doing the work. Sanctuary city, yeah. They mean that like they're not going to help the ICE or immigration to deport people that are not going to do it. They're not going to cooperate. Basically, they're not going to cooperate. They're not going to send them to prison or help them or allow them in their jails to deport people. Documentation.
Regarding the situation right now, do you think the LA
I think they're trying to, but they have to help out here to maintain order. Certain people, like their friends or family, I'm sure they're scared, and they're just scared, you know, because usually the parents are here without papers, and the kids are born here, so the family's kind of split. They can get split up. They can't take away the kids, but I think that's mostly what these protests are about. Is that people, they're scared that they're behind their parents. A lot of these people have been here 25, 30, 40 years without papers. The U.S. and other parts of the America, the U.S. is dependent on labor. So much of the economy goes through it. I don't know. I don't know where it's going to go. It's unpredictable, and I don't know how it's going to affect that. It definitely could a little bit, but we got to take it one day at a time here and hope that things can calm down here and they don't escalate more than they already are.
You'll stay right. I'm gonna run that way if I'm scared. I'm white.
Be careful.
Get on water.
No.
I'm white.
Be careful, be careful.
Hello? Yeah? Yeah, I just did an interview. I will be back.
Hey, you streaming?
Yeah.
Give me an interview. I need water.
Huh?
Give me an interview, man.
Okay, yeah, I saw.
I need water really bad.
You all right?
Okay.
Help me.
You got water? What
I
happened?
need water.
You
I
thirsty?
ran from someone. I got
What
scared.
happened? What happened?
I spoke my piece.
What was the name of your city?
Initian.
Hey, it's no justice, no peace. I let these niggas shoot me down right now if y'all ain't trying to talk. Cause I'm trying to talk. I'm not trying to listen no more.
Right.
That's how these people is.
Be careful. Don't go over there, man.
I don't care, man.
Well, they
I let
care.
these
They
niggas kill
care.
me right now.
I don't think that's a good idea,
I
man.
let these niggas kill me. Fuck you.
Oh.
Do something then. Snipe me, bitch. You ain't scared of a white boy? Stupid ass. I love everyone. I fucking hate cops, man. It doesn't matter no more though. What you believe in is all that matters. If you believe in something, you gotta do it. That was good. Hold on. I got you.
All right, all right.
He'll be shot or arrested here any minute.
All right, sorry about that. I got caught up in an interview. I don't know if you guys overheard it. Sorry.
Record me though, G.
Huh?
Come on, guys, nigga.
Why are you guys out here?
What's up?
Why are you guys out here?
Habibi homies. Habibi forever. Well, you know.
All right. Be
Why you out
careful.
here, my boy?
Be careful, man. News. Oh, there you go. Oh, what was the name of your place again?
Yeah, thank you so much.
Oh, I want to follow the...
It's mostly in Mandarin. I'm so sorry.
It'll be in Mandarin?
Yeah, it will be on Mandarin this one.
I want to follow it.
Thank you. This one. Indonesian news. Indonesian media. Yeah, we're based in Singapore. Yeah.
So you guys are only here for now?
I'm here. I'm their correspondent basically.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, thank you. Be safe. They got some trash cans in the middle of the street now.
Light on my fire!
Yo, we want that barricade on every block.
Bit
Sorry
by
about that, man. I thought that was gonna be a short interview.
I got bit by a bunch of mosquitoes.
God damn it, man. She made me take off my mask
Today.
Life is a war! There you go. There it goes.
It's been sort of lingering here for a while, and it's been like a pressure cooker. It's been building and building. It's a lot of remnants from people who were down by
you
City
can
Hall
smell the
earlier.
gasoline.
And so they were trying.
It smells like gasoline.
Police were getting them to fall back. They ended up in this area.
And they're about to light up some more dumpsters.
And you know, look, we still see more. I think that's the crowd over there. Yeah, hey, let's go. Hey, we're gonna let you guys go. Yeah, we gotta be safe here. We'll be back with you. Once we're clear. All right.
Tom, thank you so much. We're going to keep Sky Cal on the scene there where you see, Susie, you can just see how quickly things change from being very calm to all of a sudden you have to find a safe place to
Absolutely, and as Tom was talking about, this crescendo, passions kind of bubbling up, right? They're very calm. The enemy is calm, obviously, because that's the stance they can take. But these protesters are protesting. This is what at the same time they start to
Yeah, and I think go back up.
Oh wow, look at this.
CHP did start to pop on some flashbangs. So CHP was shooting flashbangs in the direction of the protesters were as well. That was happening. That's what caused that crowd to start to kind of converge and go in different directions here as they were continue to move that crowd. The crowd wasn't moved, and they were going towards continuing down that street. When you turn back with LAPD moving around as well, trying to reposition themselves also to be in a situation where they can deal with all of this. Here's the trucker. The trucker is going to be that's what we sort out in just a second. But yeah, CHP, Ventura County Sheriff, they were in control of that. It looked like LAPD was going to the party. They had been dealing with
I'm good, man. I'm good, thank you.
As well as they were taking into custody some of the other protesters that just went to work refusing to leave, following this ambulance here, trying to figure out the second what's going on really when it's over here.
They unloaded the tear gas or the pepper balls, whatever they shot.
Right now, we know that they are trying to and get them to move around and get them out of the area. And I'll check, and let me just see one more time if they've declared an unlawful assembly. We hadn't seen that yet, at least not from Central Division, but again, we know that the other agencies were kind of taking over that area.
And so far, Mike, we haven't gotten any numbers of injuries or people being transported because of being injured at any of these protests, right?
No, I mean, we had heard. Okay, so we're getting some information that there may be an officer being transported here to Los Angeles County General. So that's why the chopper is here looking. We'll see if it's this ambulance right here, what's going on. But the chief had said, or there was a statement this morning that said 5 officers.
They're also going south. There's more ground officers moving here to the intersection. People are throwing stuff at the cop cars. This guy put up a fence in here. Oh, he almost got ran over. This guy put this fence in front of him. I don't know where he got that from.
All right, this is current scenes right now in Los Angeles.
Scott, you need water? You good?
I'm good.
All right. So this intersection is now done.
That's broken. Is this shit broken? Yeah, they made it over there.
Can't fucking go in and bomb. So if you have anything to do with it, I'll still do what I have to.
I got them pushing the trash cans right now. That's about it. They're rolling the trash cans in the street, and that's what made them shoot. They're gonna set them on fire.
Police were leaving. Probably a good dozen cars got smashed with skateboards and rocks at the bottom.
Right here, yeah, I got some of that. I got some of that, a little bit.
I don't like the taste of
Oh, I took the nastiest pepper spray earlier, bro. Nasty. Right down my throat. I've never had it down my mouth. Pause. Damn, I need to start charging my shit. Hey, everybody, this is Scott Lane. Where do you know him from? Netflix. Where are we going?
Still want to get trapped in, so we're in the safety zone, and safety zone's not good footage. So
I know.
You want to go through?
Yeah, but you got to go where the crowd is. That's where we got kicked out of. That's where they got the.
So I just want to see if anyone here.
Look what they're saying here.
No one's that way, so we're kind of.
Look at this post here.
And no one's that way, so if we go back that way, we'll be okay. We just need to know our outs.
Yeah. Trust me, I know the outs all the time.
What time is it? I got it. 10:30, sweet.
God damn, it's barely 10:30.
Yeah.
This shit gets heavy after a while. Yeah, how do you like my little rig? It's cool, huh? Because then I get footage there. I keep a nice stable stream, and then I can get, then I can put a magnet, right?
So this is two different, right?
Yeah, this is a
That's
stream.
not connected to that now?
Water's flowing, dude. Am I leaking it? Oh, I think I'm leaking it here.
Yeah, you don't have a lid on.
Yeah.
You don't have a lid. Nice.
Yeah, and I can record with that. So any footage I send you is going to be through there. What time did you get here?
Let me see. I'll tell you right here. About 9 o'clock.
9?
About 9 o'clock.
Fuck, I need another cable for my camera.
I just don't have any cables on me. Let's see what's going on right here. Is they're about to agree.
We're gonna come in. That's cool. All right, man.
Rioters are now looting a sushi store.
They're coming? Are they coming this way? No.
No, they're going that way. They're
Yeah,
going
they're gonna go take
them coming in.
They're gonna go take over that intersection.
Go back that way. Go back that way as long as nothing's behind us. I'll keep an eye behind us.
A sushi store.
No, we don't do that shit, homie!
So there's a very, very heavy police presence now. I'm just going to show you what we're looking at here. And as you can see and hear, much more.
They just broke in. Mimi, thank you for that rainbow. Oh my God, who just sent that gift? Who day? Who day? Thank you.
Jesus.
Hey, they're looting that building.
They're looting the building, guys. They're looting the building. They've breached the building. They've breached the building. San Pedro and 2nd Street. Estamos en la San Pedro y la calle 2. En el centro de Los Ángeles se acaban de meter al edificio. Se acaban de meter en el edificio. Ya están robando, destruyendo. That's a cash register. They just took the cash register out. That's the cash register. La caja del dinero, la caja de la feria, la caja de la feria. La caja de la feria. They're taking the other cash register over there. Everybody hit that follow button for me.
Got a gun over here? I think there's a dude with it. Who is this guy over here? I don't know, maybe not. Oh no, he's on a bike. I'm tripping. His stance looked like the way he was looking, he looked like he had a gun. They're shooting a pepper ball. I don't know what direction. Oh, I guess in our direction, towards this bus stop here. That round hit the car right now. Oh.
Got him! Got him, Joe! Fuck, Squirrel! Got that bitch out! That guy's fucking up!
They threw a firework that landed on where they're at. Where you guys saying second in San Pedro? That's over there. It'll be a tough route to take. I'll try to go to the backside. I'm not going in front of these cops right here.
This is the capital of Kiev today. Looks like the Russians have been doing a Pretty good job bombing the bejeebies out of it. Something just happened over here. Let's see what happened.
That's what I don't want to cross. They're shooting over here. They're shooting at the cars going through the intersection too. Oh, damn, how the fuck did that reach way over there? It reached behind us.
Get it behind the car.
Yeah, be careful, man. They're, right now, you hear?
Who are dealing with those people face to face are local Santa Ana police officers who say we don't even cooperate with federal immigration enforcement operations, and local LA County sheriff's deputies. So I'm sure they all have, you know, immigrant families in their communities that they know and love as well, and they understand what's at the heart of this issue, and yet they're the ones who are dealing with all the abuse from the people in the crowd, the few people in the crowds who do choose to do things like that. And you know, when these guys are taking firecrackers and mortars all night long, the only thing they can do is fire these pepper ball rounds back to push people back, to disperse them, so they just get a little bit of that, you know, that fragrance, and they can't continue coming close to them. But you know, you can imagine if you're one of these law enforcement officers and you have to be out here all night, and this is the reason why. You know that there are families who are just worried that they're going to be torn apart by this.
Mm-hmm.
But then you have people that come out, some of them who have nothing to do with the real issue, or, you know, at least are taking it to a level that it doesn't necessarily need to go to.
Yeah, tough job
and some
for
of those
those
people are still out here.
Yeah.
You can hear them.
Yeah, and a tough job for those officers, Nicole, not only dealing with these protesters, but as LAPD Chief Jim McDonald said, also dealing with regular agitators who show up to demonstrations to cause trouble. These are people well known to the LAPD. They're familiar with them, and they travel around the country. They travel from city to city, causing problems with what normally would be a peaceful protest.
Our Nicole Comstock live there in Santa Ana tonight. Thank you, Nicole. Well, hundreds more military troops, as we've been talking about all night, are deployed to LA tonight at the direction of the president.
This as the state is filing a lawsuit to out. KCAL's Leslie Maring live in our newsroom with all the details that we're learning tonight. Les?
Yeah, you're seeing them there on the ground in Santa Ana. Now, both the governor and the Pentagon confirming tonight that an additional 2,000 National Guard troops are
Oh, man, I hit that pole.
What just happened? They're shooting at these people. Oh, he got shot in the leg.
Hey, Barry can't even run. Hey,
He got
Barry,
shot in the
run.
leg. It's
Hey, that can't even run.
probably rubber bullets.
So I stand behind poles for that exact reason. Good Lord. Oh shit. I should have skipped over that.
Yeah, they're shooting rubber bullets. You know, you get hit by a rubber bullet, it's going to hurt. It's going to hurt. And if it hits you in the wrong place, you could die. It could poke out your eye. It could.
You want to stay together or you want to just do...
Yeah, I'm going to try to stay with you.
You're going to have a nice big welt.
You think we can make it to second San Pedro from here?
I don't know, depending on what they have over there. I mean, we can if we go the long way.
We have to make sure there's going to be law and order.
Following those comments, we learned that, of course, the president is bringing more in. Tonight, the war of
orders, but then you have...
These are people, state is filing...
Guard and Marines were federalized and sent to LA was back in 1992.
All right, I just scooted it back just a little bit. I want to hear it real quick.
I spoke to tonight say it was a very different situation then. The governor and mayor had both requested it. In the meantime, the governor is now suing the Trump administration for deploying the National Guard without his consent. The state is asking a judge to declare it unconstitutional and for a court to halt any future deployments.
An order that abused the federal government's authority and violated the 10th Amendment and federal law. An order that skipped over multiple rational, common sense, strategic steps that should have been deployed to quell unrest and prevent escalation. As a result, I, in partnership with Governor Gavin Newsom, are suing President Trump.
He's an incompetent governor. Look at the job he's doing in California. He's destroying one of our great states. And if I didn't get involved, if we didn't bring the Guard in, and we would bring more in if we needed it, because we have to make sure there's going to be law and order.
Following those comments, we learned that, of course, the president is bringing more in. Tonight, the war of words do continue between President Trump and Governor Gavin Newsom, the president even backing an idea to arrest the governor. Now, the president's border czar, Tom Homan, has suggested that elected officials could be arrested if they impede ICE. The president said he would support that arrest of Governor Newsom, but tonight, Homan speaking with CBS News, clarifying his comments.
The president said it would be fine if you arrested Gavin Newsom. On what grounds would you arrest Gavin Newsom?
Well, that whole thing's been taken out of context. They haven't crossed the line yet, but like any other U.S. citizen, if you cross that line, I don't care who they are, the governor, the mayor, wherever, when you commit a crime against ICE officers, we will seek prosecution.
So this whole thing is just a bunch of noise, basically, because you're not claiming that Gavin Newsom has done anything to impede ICE officers.
Well, I'll leave that up to DOJ, but what I'm saying right now is when someone commits a crime, we'll ask the Department of Justice to investigate and prosecute. So I'm not a prosecutor, so we'll hand that over to DOJ, but right now, there's no intention to arrest the governor right now. I don't know if he crossed that line.
You heard there was no intention to arrest the governor, but to help out local law enforcement, the governor announcing tonight that he is calling an additional 800 state and local law enforcement to help out here in Los Angeles. Susie, Juan.
All right, Leslie, thank you so much.
All right, we want to go back now out to Tom Waite live in downtown LA. Tom, the last we spoke with you, there was some escalation. Have things calmed down since?
They have. I'm just giggling because the last time you saw me, I think I was running. But yeah, things are better. So take a look at this right now. This is a DoorDash bike. I don't know if you can see. It's pretty mangled. So what happened here is this bike was put in the middle of the road, and an LAPD cruiser ran over it. We'll show you that video in just a second. Before we get to that, I just want to get you kind of give you a sense of what's going on now. This is not far from where we were at 2nd and San Pedro, where we saw police move in and really intensify their. Sorry, I have a man sticking a microphone in my mouth. So there is. So we saw them. We saw them using their operation to get the crowd cleared and to break up the crowd, and everyone kind of moved out of the way. Let's take you back though just a few minutes so you can see exactly what happened when all this unfolded. So So that was at 2nd and San Pedro there when officers had been clashing with protesters there at the intersection. A number of protesters were firing fireworks into the CHP and police officer line, and also there were a number of people tossing projectiles. So then you saw that response, very intense. The CHP, throwing in tear gas and canisters were fired. It was very rapid response. It did play out though over several hours, and then they sort of broke up that crowd and people flushed out and kind of moved to different areas. Very intense pepper spray and yeah, it was very escalating situation that became very tense, and it appears now once again we may have another situation where police will have to respond to this area. We are on Central right now, and the other, we're right at Central, and this is kind of where we're seeing now some more people gathering, kind of reconstituting the crowd. You probably also saw, we talked to a protester who was saying he was hit by a rubber bullet and described some of his frustration about how this is all unfolding.
So all we were doing is just trying to express our concerns, and then they start shooting at us. So I don't even know where we can go and be safe, where we can express ourselves without feeling intimidation of the police. I want to be able to, be here at least to express that this is not okay. At the same time, I know that there's laws that's being broken, but I can't control that. All I can control is my feelings and express that this is not right. They should not be coming into our city and shooting us with rubber bullets while we're trying just to express our concerns, just to get them to do things a different way.
Now, to be fair, I witnessed, a number of these activists who were chucking things into and throwing things into the police line. Right now, it looks like once again we're going to have some police activity, so we're going to push back here. But obviously, we sympathize with protesters who are not. Who are not committing any violent acts, and there's so many of them here. Most of them, a vast majority, are here protesting in a way that's very peaceful. There are a handful number. Oh wow, look at this! They're going after the. So a police cruiser just moved through some gates, and protesters, some of these folks ran up to the car and started throwing things at it and hitting it. We're seeing more people tossing projectiles. So this crowd really just did not disperse. It appears to be remnants of the one that was on San Pedro and 2nd Street, where we saw a lot of that intense escalation play out. So it's just as the night wears on, police using their tactics to try to break things up and move people home. But it's so far not working, at least with some of this group here. And we'll see how this plays out. But that was a very aggressive and hostile move by someone who ran up to the police car, hit it with something, threw something at it. It happened very quickly. That police officer or CHP trooper kept moving, kept going, and yeah, that's kind of where we stand right now. I don't see any police officers directly in this area.
Yeah,
go ahead,
actually,
Courtney,
Tom,
say it again.
On the right side of our screen, what we're looking at, Tom, is someone actually being arrested and being placed into the back of a police car, actually.
Mm-hmm.
So they are still making arrests at this hour right now, where Tom is. And
okay, yeah.
we have Lori Perez also there on the ground. Let's see what the perspective is like from her vantage point. Lori.
Well, our perspective is we are sheltering in this little alley, this little front way of this store, because as we were making our way down 1st Street and heading towards San Pedro, all of a sudden, it was sheer chaos. On one side, you had protesters launching all sorts of projectiles, glass bottles, and rocks, and then coming at us from the
safest place to be, right?
They were shooting.
Man, why are they shooting so much? I guess they don't. Is there an exit that way?
Yep.
Man, they shattered that window over there. Why are they shooting so much? No one even did nothing to them over there. That's LAPD headquarters over there. Shit. Not messing around. that light coming from? I don't know if they're just shooting for cover or what. Damn. They're really letting them off now.
Sorry.
Damn, man, we got caught up in this shit.
Fuck, dude. It's crazy. I can't go any way.
Why did they start
can't
shooting?
Go that way, can't go that way.
I know.
It's because that they know they can't. They're having fun. That's all they're doing.
Man, they're really letting them off, dude. But nobody threw anything at them or anything. Did they?
No, I don't know. I have no idea.
You're just out here taking pictures?
Yeah. You know, I'm trying to take partake in it.
Yeah.
As best as I can, but it's really unorganized today.
We're kind of stuck right here. This is the safest place to be.
I think so for now.
Huh? Is there an exit that way?
Yeah, you could go behind that blue building. There's a staircase, but I'm pretty sure there's more cops.
But can we exit that way? What's our exit plan?
They're just running for it, but they're shooting at us.
I know. That's why I want to get out of here, but I don't want to fucking take fire.
I could cover you if you want.
You cover me?
Yeah.
Who are you? You're a bodyguard? Kevin Costner and shit? Ooh!
That was directly at my
see? See what I'm saying?
You see that broken glass?
Yeah, man, that shit was right here. We can't leave here, bro. You step behind the wall, they're fucking firing. This is as safe as we can be right now. What do you think? Just walk it out slow with my hands up, or what?
Nah, don't do shit, man. They're having fun right now. Look, there's holes in all that glass. You don't want to get hit by that shit. Look, they shot me.
Oh, they hit you with this right now?
They shot at me, but they didn't hit me.
Oh, shit. All right, we're gonna try to make a run for it right here. You want to go? You gonna stay here? I'm trying to go because I want to get out of here, bro. We're gonna get stuck here. But they're probably gonna come in from here.
They already got me in the knee once, so I can't run.
Dude, why are they being so aggressive, man?
Yeah, it's just that's the way it is now. It's just, it is. It's the reality we live in now.
I mean, I understand over there where they're throwing shit, but over here, these guys, I guess they're just protecting the headquarters. They don't even want them to get close.
If you head this way, you could go across with your hands up. They won't shoot at you.
You sure?
Yeah, there's been multiple running across. They haven't been shot at.
That's the exit?
Yeah.
You go first. I don't know if I believe this guy, but I kind of want to leave the other way.
He's like, you go first. You go first. That's crazy.
I don't want to go that way. All right. Wish us luck right here, man. Shit. Fucking goggles are all fogged up.
Doesn't sound like they're shooting anymore.
Oh, they will, though. What do you see?
I see people walking freely over there.
Oh. Okay.
Walking that way.
All right, you know what? Let's wait it out. I'm gonna wait it out a couple minutes. Fuck it.
See them over there?
At least here we're safe, yeah.
coast might be clear now.
No, I'm a fuck that, bro. Do you see how close these fucking rounds got? Look, they almost hit him. Bro, look this one, the second one. When that guy was like, "Look, I'm gonna go. Let's go." They fucking went right for him, bro. Look how close to that wall he was. Look at that first one over there. That one, I don't know, dude. That was like fucking what, 8 feet away from me, maybe less. At least now, right here, I know I'm pretty safe. We got a big ass concrete pillar. Hey, everyone, thanks for those super chats, man. Whew. No, I'm waiting a little bit.
Alright, yeah.
Oh no, we're trying to get out, man. Trust me, bro. I don't want to stick around here, but
I don't want to stay here.
Trust me, man.
I don't want to stay here at all. I want to go away from you.
I don't want to stay here, but also, you know what I really don't want? Get fucking shot.
Yeah.
Bro, look how strong the fucking rounds are. They came from way over there. They broke the glass. Imagine that shit hits you in the face.
Oh, shit, look at that.
Yeah, 2 of them. Look, there's another one right there. That's thick glass too, bro. That's not fucking, that's commercial glass.
What do you see?
They're flashing the lights at these guys walking over here. They're flashing the lights kind of at us. But they're letting them walk, so I'm gonna just wait a couple minutes and then walk it.
I will stand upon my head till my ears are turning red.
Once I haven't heard bullet shots like in through 5 minutes, I'm out. They're not shooting no more.
Come see Cal, come see Cal, come see Cal.
There?
This is all clear. We just walked through. They're all on the next building, shining flashlights this way.
Okay,
but you can come out all the way over there. We just walked across the whole building.
All right, thank you, man. Nikki, what's up, bro?
Hey, thank you.
You sure?
Thank you. Thank you.
Hey, thanks, man. Sorry about that. I don't know if that's a good exit point, though. That was that dude. The gambler. What's that guy's name? Nicky something. Alright, if we get shot, we're gonna get shot in the back. Sorry about that. Hopefully these guys don't shoot from over here. I think it might be time to get out of here. Oh, they were mean. Those guys were not nice. There's a war going on outside. No man is safe from. You can run, but you can't hide forever. In these streets.
It's Cal Worthington and his dog Spot. If you're looking for a better set of wheels, I will stand upon my head to make you a deal. I will stand upon my head till my ears are turning red. Come see Cal, come see Cal, come see Cal.
That's where they were shooting from. That building right there is LAPD headquarters. So I don't know what caused them to fucking go crazy like that. As far as I know, it looked like everyone was just getting away from these cops over here. They were pushing the crowd east. And we're pretty far from this line over here. We were really far. We were way over there. I don't know. Maybe someone threw something at him, or I didn't hear no pops. I didn't see no fireworks. I just heard shots, and they fucking shot. I don't know how many times you think they shot. They shot. That's the most I've seen them shoot.
I don't live in California anymore. I used to. I grew up in Los Angeles.
I don't know. I couldn't see the.
Oh shoot! I forgot. I grew up in Los Angeles. Sorry about that.
Or maybe a car passed by. Anything could happen. But it seemed like it was mostly people just walking away. A lot of media. The dude in the hat's following me. He's probably trying to use me as a shield. I don't blame him. Nah, he was around. He was taking pictures. He just got caught up, and I don't know. I think he's just like me. He's trying to figure out where he's gonna go. You know, and this shit it's fresh, bro. I still got PTSD. I don't want to walk. I do kind of want to go that way. There's people walking over there, but I got PTSD, man. I don't know if they were trying to target me, if they fucking thought I was somebody else or something, bro. You know what? I think we're gonna go all the way around. I'm gonna take the long route, dude. I don't want to go heads up with these guys. I'm not gonna walk into the dudes that fucking just unloaded all those rounds at us. I'm gonna walk all the way around. You can hang out here? No, which way are you going? I'm gonna walk all the way around. I don't want to walk towards them in my front, you know? I'm gonna go this way. Come around. I didn't know those rounds had that much force. That's a pretty long distance. That's a pretty long distance. And that shit shattered. Huh? Be careful, they're shooting. They just unloaded a lot. So don't go towards the international, don't go towards the headquarters.
Is there hella people over there?
Nah, it's pretty empty. They just unloaded, bro, so be careful.
Hey, bye!
Just don't make no sudden movements. Everyone, once again, thanks for those super chats. Oh, man. I'm not ignoring them.
Oh, look over there.
It's clear, but they just unloaded a shitload of rounds, bro. Don't go to the LAPD headquarters. Just go straight if you can, but over there is blocked too, so you can go, but just be careful, bro. They cleared everyone out. They stopped shooting though. It should be clear, but just be careful. Stay safe. Was it just the rubber bullets? I don't know. Would that rubber thing break the glass? Bro, that's thick ass glass, commercial glass. I've been hit by one of those before. Actually, I've been hit a couple times by those. Only one time did it hurt. It hit my fucking calf. They're supposed to shoot them at the ground and they bounce out. They're supposed to bounce up, the blue rubber one. I don't know. They also have those socks. It's like a shotgun shell, and it has like a beanbag in it that has some weight on it. I think that one might. What else do they shoot? They shoot the pellet balls. Yeah, I guess just those, the blue non-lethal rounds. Those are the three I know. Did someone ask if it's warm? Oh, yeah. When the slugs penetrate, you feel a burning sensation. Getting closer to God in a tight situation is warm as fuck. I'm warm because I've just been walking for over 4 hours straight, carrying, wearing a thick jacket, and carrying heavy stuff. But I think it's pretty warm. It's probably like in the 60s, low 60s. All right, I'm gonna go one more street, the top of City Hall. Thanks for reporting live. Hey, Serenity, thank you for that super chat. Oh. Where else is it going down? What's crazy is like all this shit just going down right here in downtown. Like the rest of the city, people are just chilling, bro. They're getting ready to go to work. Probably having a nice little late night snack, walking the dog around the neighborhood and shit. Oh, we got a bunch of police here guarding City Hall. Hopefully they don't trip when I go that way. I don't know. Someone might have thrown something at the glass at the police headquarters. It's mostly glass.
Fine, guys. Get over it.
I don't know, dude. I might have to take the day off tomorrow. Oh, this shit's pretty strenuous. Most of you guys think it's from the tear gas, but I've had a cough for like 7 months. I got pneumonia, walking pneumonia like 7 months ago. I had this horrible cough that wouldn't go away. It's finally started. This is actually good. I used to cough all fucking day. Already been to like 10 doctors. It's good, man. It's not my lungs. My lungs are clear. It's like a GERD thing. It's like acid that comes up. That's why I feel like I gotta vomit. It's coming out of the stomach. What's this? Fuck guys. Yeah, it's like acid reflux GERD. It's just when I got sick, I had that cough, right? So they gave me all this medication. Like I've been on like 20 things. And then they gave me antibiotics. Then they gave me this strong ass antibiotic. And that finally helped. It calmed it down. But they were just using me as a guinea pig, giving me all this shit. And then, I think I'm allergic to antibiotics. Like it messes up my stomach, and that's what triggers the reflux. Because I've only had reflux twice, and it was right after I had a dose of antibiotics. So it helped with the coughing, and while I was recovering, I think my stomach's not good, and I got sick. I was like vomiting. I got that norovirus thing. I think that's what set it off. Again, to be honest, I'm feeling better than ever. I'm just tired, bro. I haven't fucking done no exercise in like 7 months. Well, no real exercise. Alright, where else are the protesters at? So this is like boot camp. So these were the dudes that were shooting at us. They're shooting at us from over there, and now there's people all up in their face. From over there on that corner, they were firing in this direction here. light is, that was the building we were at. Obey the crosswalk rules. We don't want to get pelted here at close range. Looting in Central. Was that 3rd and San Pedro? I don't know what I'm gonna do, man. I wish I could ride a scooter with all this equipment. I don't think I can. Man, thank you guys. Yeah, that's looting is what's going to turn this shit into a full-blown riot. We were able to prevent those people from looting that sushi place. I think people know, like, they don't want that. They know that's a real bad look. But you can't control it, man. Like, it's not like it's an organized thing, you know. It's just there's organizers of the protests, and then in the big crowds and the chaos, anyone can do whatever the hell they want. And a lot of these young dudes, man, these youngsters are wild. They're out here going crazy. I know there's been some looting, but the George Floyd protest was a real riot. That was all out mayhem and looting. Like, this is nothing compared to that shit, like, at all. There was just so many people, and once the looting started and people started also, it was like during COVID time, so a lot of the kids were off of school, high schoolers and college kids, and they had been stuck inside for a really long time and not going to school, so I think that was their coming out party. They had all that build up energy, you know, they were mostly teenagers that set that shit all off. But there was some adults though later on. There was adults in there, but it was mostly people late teens to early 20s. Fire on 3rd. They're in San Pedro's mission. So they're guarding the back of the headquarters right here. Hopefully these guys don't shoot them. Looks like it's back there behind the police. This is second. Yeah, this is second. Hang it in there, man. There's all kinds of stuff. So it looks like the jewelry district. I know there's, I see you guys putting the car on fire. They're trying to get into a jewelry store. That'll do it, man. When they looters can get into a jewelry store, dude, that should have set it off. Last time during the George Floyd thing, they looted almost every single store there. They took so much shit, so much gold. You know what? Fuck it. What was that noise? Okay, we're gonna drive into it. Tight, we're on the move. Well, it looks like it kind of like calmed down, so let's kind of don't like getting, for this shit, for riots, I don't like getting into my car until I'm gone, but... Oops. Put that fuerza México. Hopefully we're alright and the crowd don't fucking turn on us. That's why a lot of stringers aren't out here. A lot of the stringers have like cop cars. They'll have like Ford Explorers or Crown Vics. Fuck that. Alright, man. Where's the burning car? Dispatch said a radio that they're not sending units, so the car fire is going to sit there and burn. Well, I mean, another one's probably going to burn. We're going to have to play it from the edges, I think. Let's listen to the scanner real quick. Let's see. Fuck, it's not connecting. Let's see, car. Multimedia. Connect. Sorry, sit tight. We're gonna be moving a lot faster now, at least. Queen 110. We're just gonna go roll around and
Queen 110, go again.
we'll see what's going on. We'll probably park down the way and walk up.
Queen 110, Roger.
Stick and move, stick and move.
Are demobilized.
We'll see what's
Roger.
We'll see what's left. I mean, it looks like it's really thinned out.
Well, maybe
this is a car on fire.
Relieving us here.
And they're looting. We're gonna go by the jewelry district and see if they're still looting over there. The cops definitely will probably stop that. And then we'll go towards the car.
Fort Sandy, Washington, PP. Did you have a message order?
Definitely not a cop.
Hey, news Jack.
I don't think cops get fucking shot at.
Is there a crowd at this fire right here, or is that just a lone? There's officers in front of those black and whites, and they don't have many people in front of the fire, but west of the fire, you still do have people.
We'll see.
Your message.
14510. We also have a crowd going 4906.
I mean, it just kind of calmed down. Wasn't like yesterday? I stuck around in downtown, and there was just You know that once the crowd really thins out, there's the last dudes. I don't know. Maybe. These guys are still setting fires though. Yesterday, it didn't look like they weren't doing anything like that. They were just still just hanging around and yelling and stuff. These guys are looting and setting fires. A different story.
354, Central Airport 354. Action, 654 over 254.
Where should we go? Jewelry district? I'm gonna just follow the helicopter.
No black dot clothing verbally threatening number 50 yards. Participant 352 underneath.
Who cares about that car fire? Let's go towards the jewelry Broadway. Helicopter's headed that way.
We're guarding Los Angeles at second. He's counting on you.
Hey everyone, thanks for watching, man.
We're just gonna give up Los Angeles and then come back down.
Thanks to everyone that sent those super chats, PayPals, Cash Apps. I got so many, dude. I don't know. It's just too much. Which is a good thing. I appreciate it. Balloon boys over here. Balloons. Damn, that's a lot of balloons.
15510. Looks like we have a 712. Everybody east towards Alameda, and then on my so push everybody with the fire. Go ahead and start having the fire department roll. You have off Alameda and 3rd to put the fire out.
Subject is a female, black, white top. It's a code 3 incident 3524.
Hey, but thank you guys, man. I don't know what I could do to thank everybody, bro. I haven't even. You should see my Instagram messages, bro. There's like fucking hundreds.
Back on my street, back on my street, back on. 250th and Western.
But thank you guys, man. This is the shit I like to cover, man. This is how I started, bro. I started doing the.
Okay, yeah, copy that.
My very first stream was when Nipsey Hussle died.
Yeah, the other squad
And things went crazy there at Austin and Crenshaw. Oh, here comes the crowd. The crowd is headed this way. Look.
13 call 510 to airship. 51 body here. Just on Santuzo. Has burned. We're going to go southbound to the other.
Uh-oh.
Unit code 30 Ringer 19400 Columbus Street at the business incident.
These guys look different, bro. These dudes are all masked up.
The other squad off
Oh, shit. Oh, shit. Look how deep these dudes are. See, these youngsters, dude, they're all ski masks and shit. Damn, they're fucking deep.
Roger.
I'm a woman and nationalist with one job.
Damn, that's a deep crowd, bro.
Female is topless, white, in distress from brown hair, throwing items on the street. She's possibly mentally unwell. Information 73529.
Dude, that shit look like a movie, man. That shit does not. They did not look like. Wasn't no protest signs amongst them. Damn, dude. I guess we're gonna have to go on a little bit longer because I don't see how LAPD and that crowd doesn't clash.
16 and 1986. You want the last 43444.
On this 11011 Palms Boulevard. Fear stated no weapons in the residence. Disconnected the lines. Did he
there's more over here, damn. There's a lot, bro.
Into the apartment building. It's additional incident 3506.
Over here, there's like another 30. I'm not trying to drive through that crowd right now. Let's go see if they got the jewelry stores. Someone said they had broken into a jewelry store. The main jewelry district's on like Broadway and what's the next street? Spring? No, not Spring.
587 Roger.
What's the next street west?
39 come in. 240 RD 321.
That's crazy. But the thing is, right now, see what I'm saying? Like, imagine there's a huge protest crowd, right? Like, that's what happened in 2020, bro. The crowd sizes were fucking crazy, like, of just regular protesters, you know, peaceful protesters. There was a 5,000 plus people, you know, showing up, and then these little pockets of young dudes show up, and you know, they're under that mall, bro. They could do whatever they want, man. It's like it's just up to the police or to the mayor to call what they could use or not, bro. Like, I think back then they just didn't want the optics of. They didn't want it to turn into a full-blown riot, you know. And they didn't want the optics of them if they actually, you know, if they went at them and something happened, someone pulled something, now they're shooting somebody, now they killed more people, you know. But I don't know, this might be a little different these days. Okay, here goes the police right here. Let's see what happened. They're just chilling. I think the police
But south to 3rd and then westbound on 3rd.
They're writing a report.
Voicemail for the PR. No further. 19A61, go ahead.
19A61. The murder occurred 22:30, 22:45.
But it's like, what can the police do, bro? Like, they could do the non-lethal, all that shit. Well, the only option they could do is they have to do mass arrest. They have to circle like an entire area, but like a huge area, not just one block. Oh, look. This is who's the security guard?
David 852, 19 Mary David 852 with 4 occupants in the vehicle. It was behind the PR's.
I don't know if that was a cop or dude. He had a rifle or security guard. He had like a rifle, dude.
Between Omar and Pizzo, no. That would not work.
I don't know. Can security guards have rifles here? I don't know. I don't know who that was. That dude looked serious though. He was next to that Suburban. It might be private security. I thought he was circling and filming this dude. I thought it was a cameraman because he had something big in his hand. When I turned around, I stopped there. He lifted the fucking AR. Like, he didn't point it at me, but he got it ready to go in my direction because I slowed down right there. Maybe it's private security. There's a lot of jewelry right here, bro. Like, all this is jewels. Look, Diamond Doctor, Benny Jewelry. These are like swap meets for jewelry stores. All of this shit in 2020 got emptied out, bro. They took everything out of here. Once they got in there, the crowd was just crazy. They were just taking everything, bro. Everything was so gone that me and my friend, he met me up here, and we walked to Skid Row. And there was a homeless dude in Skid Row, and he pulls out this thing, and he's like, "Here, you guys want this?" And it was a tray of like gold charms, you know what I mean? He was like, "I don't want it." Like, dude, the homeless dude was like, he was honest. He needed it the most. Oh fuck, man.
What I missed is with the cops.
I don't know, bro.
It's on Hope Street side on the east side of the station on the stairs.
It feels like it's getting a little serious over here. These crowds.
People here and there, but they're not going to have any large crowds at all coming down elevator.
Yeah, we're still live. Yep.
Frequency for 1024.
People are going towards the crowds, bro. There's a.
Air 10. I'll be on support.
Air 10, Roger. 10240, they're telling me Johnson like.
2 cars blew up. Where?
Yeah,
Pipe bombs? I doubt it.
Any mission unit, Larry, suspect now, 13651 Willard Street at Kaiser, suspect female black. Uncommon position of code 10-3541 in RD 1999.
Units in 16-823, 16-823 students occurred. 13880 Eustis, 13880 Eustis Street. The observed 4 male Hispanic, 40 years.
Alright, so it looks like the LAPD has this. Has the street blocked up ahead. This might be where they looted. Tried to loot over here, and it looks like east. We're gonna take another street east.
Three, repeat.
There goes an explosion right there. Yeah, man. Fuck.
83620 goes there from wheelchair runway 24, Latmere Road.
Oh no, this is turning up now. It looks like there's looters showing up now. There's a lot of them too, man.
I believe that squad that is at the fire is going to pull back because they're kind of vulnerable.
We're gonna turn around and go that way. I don't know if they're car bombs. They're probably, just fireworks, strong fireworks. And then they put like something like spray paint. Spray paint in there.
35440 163.
Boulevard.
Pipe bomb, a real pipe bomb would be crazy.
9 Roger, you clear from Compton Avenue?
I don't know, bro. They're coming. I think the National National Guard or Marines are about to start showing up, bro, if it goes like this. What CVS is it? Where's the CVS? Third and Flower?
Queen 143, Roger. Can you also put that out over West LA base, please?
FD301, yes. FD showing en route to the exact location of the subject.
The fire in Fort San Pedro is a small trash can fire.
I'm worried about the looters, man. Like, that's just gonna get out of hand if they start. The only good thing that's going is that there's not a huge crowd. You know, like there's not a huge crowd
On the passenger side.
to hide behind.
B449.
So I'm sure they got cops on the ground. They got cops on the roof. They got feds on the ground. They got the helicopter and drones probably tracking that group right now for sure. I'm sure they're trying to decide if they're going to escalate or what they're going to do next. For sure that group is getting tracked.
1 is at the same location where you would handle. Queen 44, Roger.
I don't know where the Marines, dude.
By 1 Willow Street, code 2 is in 3541 in the same location. Are you able to handle current 19L1?
93, yeah, thanks.
1990, Roger. Roger, 7th and Hope.
7th and Hope. They were headed this way, dude.
3623, code 61747, North Coringa.
Care no longer safe suspect.
The sign of approach in the central division can go into watch. All watch 4 units, not a sign of the protest, can go into watch. Yeah, 90 put out that watch 4 units by completion.
We're gonna go.
Central Unit 2 meets out and Hope for 211 investigation into 3532.
We're gonna go through the backside to see where this huge group was going. Dude.
Back 10, we're up. You drone, boys.
I mean, they're not going to
Division
Skid
can go into
Row.
watch.
They were headed east. It looked like there was no cops behind him. Like,
to the Holy Cross Hospital.
hopefully they came for the jewelry only and then they left.
It's going to be for white BMW.
Because east is Skid Row. To the right here is Skid Row. There's obviously there's not much to loot over there.
William Victor 384.
But if those guys started, it's a big group, bro. How many people do you think were in there?
93, says code 60 battery call. Can you voice come to the call, please?
Like 200?
West of us, on 3rd and San Pedro. Okay, can I be able to come in here on 3rd and Omar?
Station. 14 SB, we were never code 6. We're going to be
7th and Spring? Oh, we were just there? We were on Broadway. Oh, yeah, maybe that's where they went. This is 7th right here. Shit. Wish me luck, man. 7th and Hope.
Trash fire or something.
I just don't want to run into that huge fucking crowd, bro.
I'm also secured at the front door. It's code 23555, RD422.
There's like hundreds of dudes with ski masks rolling around.
880 Eustis Street, now events of shooting. LEFD is on scene and possibly going to transport. Roger, this is the 303 is 211 victim, correct? 301, correct. We're with 303. Roger, thank you.
One right.
Group fight, Ethan Gladys, Cooks incident 3523, RD 1307.
I think the group is right here up ahead, dude. There's some like clothing stores here. Okay, that's the CVS. It's up ahead. We're gonna play it safe though back here, man.
All units code 41747 North Quinga, all parties GA.
I'm not trying to go into that crowd. Oh, it looks like the police have showed up though. Or no, those are just like police lights, dude. That's not even a cop car.
1221. No.
Those are just blue and red lights.
449.
I'm gonna roll down gate approximately 15 feet by 15 feet.
To the CP, can you do me a favor, relay a message to them? CHP has 2 detainees on 2nd and Los Angeles. They're waiting. They've been standing by for probably 2 hours now for transport. You just let them know.
Roger, CP. Did you copy that? CHP has 2 detained. 2nd and Los Angeles. They're standing by for a sniper van or for transportation. Roger that. CP copy.
Alright, here comes the police.
They copy.
Roger, thank you, sir. Appreciate it.
And dark SUV. I think these SUVs
Broadway, they're 459ing the Apple Store.
Oh, not the Apple Store. Broadway. Fuck, it's going down, man.
Heading to the vicinity.
It's going down, bro.
Unit 10240 requesting backup right supervisor.
I think these SUVs got feds on them. Or feds.
459. Suspect at the Apple Store.
Alright, can we get out of here, bro? Fuck. I don't want to get my car fucked up. Hopefully we can get through. I don't want to get caught up here.
Points right out from Central Station.
Suspect running eastbound Day Street for Broadway. To the store, going out.
They're trying to get into the Apple Store, bro. Let's see this intersection.
Any North Hollywood supervisor to respond with 15885.
Oh, fuck.
For the address is call 5618 Fulcher Avenue.
Oh, no, dude. I should have came this way. They're all going to come this way, bro.
3521 RD 1538 identified.
Bro, everybody's going to come this way. That's 8th right there.
All units on Sterling Toll, 8th and Broadway. On Sterling Toll, 8th and Broadway.
Oh, fuck, man.
Right, eastbound. Any area to come on central frequency.
We're fucked. We're fucked, man. There's no way to go in reverse either.
Unit ADW suspect Jefferson Mesmer, appearance in a silver toilet protocol Texas suspect male, black 30 to 40 years, wearing a face mask, possibly black, brown jacket, blue jeans, on a skateboard, code 210-3515, earning 1465.
Everybody's gonna start coming towards.
Ah, he got stuck right in the middle of it. Oh, this guy is in trouble now.
1431 right. They're code 6 on the code 37 vehicle.
I just got back to my computer. Thank you, Scott. Are you still here, Scott? Thank you very much. We got one donation. Hooray. I can't stand on my head, though, until my ears are turning red, until we get 10 more. So I'll start another one. How's that? 30 minutes. I will stand upon my head till my ears are turning red. Go see cow, go see cow, go see cow.
Or is this LAPD? Oh no, this is LAPD. Is security or LAPD? LAPD. Security. It's LAPD right here. Looks like security had a scuffle with this guy. This might have been the guy that we're looking for with a white sweater. LAPD chased him down.
Suspect running downstairs. Yeah, inwardly. Now with a gun inside.
Oh man, with the gun now.
Shorts responding to the health call from Hollenbeck Station. Also, what direction would they like units to respond?
Dude, I swear these Suburbans are either feds or...
Remember when you're ready.
They're probably FBI or security.
Responsibility from Hollenbeck Station to health call.
Private security.
There's several suspects running down, still inside the Apple store. The store has not been cleared. Possible armed with a gun.
Oh shit.
Alright, split up. That parking lot right there, he's in the
armed with a gun.
They want him, he's the one that was on the bike.
Parker, he's just waiting in the parking lot. It's not the steer.
Responding for spring second.
The Apple store is right here to the right. We'll see if we can go around on Broadway.
Runway coming out on Sentinella and Culver, subject to the female life, possibly 15 years, 5355, short blonde hair, possible gray clothing, not common code 2, is 3565 and RD 1455.
No, I'm telling you, next to that Suburban, there was a dude with a fucking like AR.
Broadway, 8th, 9th Main Broadway. And they're making contact with one suspect in the parking lot, west side of Main, just north of Broadway.
Are they looking for this dude? White shirt, like this guy's running over here. Yeah, it looks like the helicopter's shining the light on him. Or is that...
Back up. Broadway. North-South Valley, between 9th and 8th.
Yeah, this is what they're talking about right here, on the bike. Oh, shit.
Eastbound back towards, or westbound back towards the alley. Hit the fence. Is there a unit in the alley? 9th between Broadway and Main.
That's the dude right there. He's taking off in the bike.
And then let's get another unit to come from the north. Southbound to this alley here in the fence. Keep an eye on, but let me know what direction in the alley, because I lose the building.
Hey, airship, I got the suspect getting back onto the bicycle right now. He is in the north-south alley. He is going northbound right now in the alley from 9th Street, just west of Main.
That's him. That's the guy they're looking
units
for.
On 8th and Broadway there. Grab that alley, the north side of the alley there. 8th and Broadway, west of Broadway, or east of Broadway there. Between Broadway and Main, the bicycle's coming back northbound. Bicycle's coming back northbound.
He's coming back. I was about to say he's gonna run into the cops.
Airship, you said that eyes on the suspect?
I don't know. This guy said
I still have eyes.
This guy had a gun?
Northbound, blue green bicycle, green sweater, green shorts, black hoodie, coming right towards this way.
Yeah, Rod, we see him. Put the cops on him. The officer's on 8th Street. He's coming right at the alley right there, 8th Street. He's on that bike. Alright, he just turned around now. He's going southbound. He's going southbound now. But give me units on Broadway, east side of Broadway.
They're gonna be waiting for him on this side.
He might come out that direction.
Is this the guy that's suspected to have a gun? They did say he was.
Unit needs a unit at
Oh, he's
eastbound
back
Broadway
again.
south of 8 in the parking lot.
He's going back and forth.
Alright, he's continuing south. Okay, units on 9th. I need to track somebody on 9th. He's going to try to hit this fence on 9th Street from the alley.
Damn. So they got him in the alley going back and forth.
36 in the route to the hospital.
Oh, shit.
Playing Harry Bridges. Suspect is male Hispanic. 40 to 43
Here comes
years
the police.
Victim from direct.
So they got the alley blocked off on both sides. He's got nowhere to go. They got one unit this way. I hope he doesn't fucking have a gun.
Any running juvenile. Sentinel and over.
I hope he tosses it.
1455.
I hope he doesn't shoot at the cops.
Okay, we use the parking lot's also it's gonna be all locked off. Pretty focused to get him out.
Hey, Raj. The motel that's this block here on the Main Street side, where my light is, he's to the rear of that. He's probably trying to make it in this building.
Unit needs a containment. 8th and 9th Mason Broadway and mid-block on Broadway.
Oh shit. The big boys are out. I told you it was gonna ramp up. So this guy's going back and forth in the alley right here. On the bike. I think he's suspected to have a gun. I don't know, part of the looting crew.
Northbound, first at Broadway, south of 8. Continue to containment at 8th and 9th Main and Broadway, mid-block Broadway for the primary unit.
Fuck, do I got a selfie stick here?
Any notation at man, woman, Dispute 3100 Riverside Drive, apartment number 315. Code 2 incident, 3 RDS 1132, Mons comment.
Hey, command post, come up to Idaho business.
That's fine, you can do it fine.
Large criminal fire.
All these are found involved.
I hear yelling. Got the phone.
Go right there with the iPhone, go ahead.
Hey, man.
Come over to the corner of 8th and Broadway.
Was it 8th and Broadway? This is 9th.
But we are just about to
Oh, the helicopters are going to be grounded due to weather too. Look, the helicopters over there. It looks like the sheriffs are moving. I couldn't hear if they said they got him on 8th and Broadway. But all the sheriffs are leaving.
Fortune 873, 14 873, are you at scene?
Someone come in.
1 King 170, show me code 6 on incident 3126.
I gotta pull out my selfie sticks. So I can at least put the phone on top of the car to give you guys a view.
Take L24. Repeat, you came in, broken. X1. X81.
I don't think they got the looters are far from trapped.
16X81 coming in very broken.
They got some over by the Apple store. I don't know how we can get over there. Apple store's on it's on this street. 8th and Broadway.
X81, 16X81 come in. If you need it for the crime.
If you're just getting here, there's a big group of
We'll get it,
what look like to be young kids all wearing hoodies. They looked all young, but there's a huge group, bro, like 200, and it looks like they're up to some looting. They've already tried to hit the Apple Store, CVS. They had a man with a gun call that we seen right there running back and forth in the alley on a bicycle. A sheriff came through with the Bearcat SWAT. The thing is, they can hide. Because when there's those big protest groups, imagine there's 5,000 people here walking down the street, and now these 200 people could do so much because of the crowds. You know, there's so many crowds.
Suspects are now Hill and 7th at the Jewish stores that can have from CHP undercover units. Approximately 100 suspects, McDonald's masked up, tampering with a log. Go to 16 RD 152.
Oh, shit. Hill and 7th.
3566 RD.
See, those they're undercover CHPs around. See, I told you they got undercovers, people on the ground, bro. They're watching and tracking them, I'm sure. Especially now. At first, no, but now for sure. I'm sure they've been tracking them, bro. There's feds everywhere here.
561 Roger. Do you have a thirst above me? These are from standby. Emo.
Yeah, but this is like a different group for the protest, bro. They got no signs. These are not protesters, bro. These are looters. They're all wearing ski masks.
MDC for a message.
Full ski masked up.
What can you clear up from our current incident?
Ski masks and backpacks.
FB301, Roger.
There's not one protest sign.
You're on the way with my vehicle.
No flag, no nothing, bro.
Surgery information for 49 suspects just left on the Broadway Jewish store. Approximately unknown number of suspects running left and right from the location. Possibly looting. Let's go to 3550.
Right. We're gonna pass 7th and Broadway right now. The looters.
485, can I get a RH to our location for a female black conscious and breathing, complaint of unknown medical issue?
Was that a structure fire? Oh, that's Sepulveda is far away from here. That's not even close. That's a whole nother city. Probably Van Nuys.
Rally you all out to teamwork. You guys be safe. Take care of each other.
Damn.
At the CVS, unknown suspect getting on location. I believe suspect is currently. Correction. Unknown if suspect is armed. Incident 17 RD 1063. Stand by for additional.
Look, there's some people here, so they got undercover 7.
We just had a suspect out of the north-south alley, east of Broadway, south of 8. We're currently holding the alley. Your primary wanted to clear the alley.
See, look, there's a big group right here.
RA2405 Palmer.
This is the group that they were saying. There's undercover CHP right here.
Suspect going north to the north-south alley to Broadway, south of 8.
Yeah, this shit
primary unit, do you want to clear the alley?
This shit is crazy.
Can you guys check First Street?
I'm sure now they're making a plan on how to get. These guys are definitely going to get kettled in and arrested.
Air 3, come up on the air. I believe they still haven't landed. I'm on the ground already. Okay, copy that. Air 3.
And they grounded the helicopter because of weather, bro, because it's foggy.
So if you want one Victor for it to clear from the alley,
So this is Broadway. This is where all the jewelry shops are, dude.
Alley, Broadway and 8.
7. This is where they said where they spotted them trying to break in somewhere.
South of 8.
George, can I have Frank 20 come to 8th and Broadway, please?
The 301 is 303, also clearing that incident.
So they try to get into the Apple store right here. This is 8th and Broadway here. We're rolling up. I don't know if they looted the Apple store, if they actually got in, but they tried to get in. And
303 Roger, LA General Hospital.
I think LAPD made some arrests.
Confrontation station red line.
I don't want to get pinned in here.
265, roger. FP201 Union Station, red line.
Traffic right here on 8th and Spring.
That's the Apple store right there, that tower.
They're on FP33, show code 6.
That was an old theater called the Tower Theater that they refurbished and turned it to the Apple store.
Still continues to hold. We have the whole intersection of 8th and Broadway closed off right now. Looks like we're about to the Apple store right now.
Roger.
Advise 10-3564 now, code 3.
Looks like Alameda corridor is clear. So the tracks are not obstructed coming from Bishop Road, left out on First, and then Alameda's all clear.
Okay, copy that. Yeah, pretty standard corridor.
Yes, sir, you guys all be safe over there.
Alright, this shit can get ugly here, man.
789 Heavy, Silver Lake and Tampa. Play at Heavy Bridges, Tampa, present. Something's your left.
Q, 950 Street.
Let's see if they took something here.
Commerce on the ship with impunity.
There's the Adidas store. It looks like they broke in here. Oh damn, Adidas is gone. Was this from? Oh, shit's gone. So they were trying to get into the Apple store. They completely cleaned out the Adidas store. It's gone. It was a Kobe.
She's been in there for like 2 hours at this point.
I don't know, is this all from last night?
Well, she missed the boarding it up. She break that up. No, that was yesterday. Oh, yesterday.
Maybe this is all from yesterday, huh? There's nothing. I guess there's a lot of clothes that sit on these racks. Nothing left. I think that pole right there like hangs stuff.
No, they're all in there.
There's one pair of shorts and a hat. I'm not sure if they did that today too. I don't know if they broke in yesterday. I think. So this is the Apple store. This is where they try to break in tonight. There might still be people in there. I mean, this looks fresh though. The other one's boarded up. This one's no board. They're turning around a metro bus over there. I don't know. I guess they're just standing around to protect the store. Did they clear it yet? Let's see if they cleared the store yet.
You're gonna get yeah, we did this shit. Put it like right. Set up the car. They gotta worry about it after that.
Like you can do like live Twitch streams off your body cam. You ever think about that?
If I was in there, I would be doing some foul shit. I'd be jumping up or something. Try to return a lost phone. I was not going out there. Especially Marquette. A legend. You don't want none of that.
Alright, they just let everybody, they just went upstairs to clear the store.
I'm not in that situation. It's actually pretty good. It sounds like the alarm system's going off inside the building. Let all the boys out. Let them out. Don't make me drink. Hey Marquez, why did you let you up there, bro?
This guy right here is playing a long sound.
Going on.
That's the quality. That's security.
Right there. This is sick though. No, when they come down, I think it's gonna be a difference. They're lucky there's not more people on third and second. They're
We heard about the jewelry before. All right, let's go over there because they're just gonna clear this. Maybe got some arrests. I don't know if anyone's still stuck in there. It's a huge place. They gotta go upstairs. Look how big the building is. We'll be on the roof. It's gonna take forever. Maybe they make arrests, maybe not. I don't know. They look like it was a big group, so there's probably some people in there. Hey, Duran.
Damn, they look at the Adidas too.
Yeah. Is this who you're talking about? This is Connor right here. He's got a phone in his hand. I thought down the street. It looks like he's all right.
I feel like 6 of you guys are to fight.
Stop flirting with him. Do your job. Do your job, ho.
Looks like it's going down over here, huh? I don't know. What do you guys think? You think it's safe to drive into over there? You all right, man? I know they were saying about it. You all right?
Yeah, I just ran into the fucking cops, bro.
I see.
They were chasing me and shit. They fucking
They took your phone?
They jumped me, took your shit, and then threw it. I had this one in my pocket. But they were just fucking chasing me down, bro.
Why?
Fuck out of here.
Why?
Huh?
The crowd? Why?
Because I was filming. They saw me filming.
You gotta be careful, man. Where's your car? You need a ride? You need a ride?
I'm back to where it was. It's all good, bro.
You sure? All right. Yeah, I think LAPD is about to go to the jewelry store right now. We're gonna follow them. Yeah, I know. There's like 200 dudes in ski masks rolling around downtown. I don't know why there's not fucking more cops right here, bro. Like, what's up with all the cops on fucking standby, bro? They're worrying about the protesters? There's some fucking protesters over there, bro. Like, this is straight up looting right here.
Yes, sir. Just suspect's joy. Bravo 6 capture response.
13-12-550, can you check, there's somebody with a strobe lighter light on, Feud with the boys?
5601 West 76th Street, code 2, incident 0009, RD 1256, identify. Ambulance battery 1308 Southern Hampshire Avenue, unit number 210, matter for further disclosure 272076.
Alright, we're gonna have to play it safe here. We're definitely not gonna get too close to a mob here.
Hello, anyone, Roger.
We'll see. If they're in the jewelry store, it's like, why aren't the fucking cops over there, man? Make sure I get some weapons ready just in case shit goes down.
In
case anybody tries some shit.
36, stand by. No further.
Bro, the cops ain't even moving? I think this is the jewelry store. These are what they were trying to get into right here, bro. These right here is behind these gates are like jewelry. Jewelry. Oh shit! It's like a jewelry swap meet.
Suspect there now, 411 West 7th Street, jewelry 20 to 30 suspects. Breaking into the stores, close to 2041.
The jewelry theater. Do we pass it over?
2873, Roger.
I don't know. I don't see him.
Correction, 2FP73, code 6, MacArthur Park, north side. Has to be looted from unknown location on 7.
29 has several suspects running southbound hill from 7, looking from unknown.
Oh, I think I just seen an undercover pull his gun out. Where are they going? South on Hill to 7?
29 has one suspect in custody, not probably a suspect.
There's a bunch of undercovers here, bro.
3499, RD 148.
Alert status, citywide TAC 2, channel 24 is restricted for this
Bart, thank you so very much. Comment, I am very religious and I think Donald Trump is the Antichrist. The Bible warns us about the fact so many Christians are falling for it. Is mind-boggling. Yeah, I mean, I know other fairly religious Christians who also believe he is the Antichrist. I think the problem is that there is the way people are taught their particular brand of Christianity. So much of what people believe that they are told is Christian really isn't, at least not according to the New Testament. I mean, so much of what they purport to believe has nothing to do with what the teachings of Jesus Christ. It's shocking, actually. So, yeah, I'm with you. It is just mind-blowing and mind-boggling. Oh, there we go. Bart, thank you so very much. Comment, I am very religious and I think Donald Trump is the Antichrist the Bible warns us about. The fact so many Christians are falling for it is mind-boggling. Yeah, I mean, I know other fairly religious Christians who also believe he is the Antichrist. I think
Dude, the helicopters are down due to weather too?
411 West 7th Street, one suspect is armed with a flamethrower, additional incident 28.
Flamethrower.
All identified.
You're out on the street, there's mob behavior, bro, there's nothing you can do.
For the Dispersal on this call. Century, it's your 459 suspect there now. 411 West 7th Street is now code 3.
If you ain't got a gun, you're not willing to shoot, there's nothing really you can do.
Male Hispanic is inside the location. Is a cleaning crew alone inside the location? It's code 3. Now code 3 incident 28. I do 152.
Please, Century, there 14 mass possible rifle, 6 in spring out of the claw. Suspect is a male wearing a dark hooded sweatshirt armed with it appear to be a rifle. There's also additional 20 to 30 male blacks and male Hispanics breaking into that business. It's incident 39, code shooter 153.
Dude, it's going down.
Roger.
Roger.
16
Available for ambulance traffic 3316 East Olympic Street, code 3, identified.
Z5 suppressing additional unit 3938 Wilshire Boulevard.
Lane at the Hillcrest. Suspect vehicle is a black Tesla partial plate 909.
Bro, it's going down right here at this intersection.
Colored clothing. Monitor comments for additional code 241 or the 1701.
Here comes the fucking whole battalion, bro.
31 SB3 flames requesting a central unit
Can we get out of here?
31 SB303 at LA General
Fuck that. We ain't about to get stuck in here. There's still like 20 more cars coming. Fuck, we might get stuck up in here actually. Hopefully they don't block this side of the street here. They're letting people go. Yeah. I'm tired, bro. I need to get some. I should have brought me some granola bars or something.
They're now 18 disconnect Dittman Avenue. Suspect is son, no Hispanic, no shirt and jeans. Matter for further closest 045 already.
At least now they're having a good response, bro. There's like, damn. There's got to be like 60 cop cars en route, you know. I knew they were gonna respond like this eventually.
20, the comment states that the suspect is a son, male, Hispanic, wearing no shirt and jeans, no weapons, suffers from bipolar, not taking medication. Suspect was returned to the location and vandalizing property outside of the residence. He has locked in her bedroom, which related to incident 3467. Right at the corner.
Yeah, look how many cars, bro. This is like 100. I'm telling you, the only way they're gonna stop it is to surround everybody.
Central traffic units at 4859, 4859. Ambulance traffic.
Damn.
3316 East Olympic Boulevard, code 3, incident 0038, RD 497.
Whoa. Damn. We might have to turn around, dude. They might be blocking this whole fucking intersection up ahead. Yeah, I think we're gonna be locked in if we go right, bro. There's too many cop cars. Shit.
4059 did receive.
We'll wait around.
Yeah,
I'm gonna wait to make sure that it's clear.
An unit in the vicinity 1189 is requesting backup air unit and supervisor for an ADW suspect there now 22224 North Bigelow Street.
Can I get through? I don't want to get stuck right here. Hey, thank you guys for those super chats.
Traffic units in 4859, 4859, ambulance traffic 3316 East Olympic, code 3 incident 0038, RD 497.
4859, unable to respond. We're code 6 on our current location. I have RA on scene.
49, Roger.
I don't know.
And Hill, supposed to incident by 29152.
Here they come.
Here, Street 90, bring both sides under comment for additional FD equal to incident P90 039.
We got an arrest here. Oh, they came back and pulled up on foot. They were watching them, see?
The completed working group with 800 people will be stored specific for mass.
These are the special operations. So special, they looks like they arrested somebody. Or at least a couple. Some dudes got to, did they get somebody? Dude, where's the suspect?
Confirm it to be code 2 called out like trouble.
Are they walking him? Dude, I can't even tell if there's a suspect in that group.
6 RDS 153.
They chased them out. Damn, they're on foot. 89. See, I told you they weren't gonna fuck around, bro. Now they're on foot.
89, there are 2 PRs.
That was crazy. Special operations.
Call back to first PR.
These are the big boys right here, bro.
89, come back.
Mas, more.
353 Roger. Agents are cleared over 95th Street, 207 RD 1821.
Crazy.
519
Crazy, bro. Hey, but this is kind of what's needed to control that size of fucking crowd.
Guns, no further description. Additional incident 55. Looting at a store at Distributed 6 on Spring. Incident 56. Units now trouble 257 South Tamar Avenue, 257 South Tamar Avenue at the business. Open up.
I think we're gonna stay in the car, move around. We'll get out when we can, or it's like safe and I can park somewhere.
453-3474.
Everything's gonna be moving around, so we're better off driving around, bro. Walking around.
Third and Central.
Need a scooter.
25 to 30, that'll circle between Omar and Rose Street. We're going to need a support unit there. Today, Trainer for Finance was right now 206 West 6 years of closing service, go to incident 60153.
We'll go around. We'll get out if we got... Right there, I didn't even have to get out, right, to get most of the action. The other dudes just ran east. Or, yeah, they ran east. But this is amping up, bro. This is too dangerous to be walking around.
64 RD 153.
I'm tired as fuck, too, dude, so...
One. Straight up business.
If I gotta run from a mom, dude, I'm a dead man. So we're gonna pick and choose our spots here.
Now 600 South Broadway at LA Golden City Jewelry.
600 Broadway.
Excluding location and person armed with a sharp metal object. Code 262 ID 153.
600 Broadway. All right, we'll head over there. I think what they're gonna end up doing is just they have enough cops to like surround this whole district right here. The jewelry district. They're probably gonna close it all off and then.
Anyway, South Unit Battery just occurred 19401 in apartment 6.
I can't believe the helicopters are down.
Female Hispanic, 14 years, black sweater, black sweatpants. Contact incident 65 RD 1031. TDW suspect are now 8th and Main, in the parking lot next to Jason's. Our 6 male unknowns roll when we're in a ski mask, black clothing, on the bay handguns, code range 1066 and 9174.
One person on the 3rd east of Tampa, the mortar. Should I go through to let them go through and see their vehicles out?
Van Nuys unit. Domestic violence. 6957 North Florida Boulevard. Room 215 is the town's motel. Code 2, incident 0051, RD900.
All units, Alpha 19530, Lockville Boulevard, is over GOA.
I'm hoping they have a plan, bro.
28 years status.
Human Rock incident 28 in LA 7. Owner of the dealership and left a message. The owner of the dealership is not on site.
Alright, so this is 7th.
71.
The police have closed it off here. 7th and Broadway is up ahead. So.
Location was according to
They're on 6th and Broadway now. Let's go turn around.
Olympic units, possible shooting just occurred at Clinton and Hobart, correction, PR.
I don't think I can see anything right now.
Code 3 incident 70 on 2004. Olympic unit time identified. Stand by.
This is unit position on the Prophetic right now, 615 South Hill Street. Business owner called, stated his name is Princess Jewelry. Alarm company notified of an audible alarm at location. PR and PR's alarm company has no visual. Additional incident 3432.
Okay, so that's just an alarm.
Into apartment code 2, incident 72, RD 1351.
That was Hill and 7th right there.
2 miles of gun at 640 South Hill Street, suspect on San Francisco area center.
They already have it logged down.
Inside the front pocket. That's pocket. It's code 2 incident 73, RD 153.
Charge monitoring via camera from remote location.
Dr. K, confirm if there's anyone inside of the location.
Davis Frank, Ocean 1, Henry 43.
You can see all those cops right there. They already had to shut down, bro.
Pray areas are down due to weather.
97, confirm that plate was David Frank Ocean 1 Henry.
Yeah, we're gonna stick around for a little bit just so it calms down. I think now they brought in a lot of reinforcements. They brought hundreds.
497 Olympic in Lorena.
I'm pretty sure they abandoned all the other protests. They're focusing on this. This is looting, dude. It's separate from the protest.
Number 1 to 4 male, non-white black.
To be honest, this has probably nothing to do with the protest, bro. These are just looters.
Black pants, backpack. Suspect loaded in front of Plaza for the last hour. Information on incident 53 and already 153.
These are opportunists.
Call, we're taking fireworks.
Business, like, farming company.
10 minutes. Be advised, we're taking fireworks in the area of Hill and 6th Street. We're going to need additional units, making a backup to respond to 459 in progress.
Hill and 6.
Any in the vicinity, 120 expressing a night operating supervisor at Hill and 6th Street. Officers taking fireworks.
Alright, we're going over there.
Okay. 1829, correction, 1828. Let's have a stage on Hill and 5th Street so we can move the crowd southbound. We have approximately 150 looters.
There we go. That's where we're going. Hill and what? 5th?
Officers taking fireworks.
Stage on Hill and 5th Street so we can move the crowd southbound. We have approximately 150 looters. 1829, correction. 5257 South Camera Avenue, no evidence of trouble.
Yeah, that's what we're trying to find is the big crowd, because that's where the action is going to be. Where's this?
You need to have the correction. The units respond westbound on 5th Street and then southbound on Hill Street.
Here's one to the back respond westbound on 5th Street and then southbound. No. Approximately 150 looters.
Need to be pushed southbound.
Southbound? Alright, we're going to have to go around. There's a lot of one-way streets here.
Units are close 6 here on Vision Hill. Someone close 6 on my close to call. I hope for electronic. Let's just see if the peer wants to meet. 1137, standby.
5th
90, code 2 incident 85, RD 1375.
5th and Hill is like, what's the name of that part? Persian Square.
Ambulance traffic. 800 units, ambulance traffic. Olympic and Health, code 3 incident 83 and 3182. Just have unit for the code 3, code identified.
Hey, Pacific Unit, another suspect there now, 37 Washington Boulevard, in front of the business. Code 2 to 89, RD 1441.
Any Pacific Unit, Rifle 415 group with possible gun, 8 unknown amount of suspects in the vehicle. Previously 10 to 15 male blacks wearing all black clothing, possibly armed with a gun. It's code 2 incident.
We're at Spring and
5th?
wait, that's a CBS. Having the code Alpha.
SC303, there's going to be no central units. They have maging and looting and numerous backups going on.
5th and Hill.
15 negative. Show us en route with 11.
You're just getting here. The looters have officially come out. There's a group. 150 of them roaming around.
SC303, go ahead.
Roaming around in ski masks.
31 FP203. So occurred approximately an hour ago from 17 Grand. Suspect can be described as an all black with short hair, no further description. Suspect was last seen southbound 7th Street, property taken.
They already got this all locked down.
Samsung phone. Weapon used was deadly force. Okay, man.
31 SC303, roger. 622.
I'm sure it's thinned out a little bit. They were way deeper before the. I thought there was. Remember, I guess there was probably about 200 when I first ran into the group where they passed by, and I was like, "Oh shit, bro."
679, cancel incident 0076. All units 6831 responding code 3 small. I was stationed at 2600 Lower Canyon Boulevard.
So I think some of them kind of spread out, but there's still a large group rolling together trying to get into places.
Broadway requesting backup area unit supervisor.
I don't know why they don't have a car on them. The helicopters are down, dude. Usually the helicopter would help, at least, you know, call out their location.
Multiple occupants in the vehicle, at least 4 of them.
1490 coming.
We're gonna whip around here to 5th and Hill.
160 is monitoring. At least 5 occupants.
Because right now they're just like chasing the mouse, you know, like you're just chasing them.
5 units. The vehicle is a Cadillac, license plate 9 Henry David George.
They need to get in front of them and surround them and just arrest everybody.
Can you repeat the color and model?
0. We're going to be continuing eastbound Vernon. Correct through Central.
Or at least detain everybody to stop it.
We're alley. Middle heard screaming and unknown objects being thrown. Code 3 incident 93, 1407, Pacific 10, noise 05. Any dependent unit, raise the vehicles.
The thing is, when everyone's masked up, it's hard to make arrest. It's hard to make arrest, I guess.
94, radius 2128.
Everyone looks exactly the same.
4131, SP 41, Hazel, Pershing Square.
Yeah, Roger.
Alright, so they're at Pershing Square.
Hill 90, air units are down, standby.
I wonder what they were trying to get into here.
DRT1, 31, DRT1, your status.
There's a bank across the way over there.
DRT1, we're still code 6. Thank you for checking that.
I don't know if it's still there. There's a metro station. There's Pershing Square.
Code 3, new station.
You'll need a suspect is male, black, red jacket, gray pants.
There is a jewelry store. That's where the jewelry stores start over there, though. On the next street up to the left. So maybe it was on the next street over the alley, and they were running. They probably ran this way.
Down the door to the room and on with the skateboard. Number 3 incident 0051 RD9.
I thank you, Joanne, for that super chat. Or Joan. Didn't watch the street. Antonio was arrested due to looters showing up. Yeah, these are different from the protesters, man. Is there some people that were at the protests sprinkled in there? Probably. But I don't know. A lot of them seem like they're just looky-loos. The people that are out here to loot, they got ski masks on and backpacks. They're ready. And you can tell they're all young.
We're unable to locate. Does PR have any further?
16, repeat your cross to Tyrone.
Let's see what happens here. Let's see what we
do. Trying to go through from Tyrone and Delano to 6957 for Florida.
99, she'll be back in 9037 from the station.
Down 60 speed.
28 your speed.
738-131, ambulance traffic, Olympic and Hope. Code 3, incident 0083, RD 182.
Any such thing for finance 6969 South Street, code 2, incident 100, RD 152.
Well, we'll see. But this is crazy. We'll see. So you'll see what the news reports on this and how they treat it, you know, like there's stringers out here, they're gonna get footage, but we'll see what they say if it was just like a small group or groups of looters. Like that's why what we report is like, dude, it's just it shows the truth, bro. This is crazy, you know, like this 200 plus looters showing up, hundreds of cops, bro, all of them, and the news, it might make like a 1 minute thing, you know? Because if they don't get into a lot of places, they're just gonna be like, well, they broke into the Apple store and they looted the Adidas store, which is one store, you know? And that's it. When it's like, no, bro, it was way bigger than that. Looks like the police, where they're moving. They're moving from Pershing Square back to their cars. Where they're going in somewhere.
9720 for Chuck. 18 and 97. Better location for your possible ADW suspect is going to be 840 West Imperial Highway, apartment 114, incident 11. Second on 025, sir.
025, I'm still for 6 West Lake McCarthy, but I'm on the street level. Can I get an eye for a male, unconscious, breathing, approximately 50 years of age, suffering from a possible overdose?
025.
On the move. Now, the Morse code is from the scanner app I use. What's the channel, dude? If you guys want to check it out, it's called LA Captain on YouTube.
349 Laurel Canyon Boulevard, the Canyon Plaza Center, New Bank of America.
I'll put the link in there later. LA Captain on YouTube. It's like the station identifier. There. He's got different channels though, so go to the main channel. The main channel has like all of LAPD, but he's got a bunch of feeds. You gotta figure out how to navigate through it. It's a YouTube page. It has a very little delay.
Units 49, ambulance traffic, Olympic and Hope, code 3 and 10 0083, RD 182.
Entered for their vehicles.
St. Louis first.
Five, 4233 Eagle Rock Boulevard, apartment 20.
Oh shit, watch.
Team 4, did you come in?
Watch these dudes right here next to us.
Team 4, did you come in?
Hold up, I gotta cough this out real quick.
So just stand by. Fire department's coming in to get these.
Sorry about that.
I'll wait for them, and then we'll head out.
Broadway 8. Call 6 on Broadway 8, identify. 1 Franklin. So myself and Franklin. 1 Frank 1 and 1 Frank 2, code 6 on 8th and Broadway.
gray hooded sweatshirt, denim shorts, black and white shoes. Northcom is for additional incident 116-1802.
12-5, 12-5. And these are city trucks. We're just going to let them park right here behind you guys. They have a porta potty. So they're coming up behind you guys.
There's so many cops that they need a porta potty. They're gonna be out here all night. Patrolling. Alright, so this is spring.
1427 along the inside line.
This is spring and 6th.
Light complexion, mustache, black hat, blue sweater, dark blue jeans. Northcom is for additional
This thing got shut down.
already 1681. West 20th Street at the residence, Cincinnati 121.
Hey, thank you for that super chat, Maverick.
Roger, code 10, code 1040.
Yeah, we're just here to report what's going on, dude. Get political.
29, 129 West 3 clear.
Sheriff, Santa Barbara County Sheriff. I thought those trucks looked a little weird.
New 1408 West Washington Boulevard. Incident 82 and RD 2099 identify.
I wonder where the large group went. They were somewhere around here. They were 7th and Hill going east, right?
License 9 Robert William Young. Correction 9 Robert William Young 472. 9 Robert William Young 472. Incident 16.
It looks like they're getting spread out.
Dispute on Washington.
858 Roger.
I think what they should do is push everybody out east, like just take over Broadway all the way, or Spring Street, like what they're doing right there, and then just block all the streets from Spring all the way to like, just make a big old perimeter.
Search 231 West Vernon Avenue.
Spring all the way up. What street would be here? Up to Hill? Because after between those streets, there's that's where everything is, dude. That's where all the jewelry is. That's where all the stores are. And then they can go from like 9th or 10th or 9th down, I don't know, 3rd Street maybe?
1385, are you?
Maybe that's too big. Maybe they could do 9th to like 4th or 5th, and that would pretty much protect all the lootable businesses. They push them east, they go to Skid Row. I don't think that's what they're here for. There's industrial stuff in Skid Row, but it's just like factories and stuff. From my experience, the looters, they're always looking out for the shoe stores, get hit for shoe stores, cell phone stores, computer stores.
I gotta get it for transport.
FP25, 1 FP25, come in. Step out to me. 0078 RD 1538. Pressure. Code to Incident 29, RD 1262. 13863, Roger, 13885 and X94 en route. X94, code 685 en route. 13863 is requesting one more additional unit to 231 West Vernon for building, to clear the building.
So far, they've gotten into the Adidas store, got ransacked. Apple store, I'm not sure how much they got out of the Apple store, if anything.
Backpack.
I'm pretty sure they got some stuff from the Apple store.
Domestic violence, 5614 Ascot Avenue, code to Incident 85, ready 1375.
The jewelry stores, I don't think they're
for the description.
They're in there.
Weapons. You trying to break into the apartment building?
They weren't able to get in there.
1433.
I guess they weren't that organized.
1445, Roger.
Now, 1771 Northwest Heights Boulevard. Please suspect number 1 female white no further. Number 2 and 3 male white no further. Breaking into the location. Code 2200129 and RD6.
Hey Joanne, thanks for that super chat. Requires having a loose perimeter over a large area filled with cops haven't learned to deal with focused looters. Yeah, they need to figure out how to like shut off a whole area of business, I guess. Oh shit.
13 Quick 1040, we have a line cut to 3 and 6 of a large crowd moving eastbound on 6 towards Maine.
Alright, we'll go to that.
Fighting. 398, party 157.
6th and Main.
Hi.
I wonder what they mean by large crowd. What's the size of a large crowd now? It looks like it's gotten way smaller. But let's see.
2897, FT is staging. Is it clear enter? Are you able to locate a better location?
Yeah, they need better tactics. I think what fucked them up tonight is the helicopters being down. But even then, they need to have a better fucking... What's the point of having all this shit, these resources here?
86 clear.
And like playing catch up.
4345, Roger.
They need to get ahead of this shit.
Yeah, 13, can we back at 45 on that call?
There's a lot of... Oh, I think they're trying to... Bro, I think they're trying to get into this store right here. This is a shoe store right here, though.
6 Roger, backing.
Sure, back.
We made it, got it.
Bring a jeans, baseball hat, black jacket, gray pants, armed with a machete. Code 30131 or
It looks like
D749.
these dudes got in already. Look, you got a box.
Bye.
This is like a shoe store. Look. Shoe palace.
You sent me the wrong call. I'm looking for the call of a man-woman dispersal Washington.
Responding code 3 from Wilshire Station to 709 Crenshaw Boulevard.
Sure, back. I'm from Wilshire Station. That's it.
250 handle.
Look at these dudes.
So that's 1 in custody.
Yeah, bye.
Oh, they're gonna take it for everything, bro.
863, very one more unit route.
This shit's gonna be empty.
1063, Roger.
By the time the cops get here, there's no way.
60, Roger, thank you.
Calling this 515 purchasing and coming 555 Congress Street, 555 Congress Street, code 3 infinite 98, party 157.
I can't really roll the window down. Windows are fucked. Are the cops coming?
135, Roger.
Looks like they roll it back up.
Entry inside the property, come up with each resident. 0138.
resisting. He's got like 5 cops on him. Damn, out of all those dudes, that's like the only dude they cut. Clear the store here. Doesn't look like anybody's upstairs. There might be some people in there. What's up? Still trying to run. Man, what if that's the only guy that got caught there? Well, they only rolled up in that first patrol car, so they weren't that deep. They were behind, not in front. You guys need to try to get it? Oh yeah, he's going to jail for sure.
Citizen? You don't go live on Citizen now?
No, YouTube. I had to get my camera out, bro. I had it in my backpack. So this looks like the only guy they got. I only got in on the live stream for you guys, bro. I wasn't recording on my camera. But it was just such a bang bang situation where it was like, if I could roll my window down. I was trying to shoot it through the tint. I mean, back up. My window's broken. If I roll it down, it won't come back up, dude. And I was like, dude, I don't want to risk it. I'm not gonna be driving around here with my windows down. Yeah, so out of all those fucking looters, they got one guy. One dude out of all those. Remember I said, what are the top stores? Shoe stores. Shoe stores, electronic stores, computers, cell phone stores. I'm good with it.
If you guys know any reports you want me to go to, let me know. We're gonna be in End Time.
It's rolling deep. All right, I think we're gonna take off, bro. The shoe pallets, 9th and Main Street. Out of all those looters, one dude got arrested right here.